Chapter 1134. Fan Xian struggled with all her might. Her bright red hair danced in the wind, draping over her jade-like neck and chest. However, she was unable to escape the vortex formed by the blood-red eternal universe furnace. Now that Yi Fan's cultivation was profound, the ancient great emperor immortal furnace he produced was extremely lifelike, as if it was cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. It was brilliant and sparkling, releasing strands of scarlet multicolored light that wrapped around this wonderful body. Brahma steps. Fan Xian shouted. A halo appeared under her feet, and thousands of Tao traces spread out in all directions. The cold and dark universe collapsed, and the black abyss connected. She took a dozen steps and struggled to break free. She cut off the imperial furnace and wanted to fly up into the sky. Yi Fan looked up and pointed at her short skirt. With an impudent expression, he said, "You're exposed." Ah! Fan Xian's face turned red. This was the first time she screamed in anger. She closed her legs and spun like a top, shooting up into the sky. "Lady Fan, I have to say that your beautiful legs are unparalleled. The only downside is that your skirt is too long." Yi Fan laughed loudly. Everyone was dumbfounded. This brat was too arrogant. He dared to tease the thorny fire immortal Rose Fan Xian in the fairy Featherstar Ocean. In the past, people like this would have been thrown into the black hole of the universe. Fan Xian closed her legs. Her purple skirt flashed and extended downwards, becoming a battle armor. It flickered with a cold metallic luster, but it also made her white and slender legs even more dazzling. Her hair danced in the wind as she stared at Yi Fan. A purple light shot out from her palm, and a purple gold divine sword appeared in her hand. Dong. This was an extremely terrifying purple gold sword. Usually, she used her arm as a sheath to nourish it. It was extremely sharp, and the moment it appeared, it shone with a chaotic purple light that was dazzling. Lady Fan is angry. This is her treasure, and it will accompany her to the saint level. Legend has it that when it was forged, it was mixed with godly purple gold, and it is indestructible. Dang. However, what surprised everyone was that Yi Fan only used his golden fist to block the sword, and a string of terrifying sparks flew. Clang. Golden blood energy filled the sky. Yi Fan went against the heavens to meet Fan Xian. His palm turned into a golden heavenly tablet with flickering runes. It was 3 meters tall, and it collided with the purple gold divine sword, causing it to tremble and hum. Everyone was stunned. This was not an ordinary scene. Not to mention Fan Xian, even her second uncle Fan Ju did not have such a powerful body. This sword could become a saint artifact at any time. It was forged by an ancient saint for her, a secret treasure that she had nurtured for many years. It was precisely for the sake of matching her so that she could advance into the saint level together with her. Impossible. Is his fleshly body even stronger than Lady Fan Xian's? The bald man and the long-haired man felt a headache, and they felt as if they had they. Tian of the sword. She stood there and continued to slash. The rays of the sword interweaved, and Yi Fan was shocked. She had such a complicated technique, and it was beyond his expectations. The chaotic sword energy contained the terrifying power of space law, and it formed a black door. It was trying to send him into a foreign land. This was a star door constructed by the invincible chaotic sword energy. It was connected to the dark prison, and the enemy would be banished there forever. The bald man and the others were excited, and they watched carefully. The dark prison was a prison in the fairy Featherstar Ocean, and it was used to lock up serious criminals. It was a place where one could only enter, and there was no way out. Yi Fan was surprised. It was the first time he had seen a sword will penetrate the void, interweave the space law, and build a star door. It was indeed a wonderful and unique technique. Boom. He put his hands together, and it was as if 2 golden millstones were rotating. The sword energy and the star door were crushed, and a rain of light scattered in the universe, shining like a comet. Fan Xian's attack was easily disintegrated, and it turned into rays of dazzling light. Her arm, which was holding the purple gold sword, was trembling slightly. She had been hit by the huge force just now, and she almost lost her grip. The blood of the Nirvana flowed in her body, and she had been tempered by various ancient techniques. Her corporeal body was extremely strong, and if it was someone else, they would have been smashed into pieces long ago. Yi Fan had a faint smile on his face, and he did not say anything. He hooked his finger at her again, provoking her in her own way. Fan Xian was so angry that her teeth hurt. It was the first time she felt that the kid in front of her was so hateful. If she really took him in as a servant, she would make him suffer. Her eyes suddenly turned into two bright spheres of light, like two small suns. Her aura rose continuously, and the purple-gold sword hovered above her head, protecting her body. Her blood was rumbling, flushing the walls of her blood vessels. A towering battle intent rushed up, and her entire body emitted the radiance of an ancient deity. The Nirvana battle physique emphasized on conquering the world through battle. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I am the sole ruler, and it required a kind of invincible spirit. In ancient times, the corporeal body was known to be unparalleled. Lines of patterns appeared on the surface of her body, and her sparkling white body was filled with the aura of the great Tao. Every inch was dazzling. With a light shout, she turned into a beam of light and rushed over. It was a confrontation of body techniques and close combat. Fan Xian's battle prowess soared, and he displayed the Brahma 8 Sanzu created by his ancestor. Every move contained the profound mysteries of the universe, and they were profound beyond profound. Yi Fan was enveloped in brilliant immortal multicolored light. She didn't have a true battle physique, so she naturally couldn't compare to Yi Fan's corporeal body. However, this kind of wondrous technique was indeed boundlessly terrifying. Every attack contained the power of a star domain, and it increased her battle prowess. The Nirvana 8 techniques and Nirvana steps were comparable to the wondrous techniques of ancient emperors. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. He didn't know how powerful her ancestor was. Could it be that she was really an ancient emperor? Peng! Both of Yi Fan's hands joined together again, and strands of holy splendor emerged, destroying all of Fan Xian's attacks. She was also sent flying, and blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Young miss, lost. The descendant of the Nirvana battle physique was defeated by a nameless brat. Was this heaven-defying? The group of robbers were all shocked. They couldn't believe this result. The Fan clan's member was defeated in a contest of physical strength. It was simply like a fantasy story. He must have used the most powerful evolutionary liquid. Could it be that the supreme immortal physique or the primitive devil physique has revived? The group of people were apprehensive. You've lost. Does that mean you belong to me now? Yi Fan's lips carried a hint of a smile. I haven't lost yet. Fan Xian's expression was calm, but one could see the panic in her heart through her watery eyes. All kinds of wondrous techniques were used, and she attacked Yi Fan. Pa! Dang! Yi Fan attacked, using his pure physical strength to break down all of her secret techniques. His entire body overflowed with strands of golden divine splendor, and his entire body became golden. His attacks were bold and unstoppable. Fan Xian was sent flying several times. She was simply not his opponent, and the few half-sage tools protecting her body were all shattered. Golden blood, you are the legendary, indestructible golden body. You dug out all of your potential, or did you use the most powerful evolutionary liquid? Fan Xian cried out in surprise. Heh, you're exposing yourself again. Yi Fan raised his head and looked up without dodging in the slightest. He said with a smile, don't always think that you're so aloof. What's the point of standing so high? Looking down on the common people? Unfortunately, it's only me. Fan Xian's skin was like fine jade, but at this moment, black lines appeared on her forehead. She didn't say a single word, and with a stance of risking her life, she launched her most powerful attack. Can you blame me for this? You're used to being high and mighty, so I can only look up to you. Yi Fan laughed loudly. The bald man, the long-haired giant, and the others all cursed at the same time. All of their faces were flushed with anger as they shouted and made guesses. Can this bastard be any more shameless? Where did he come from? How come I've never heard of him? Such a freakish physique couldn't be a nobody. In their opinion, although he might not be the strongest in the Eternal Kingdom, he would definitely be a heavenly genius in the other starfields. They firmly believed that only an expert born in this ancient star could become the number one under the starry sky. I think is almost comparable to the legendary supreme immortal physique and Brahma battle physique. Fan Xian let out a clear whistle and spat out a cloud that quickly enveloped the entire place, rendering the clairvoyance useless. This was the Brahma battle chi. The void distorted, and black holes appeared one after another. This was a terrifying technique. The Brahma domain affected this part of the universe, turning it into a special field. Fan Xian's talent was shocking enough. Even without relying on her bloodline, she was still a terrifying genius. Devouring, melting, disintegrating. All kinds of terrifying powers wreaked havoc, wanting to obliterate Yi Fan's golden body. Boom! A pure white lotus arm slashed across from the black hole with a violet gold ancient sword, shattering the entire place. Ding! Yi Fan flicked his finger and shook off the long sword. He circulated the army formula and, at the same time, took advantage of the momentum to snatch the sword and capture her in one go. He grabbed a smooth, snow-white arm and placed the sword on her neck. A mermaid's smooth and sparkling back was pressed against his chest as she struggled with all her might. Fan Xian's whole body glowed as she unleashed all kinds of wondrous techniques. She wanted to pierce through Yi Fan's body, but all of them were cancelled out by his golden domain. Buzz! Fan Xian's beautiful leg suddenly swung high into the air and kicked toward Yi Fan's skull. The attack was swift and terrifying, but it also displayed the flexibility and elegance of her figure. Bang! Yi Fan reached out with a single hand and firmly grabbed onto this fair and slender jade leg. He pressed it against her chest where it flickered with a lustrous luster. You've got quite the temper. Be careful that I don't bring you around like this in the sea of stars. Let me go. Fan Xian's skin turned bright red. She wanted to cut Yi Fan into 8 pieces. He had actually profaned her like this. This was something that had never happened before. Let go of the young miss. The Baldy and the others shouted. Retreat. Suddenly, another divine sense fluctuation arrived from dozens of kilometers away. The main battleship started up and turned into a stream of light before disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. Yi Fan was stunned. That was clearly Fan Xian's divine sense transmission. Then who was the person in her hand? He knew he had been tricked. This was only an incarnation. When she had released her Brahma battle chi just now, she had formed a domain to obstruct the heaven's eye and escape. Yi Fan suppressed this incarnation. He used the Rho formula and turned into a bolt of lightning that smacked the Baldy, the long hair, and the others away. He also shattered their flying ships, leaving only one for himself. Thousands of kilometers away, Fan Xian stopped and muttered to herself, "Indestructible golden body. It's actually the legendary indestructible golden body. This is a supreme body that any great force would want to rope in." Suddenly, her face turned red and she felt uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth in anger and said, "How dare you touch me?" If the incarnation was far away from the main body, it wouldn't be a big deal. But at this moment, they were only a few thousand kilometers apart. It could be said that she felt the same way as the main body. Her soft and beautiful snake-like body immediately twisted and turned red. Yi Fan stood in front of the group of captives with Fan Xian's incarnation in custody and swept his eyes over them one by one. These people were panting and glaring at him. Not a single one of them submitted. In the distance, there was a flash of light and the 1,000 feet long battleship returned. Fan Xian's true body walked out of the cabin. Her tall and slender figure was extremely beautiful. "Young miss, just now this bastard profaned you in all kinds of ways. It doesn't matter if it's what he should or shouldn't touch. No, he shouldn't touch anywhere. In any case, he touched everything. He should cut off that hand of his." Fan Xian staggered when she heard these people's words. Her slender legs went soft and she almost fell. She glared at them and then stared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan said righteously, "Don't listen to their nonsense. I was just checking how your physique is. The Brahma battle body lives up to its reputation. It's beautiful to the extreme." Chapter 1135. Fan Xian grinded her shiny silver teeth. What did extreme beauty have to do with the Brahma battle physique? This fellow was just a cheap mouth that wanted to be stepped on. He was too hateful. You still dared to come back. You really exceeded my expectations. Yi Fan laughed mischievously. If I didn't come back, would you have killed all my subordinates? Fan Xian asked. Not necessarily. I'm a magnanimous person. Even though I was chased by you guys for a period of time, teaching them a lesson was enough to vent my anger. At most, I would have thrown them into a black hole and let them fend for themselves, Yi Fan said. The group of people were scared. Apart from the most powerful physiques, how many people could remain unscathed beside a black hole? They would definitely turn into dust and die a clean death. Oh right, you've lost. Are you here to fulfill your promise? Yi Fan had an expectant expression, but no one knew what his true intentions were. Fan Xian was so angry that her face turned red. She ground her teeth and said in a faint voice, I'm here to save them. I will pay a high price for my bet with you. You're quite loyal. But what kind of price can make you compare to a peerless beauty? I remember hearing you say that you're mine tonight. Yi Fan teased. I will give you the most precious divine object in the human world. It is extremely useful for cultivation and can help you break through continuously, reaching an unimaginable realm, Fan Xian said. There's such a thing in the human world? Yi Fan asked. Correct, it's the most powerful evolution liquid. We've already excavated many divine ores, and it won't be long before we can start refining them. Perhaps you don't know what this represents, but if you ask anyone in Eternal Kingdom, they will understand. It can allow one to walk on the most powerful path and transform into a god at the ultimate realm, Fan Xian said solemnly. So you're saying that you don't have anything right now? It's just an empty promise. Whether or not you can successfully refine the precious liquid is still unknown. Yi Fan frowned. The rarest Heaven's Mandate stone has been obtained, and all obstacles have been swept through. We have an ancient method to refine the pure precious liquid in the shortest amount of time, Fan Xian said. She tried her best to entice Yi Fan, wanting him to join heaven. The reason why she made the bet with him was because she hoped to take in a powerful retainer. She had long seen that this person definitely came from the other side, and now, it was proven that he might have one of the most powerful bloodlines. Moreover, his talent was astonishing, so he was even more worth roping in. Otherwise, he would have been invited by other kings. You were clearly the one who lost, and you still haven't fulfilled your promise. Why do you want me to join you and serve heaven? You're too cunning. Yi Fan sneered. I'm not taking you in as a retainer. Rather, I'm inviting you to become a first-rank guest elder. You'll only listen to me and not listen to me. You'll be completely free, Fan Xian said seriously. Then, he explained the pros and cons to him in detail. In Eternal Kingdom, only the most powerful factions had the ability to refine the strongest evolution liquid. Even if the rest could find divine ores, it would be useless. Moreover, the management of this starfield was extremely strict. If someone from the outer realms barged in and was discovered, they would immediately be surrounded and attacked. In this civilized system where technology and great Tao coexisted, it was very difficult for outsiders to hide. That was because once they entered a city or a certain area, there would be a strict bloodline test. Especially if people knew that his constitution was special and that his bloodline was ancient and noble, supreme experts would definitely be drawn out to seize his divine blood. Yi Fan frowned. He discovered that Fan Xian's eloquence wasn't bad. She was clearly a prisoner, but now, he was slightly tempted. If you can refine the strongest constitution evolution liquid, your constitution will be tempered in all aspects. In the future, you will most likely be able to fight against the true supreme immortal physique and primitive devil physique. You might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder. Fan Xian couldn't be sure how pure Yi Fan's golden body bloodline was. In her opinion, it might be more than 10 generations later. However, this was enough. She could use the evolution liquid to completely awaken the dormant divine blood in his body. Before this, Yi Fan had already searched through part of the sea of consciousness of the baldy and the long-haired man. He believed that Fan Xian's words were true and not exaggerated. The only thing he was worried about was that the Fan family had an ancient saint. This was the most terrifying thing because it could truly threaten his life. Moreover, Several Saint battleships could only deal fatal damage to him during a decisive battle in space. Normally, he wouldn't have to worry about them at close range. You come from the outer realms and pay attention to excavating your own treasures. My ancestor might be able to help you, Fan Xian said. Yi Fan laughed dryly. It would be best if he didn't meet such a terrifying character. He had no interest in receiving any guidance. From the Baldy's Sea of Consciousness, he learned that this ancient saint was hiding in a certain part of the Sea of Stars. He was in seclusion all year round and rarely concerned himself with worldly affairs. He thought about it and felt that he could go there. That was because he had a secret treasure given to him by the Skyjade Saint. It could sense the fluctuations of ancient saints and allow him to escape in advance. Also, from the looks of things, Fan Xian sincerely hoped that he could join them. There shouldn't be any conflicts of interest in the short term because he had already searched through the immortal foundation of that incarnation. The Azure Emperor had appeared in this starry space before. The strongest evolution liquid was so miraculous that it was extremely tempting to him. Maybe he could increase his cultivation speed here. The path to immortal ascension in another world was about to open. He needed to be strong enough to face it. He felt a sense of urgency. I've only just severed my Tao. If I go there, I won't be treated as prey by those uncles of yours because of my special bloodline, right? Yi Fan spoke. He naturally concealed his strength. During the process of fighting with Fan Xian, he didn't go all out to circulate his Tao. Hence, Fan Xian didn't know that he was a cultivator who had just severed his Tao not long ago. Don't worry, no matter where you go, all the major powers would do their best to rope you in. My uncles aren't such short-sighted people. Fan Xian smiled. Yi Fan nodded, he wasn't afraid. Other than that ancient saint, if anyone else wanted to fall out with him, he believed that he could crush them all. He let go of Fan Xian's incarnation. Before letting go, he slapped her perky buttocks, causing both her main body and incarnation to cry out in alarm. They almost fought with their lives on the line. Yi Fan rubbed the bald man's shiny head, trying to get a feel while undoing the restrictions. He laughed loudly and said, "So shiny, even cleaner than a monk." After that, he pulled out a handful of the long-haired giant's chest hair and tossed it out, undoing the restrictions on the group of captives. Mother **K, this brat deserves a beating. He's too much. The bald man panted heavily. Normally, no one dared to tease his shiny head. The long-haired man was also roaring in discontent, but he didn't dare to go forward. If he did, he would probably be stabbed to death with a single finger. In the future, we'll all be on the same side. Don't have any conflicts and tolerate each other, Fan Xian said. They boarded the main battleship and began their return journey to the starry sea where the heavens were. However, at this time, a wave of fluctuations came from the distance as a colossus appeared. On the screen, it was clearly displayed that this was a powerful fleet. There were dozens of ships, and in the center was a golden battleship that emitted saint-level fluctuations. They are the plunderers from the original Demon Star Ocean. They are our enemies. Fan Xian's beautiful face changed. In this world, there were a few places with life. Among them, the main star was called Eternity, and it was located in the center. This ancient star was incomparably huge. There were a few other small life stars, Fairy Feather, Original Demon, and Divine Land. They weren't too far from the main star, Eternity. It was as if they were protecting it in the center. The plunderers from the Fairy Feather Star Ocean and the Original Demon Star Ocean often clashed. They hated each other and had fought many times over the years. Fan Xian gave the order to fly at top speed, wanting to avoid the people from the Original Demon Star Ocean. It's too late. They have a saint-level ship that can perform space jumps. This time, we're most likely dead. Fan Xian's face was snow-white. However, the Golden Saint ship didn't chase after them. Instead, there were a few warships that were thousands of Zhonglong that turned into lightning and chased after them. They didn't want to let them go. Hey, that Golden Saint ship is damaged. There are terrifying claw marks on it. How terrifying must the creature be to leave such marks? Fan Xian was shocked. They saw the condition of the Golden Saint ship through the screen. The The claw marks on it were so thick that they almost caused it to collapse. This giant beast is at least thousands of zhong long. They were attacked by an extremely powerful life form in the depths of the universe. They were lucky to return. There are a few survey ships in the fleet that are extremely damaged. This means that they went to mine. To use such a huge fleet and a saint-level flagship, they must have found a divine mine. Even though they were attacked by the giant beast, they still returned with so many ships. The losses weren't too great. This means that they might have successfully obtained the divine mine. The ships most likely have rare main materials of the same grade as the Destiny Rock. Fan Xian quickly made a series of judgments. His eyes were fervent as he said, "If we can bring back the news, it will be equivalent to making a great contribution. But, we have to get through this first." Baldy and the others were all sullen. Behind them, the 3,000 zhong long warships chased after them. They were faster than them and shot out beams of light that could pierce through them at any time. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that the Golden Saint ship was damaged and couldn't jump through space. Otherwise, they could wipe them out in a matter of seconds. The one in front is Fan Xian. It's that thorny flame immortal rose. Capture her alive for me, haha. An arrogant laughter transmitted over. Through the screen, Yi Fan and the others saw a purple-haired male. He was quite handsome, but no matter how they looked at him, he didn't seem like a good person. He was laughing at Fan Xian continuously. "It's Mo Feng from Origin Demon Star Ocean." Fan Xian's expression wasn't very good. It was clear that she had an old grudge with this person. If she was captured today, she would definitely wish she were dead. "Haha. My little Xian you better not run. Our families are well matched and both of us are plunderers. We are a perfect match." Mo Feng shouted loudly. Hong. A huge beam of light flew over and pierced through the energy barrier. Fan Family's 1,000 zhong long warship was riddled with holes and was on the verge of destruction. The 3 warships traveled at top speed and overtook them. The huge beam of light shot over again and blossomed with dazzling flames. The 1,000 zhong long warship exploded on the spot and turned into cosmic dust. "It's over. What do we do?" The Fan family members who had already rushed out were all pale. Even Fan Xian frowned. Being blocked by enemies from Origin Demon Star Ocean wouldn't have a good ending. "I'll open up a path." Fan Xian's entire body shone. A secret treasure appeared from her body and enveloped everyone, including Yi Fan. She tore open space and flew forward. "Young miss, let us go. This kind of secret treasure's power will decrease with each additional person. You should escape first and bring reinforcements. I've already sent out a call for help. I think we'll receive reinforcements soon. We just need to persevere," Fan Xian said. "There are cosmic storms in this place. It's very difficult to send a message. It most likely won't succeed." The Baldy was worried. This secret treasure tore open the void and flew over 600 li. However, it was too short in the cosmos. They were quickly discovered by several warships who locked onto them and rushed over in an instant. "We can't escape. They've sealed the void." Fan Xian clenched her teeth. Everyone's faces were ashen. It was as if they could already see the tragic ending. All of them gripped their weapons tightly and prepared to fight to the death. "Ha ha. Fan family's girl, I've been yearning for you day and night. I didn't think we'd be so fated to meet in this starry sky." Mo Feng laughed, but his face was grim. Fan Xian brought Yi Fan with her when she escaped. He felt that they could temporarily cooperate. At this moment, he took out a chessboard formation platform and prepared to cross the starry sky. "Brat, don't waste your energy. This place has been sealed. There's no way to open the star door," Longhair said in a low voice. Yi Fan ignored him. This was an ancient emperor's formation rune. Even though it was only at the entry level, it would be strange if it couldn't cross the void. "Fan lass, follow me. This time, we've gained quite a lot. We've obtained an absolute life stone. It won't be long before we can refine the most powerful precious liquid." Mo Feng laughed. He then coldly swept his gaze over the others and said, "As for them, kill them all. That brat is using an ascetic cultivation method to sacrifice the formation platform. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. He wants to escape from the sealed divine domain. Too naive. Someone's eyes shot out cold light. Kill him for me first. Leave no one alive apart from Fan Xian. Mo Feng pointed at Yi Fan. A beam of light shot out from the Thousand Zhong battleship, wanting to start the slaughter with Yi Fan. Wang. Unexpectedly, a formation rune tore apart the universe and opened a realm gate. The inside was misty and led to an unknown starry sky. Yi Fan was the first to rush in. This brat is a true god. He can tear apart the sealed space. The Baldy and the others cried out. Fan Xian disappeared in a flash. They all followed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The giant battleship shot out hundreds and thousands of beams of light that swept through the realm gate, but it couldn't stop them. Mo Feng's expression changed. Not good, they actually escaped. Hurry and change the course. Send out a message and ask for reinforcements from the Origin Devil Star Sea. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Yi Fan and the others walked out of the realm gate. They were far away from the battlefield, but compared to the coordinates of the starry sky, they didn't move very far. All right, we avoided the cosmic storm in that area. Hurry and send a message back to the clan. We might have a great harvest. Fan Xian was somewhat excited. Not long after, a giant stargate appeared. 2 purple giant battleships rushed out, followed by a huge fleet. Fan Ju from the immortal Feather Star Sea had come. He was driving the divine implement that had captured Qi Meng not long ago. In addition, there was another divine ship. Little girl, is the news you sent true? Fan Ju asked. Yes, the people from the Origin Devil Sea obtained the absolute beginning life stone. Their divine ship was damaged and can no longer jump through space, Fan Xian answered. She led Yi Fan and the others onto the giant ship that was flashing with purple light. Ha ha! That's great. In the other divine ship, the red-haired youth, Fan Ju, had an evil smile on his face. Then, he revealed a cold expression and said, Mo Feng dares to have designs on my sister. This time, your clan will not be able to bear the consequences. When we get back, I will give you a great merit. Fan Ju was 2 heads taller than ordinary people. His red hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a wolf king. The huge fleet opened another stargate and chased after Mo Feng and the others. They didn't want to let them escape because the absolute beginning lifestone was related to a lot of things. This was a rare mineral. Many generations of people couldn't find even a small piece of it. It could replace 2 main materials to refine the strongest evolution liquid. It was a rare and wondrous stone. Fan Ju, accompanied by Fan Xian, arrived in front of Yi Fan. In his eyes, mountains and rivers changed, the sun and moon fell, and the stars rotated. All kinds of terrifying scenes appeared. He was a powerful person. I heard from Fan Xian that you were the one who helped them escape and spread the news. If we get the absolute beginning life stone, we can refine it immediately. At that time, we will give you the celestial liquid that can help you increase a few levels. Yi Fan's heart was stirred. If he could really break through here and increase a few levels, would he immediately become a saint? This made him feel uneasy. Chapter 1136. In the darkness of the universe, huge battleships were flashing with silver radiance. The cold metallic luster was bone-chilling as they sailed towards a sea of stars in an orderly manner. Although this fleet looked majestic up close, it was nothing compared to the vastness of the universe. Many star regions were the same since time immemorial, and loneliness was the eternal theme. Target found. The large screen showed a fleet of battleships. In the center was a golden battleship that was several thousand meters long. It was carved with patterns of the Great Tao, simple and imposing. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Fan Ju shouted. The purple battleship he was on was the first to rush over and shoot out thousands of light beams. Attack the flagship and seize the absolute beginning life stone. Then, we can refine the strongest evolution fluid. Hope is right in front of us. Fan Ju waved his hand mercilessly and gave the final order. In this star region, all kinds of light beams shot out, and all kinds of battleships exploded. The huge ball of light turned into a dazzling light that swept across the star region. Boom! A small planet exploded, and the terrifying light drowned the star region in front. Then, an even more violent energy storm wreaked havoc. The fleet was engulfed by the flames and turned into cosmic dust. A large area became a land of death as both sides fought fiercely. Fan Ju, you've stretched your hand too far. Do you want to fight to the death with our original Demon Star Ocean? A dignified voice came from the Golden Saint Tool. Stop talking nonsense. How did you chase after my niece just now? You provoked us first. If you don't give us a divine mineral today, don't think about leaving alive. Fan Ju shouted. On the Fan Clan's side, the two Saint Tools propped up a huge light screen and blocked all the attacks. On the contrary, the enemy was not so lucky. All kinds of battleships exploded and disintegrated. The usually cold universe was now completely boiling. Endless light beams shot out, and many small planets in the surroundings were affected. They exploded one after another, forming a terrible storm. Yi Fan calmly looked at everything. Facing the attack of the Saint Tool battleships, perhaps only saints could withstand it. If he fought from a distance, he would definitely suffer a grievance. This kind of battleship was extremely powerful. Unlike other Saint Tools, it was specially prepared for long-range battles. It was the product of the perfect combination of the great Tao and technology. This was a massacre because the strength of both sides was not equal. How could a damaged Saint ship withstand the attack of two Saint Tools? Boom! There was no blood flowing, no white bone fragments flying, but it was even more cruel, because after the warship broke apart, nothing was left behind, everyone could only turn into ashes. This was a bitter battle. The people of the Origin Demon Sea suffered heavy losses. The difference in strength was too great. Lives were lost in the flames, and their souls turned to smoke. Yi Fan was speechless. This star domain wasn't inferior to the Big Dipper, and it was even crueler. All kinds of divine laws of the Great Tao flickered, and all kinds of destructive martial arts attacked and reaped lives. They killed without spilling blood. As the stars exploded and fell, the battlefield became incomparably vast. Every battleship that was destroyed would leave behind a black hole. Boom! The golden holy ship on the other side couldn't hold on any longer. It was already damaged to begin with, and now, it was even worse off. At this moment, a golden body rushed out from within. Fan Ju, I will fight you to the death. This was a golden giant that was over 10 jong tall, cast from an unknown type of divine gold. In its hands was a golden holy sword. It tore open the void, attacking in this direction. Mo Zhon, do you think I'm afraid of you? I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Fan Ju also rushed into the star domain. His body was inside a giant purple body that was over 10 jong tall, and in his hands was a purple golden spear. Without a doubt, these were all Saint Tools, supreme treasures refined from the Great Tao. They could also be considered the deities contained within the universal holy ship, and they were incomparably powerful. The two giants were covered densely in Tao marks, and resplendent divine splendor curled around them. All kinds of light beams attacking them were useless. These were Saint Tools, and a great battle unfolded between the two. Mo Zhon held the giant golden sword in his hands and hacked over. The beam of light reached tens of thousands of jong, and it was like a saint fighting. Dang! Fan Ju blocked with the purple spear in his hands. A string of bewitching divine splendor burst forth, collapsing a part of the starry sky and causing a terrifying collapse of this place. The battle between two great experts was like a battle between ancient saints. Their bodies were contained within the divine tools, and their battle prowess was raised to an extremely terrifying level. Boom! With a sweep of the golden holy sword, a star in front of it was split apart, and it turned into a giant meteor that flew in all directions. It struck 7 or 8 small battleships, and they instantly turned into flames. I heard that cultivators like you all rely on your own physical bodies to fight and don't use external tools. Is that true? The bald man moved closer to Yi Fan. That's right. True experts can catch Saint Tools with their bare hands. Yi Fan nodded. Fan Clan, you've gone mad. Just wait to suffer the wrath of the original Demon Sea. We won't rest until you're dead. The battle between the fleets continued, but the Mo clan suffered heavy losses, and a large number of experts fell. Mo Feng, you dare to have designs on my cousin. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Hand over your life. Fan Tian took action. He was definitely a black-hearted and merciless person. He used the divine tool to rampage about, and he slaughtered more than half of the plunderers in the original Demon Sea. At this moment, he stared at Mo Feng. He didn't want to fight with him, so he directly activated the holy ship. Large amounts of purple lightning interweaved, and at the same time, there was primal chaos mist mixed within. He used a great Dao weapon, directly tearing apart that giant ship that was over 1,000 zhong in length, causing it to quickly break apart. Fan Tian, your old ancestor gave you this name. It's the same as your ancestor's title, to display your bravery. Do you dare fight against me? Mo Feng shouted. He rushed into the starry sky at the crucial moment and didn't die along with the warship's disintegration. Fan Tian was extremely handsome, but when he smiled, his domineering aura overflowed into the heavens. There was a trace of cruelty as he said, I have such a great advantage. Did a donkey kick me in the head to fight against your flesh? Kai. Purple lightning interweaved in the sky. Primal chaos surged, and the great Dao attacks became more and more ferocious. The nebula chains pierced through the void, surrounding Mo Feng. Light flickered about, and divine splendor erupted in tens of thousands of streaks. All right, I admit defeat. Mo Feng was rather straightforward. If he resisted, he would undoubtedly die. He had his hands behind his back, allowing the nebula chains to land on his body, binding him firmly. Of course, he wasn't as lucky as Qi Meng. Fan Tian wouldn't show him any mercy. The light beam didn't decrease, and lightning danced about. Mo Feng's entire body was scorched black, and several dozen bones were broken. Mo Feng was rather unyielding. He didn't release a snort, allowing Fan Tian to take action and capture him. Cripple him, just leave him half dead. Brahma was very decisive, and gave such an order. Don't act rashly. I'll deal with you later. In the distance, Fan Ju spoke. His body was within the purple divine artifact, and with the war spear in hand, he pierced through that golden giant. He was also on the verge of victory. Hong. Suddenly, the enormous ship that Fan Xian, Yi Fan, and the others were on was attacked. There were experts who tore open the void and charged in. Fan Ju controlled the purple golden giant and slaughtered his way out. This holy ship lacked deities, so its defensive strength was reduced to the lowest possible level. These people successfully broke in. This holy ship was in perfect condition. These people were under Mo Zhon's orders, using secret treasures to break in and occupy it. If Mo Zhon could control the golden deity, he could immediately carry out a spatial jump, and then they could smoothly escape. This was a group of experts. After entering, they quickly attacked, killing a large group of people. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The Everlasting Kingdom truly wasn't inferior to the Big Dipper alliance. It was extremely cruel. Pu. Blood splashed everywhere. Both sides suffered heavy losses. There was actually a super powerful half-saint among them. He attacked the control room and quickly occupied it. It was obvious that he was a direct descendant of the Mo family. Destroy this ship. Fan Xian decisively gave the order. He personally took action to destroy the important systems. This was the outer shell of a divine artifact. As long as the deity within was still alive, the ship could be reconstructed. Right now, they couldn't let the enemy control it, or else it would be troublesome. Naturally, there were also many people who attacked Yi Fan. Those who could board were all experts. He protected the Baldy and the others behind him, using the mountain embracing imprint to fight. He didn't reveal his true strength, but this was already enough. Large groups of people collapsed, their bones broken and tendons torn. Blood splashed everywhere, and many people died a violent death. Hurry and stop him. Kill this brat, or else we'll let them destroy the ship. A few middle-aged men shouted. All the experts rushed over. Dao marks interweaved and secret treasures danced about as they attacked Yi Fan and Fan Xian. Battle intent surged, and the ones leading them were the three Dao Severas. Yi Fan's entire body flowed with golden light. As soon as the mountain-embracing imprint appeared, blood and flesh splashed everywhere. White bones flew in all directions, and several dozen people died in the blink of an eye. There was even a Dao Severa who had his head smashed apart by a single palm strike. "Let's retreat. That half-saint might be coming," Fan Xian said. His gaze was chilly, and he wasn't anxious at all. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve. Yi Fan brought up the rear like a golden war god. The people of the original Demon Sea didn't dare to approach. They all felt restraining fear when facing him. They felt that it would be fine as long as they were chased off the ship. Fan Universe, many thanks for giving me this undamaged holy ship. I'll express my thanks to you the next time we meet. Mo Zhon's ice-cold voice transmitted over. He immediately reversed the situation. He took another spear strike, and a large hole was pierced through the golden deity's chest. He disappeared from his original location and rushed into the purple holy ship. Now that we have the golden deity, we can carry out a spatial jump. Let's return to the original Demon Sea, the half-saint who occupied the main control room shouted, ordering everyone to move. He. Fan Zhu sneered. He didn't chase after them, nor did he stop them. He stood there with the spear in his hand. Suddenly, blazing purple light surged, and the entire warship was submerged in purple splendor. It was completely sealed and turned into a cage. Mo Zhon, do you want to borrow the way? You don't know that I also want to invite you into my trap. I've already prepared this cage for you. Fan Zhu laughed loudly, and his gaze was extremely chilly. You actually set up a trap for me. Fan Zhu, you're really something. Mo Zhon said hatefully. Hand over the absolute beginning life stone, and I guarantee that your lives will not be in danger. Otherwise, you all know my character. When the time comes, none of you can even think about living, Fan Zhu said coldly. He stood in the void of the cosmos, and he was incomparably swift and fierce. The battles elsewhere had also ended. Many warships surrounded this place, and the plunderers of the original Demon Sea were completely routed. The only remaining direct descendants were all trapped in the purple holy ship. Mo Zhon was silent for a long time, and then he said, I hope you keep your word. Don't worry, the old ancestors of our two families have a certain friendship. I also don't want them to fight to the death because of this matter. Fan Zhu laughed loudly. Mo Zhon sneered incessantly in his heart. What kind of friendship did the two old ancestors have? They were just afraid of each other and didn't really want to fight to the death. A silver-white stone flew out. It was only the size of a fist, and as soon as it appeared in the cosmos, it gathered tens of thousands of strands of primal chaos energy. It was full of powerful vitality. Chapter 1137. It really is the absolute beginning life stone. Many people from Fan family cried out in alarm, feeling incomparably moved and overwhelmed with emotions. It was entirely silvery white in color, not all that brilliant, but it became the only one in the universe, drawing everyone's attention. The life force gradually flourished, and the primal chaos aura became strong, turning this place into a primordial land. Excellent! Fan Zhu sighed in admiration. This was a divine stone, one that was comparable to the Heaven's Mandate rock. It could replace other main materials, an immortal object bestowed by the heavens to refine the most powerful divine liquid. It wasn't that large, but it could swallow stellar streams, making the entire cosmos rise and fall. There were powerful life fluctuations, as if it was breathing like a human. It was rumored that this type of stone was born in the absolute beginning era, rumored to be a product of legends. Even after searching the entire cosmos, there weren't many of them found since ancient times. The fist-sized stone was silvery white in color. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were streaks of fine patterns. These were the absolute beginning life patterns, containing the extreme secrets of life. When refining the most powerful evolutionary liquid, some rare ores would sometimes be replaced with other materials, because some main materials with divine nature couldn't be found. For example, this absolute beginning life stone, being able to find it could be considered a type of miracle. Forget about refining it, just holding it in one's bosom and slowly comprehending it would be extremely beneficial. It could allow one to gain enlightenment, understand the profound mysteries of life, use it to prolong one's life. At this moment, Yi Fan was suddenly shocked. He sensed a bit of a familiar aura. The words origin ancient mine appeared in his mind. This strange stone's aura is actually similar to origin ancient mine. He was inwardly shaken. In that instant, it was as if he experienced endless time. His eyes crossed over time, as if he could see through the sea of stars, seeing the ancient mine within the life-restricted region. Right, that place, is the absolute beginning life stone. Yi Fan thought back to the scene he saw when he entered the restricted region back then. That night, the divine mine swallowed heaven and earth, stellar streams falling, a few ancient corpses floating. In that instant, he understood a bit of origin ancient mine's mysteries. He shivered inwardly, becoming absent-minded. No matter how powerful origin demon starseas people are, there is no way they can attack origin ancient mine, Yi Fan said to himself. Ha ha! Fan Ju roared with laughter. His scarlet hair scattered about, jumping about like flames. His figure was robust and valiant, his entire being bewitching and powerful. Fan Tian, Fan Xian, and the other clansmen were all happy from the bottom of their hearts. With such a powerful divine treasure, refining the most powerful precious liquid was just around the corner. The people of Origin Demon Star Ocean were all grief-stricken. There were many dangers during this journey. They encountered a powerful life form in an ancient lair, and even the sacred ship was almost torn apart. They narrowly escaped with their lives, but the absolute beginning life stone was snatched away halfway. They were dejected and full of unwillingness. Buzz. 5 elements divine light shot out from Fan Ju's palm and sucked the absolute beginning life stone over. The starry river also fell down, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. The fist-sized divine stone throbbed like a heart, making his life force as vigorous as an ocean in an instant. Fan Ju put away the absolute beginning life stone and the galaxy disappeared. Everyone came back to their senses from the shock. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Only such a heaven-defying miraculous creature could refine the most powerful precious liquid. Fan Ju, I hope you can fulfill your promise, said Mo Zhon. Don't worry, I will keep my word. I won't harm your lives. Our 2 clans have been on good terms since ancient times, so how can I be so ruthless? Fan Ju was in a good mood. The people of Origin Demon Star Ocean despised him inwardly, but they were all expressionless. They had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves and could only face each other in silence. Return to Heavenly Hall, Fan Tian ordered. Warships flickering with cold metallic luster returned to their positions and lined up neatly. A starry gate was constructed, and there were many giant meteorites scattered around it. The enormous warships flew in an orderly manner, embarking on their return journey. Heavenly Hall, this was a small planet that originally lacked vitality and water. It was a dead star in name and in reality. However, there were ancient saints who transformed it into a pure land, opening up a small world and planting endless plants, creating a space full of vitality. This was the home of the plunderers, giving all the great powers headaches. They wanted nothing more than to raze it to the ground, but it still stood strong. The enormous fleet of warships returned, entering the sky above the small planet. Looking down from above, a magnificent mountain and river was enshrouded in a screen of light, while the other regions were withered and barren. This is a small world left behind by a great sage who passed away in meditation. It is located on this small planet, and after a bit of time, it will evolve into a star with life, said Fan Xian. Yi Fan was astonished. A small world established by a great sage could evolve into a continent full of vitality, so if an ancient great emperor created a true life star, it definitely wouldn't be a problem. There were all kinds of defenses below, and every important place was engraved with divine patterns. There were also sacred artifact-level magical artifacts between the fortresses, making this small planet seem like an impenetrable fortress. The enormous fleet returned, and after landing on the ground, many people in front of the enormous building cheered. After learning that they had intercepted the absolute beginning life stone, the entire base was in an uproar. The Heaven's Mandate Stone is a wondrous object that belongs to the Heaven's Mandate. Now that I've obtained it, it means that the heavens are standing on our side. The absolute beginning life stone is an auspicious stone formed after the creation of the world. It is engraved with the mysteries of eternal life, and it was also obtained by us. This is enough to explain everything. We need to refine the precious liquid and nurture the universe's most powerful physique. Let its radiance scatter over the eternal kingdom, and create an immortal legend. Fan Ju and the middle-aged men's voices were full of emotion, inspiring the people. Everyone's hearts were filled with hope and expectation, and they were determined to protect everything. It will only take a few months. The most powerful divine liquid will be produced, because we have an ancient method and an ancient deity's method to refine immortal pills. It can greatly shorten the time needed. This time, there will be rewards based on contributions. Those with outstanding abilities who can bring prosperity to our clan will receive generous rewards. They will be bestowed with the divine liquid. A storm swept through the pure land of heaven. Everyone longed to obtain the most powerful evolutionary liquid. Everyone knew that this type of thing was too precious, and only a few people could obtain it. As for the masses, what they could obtain might only be some diluted medicine. Even so, it was still incomparably precious, and everyone had to fight over a quota. From this day forth, the big shots of the marauders all appeared one after another, asking for a quota for their own heirs. It was because this was related to their future. Dao City was an important city of this continent. Spiritual essence was abundant, and the city's surface was covered densely in saint-level natural law patterns. It had experienced the flames of war many times, yet it still hadn't collapsed. Tall buildings stood in great numbers within the city, rising from the ground one after another. Lights flickered in the night, making this place seem like a city of dreams. In this place where traces of the great Tao appeared and holy artifacts rose and fell, this enormous city that was full of a modern city's atmosphere left Yi Fan absent-minded, as if he was in a dream. It was to the extent where he saw a few buildings that were similar to the ones on Earth. He couldn't help but recall many memories, and his footsteps couldn't help but stop. Hey, who is that youngster? He's walking together with young Miss Fan Xian, and he seems to be quite extraordinary. A drunk cultivator walked over. Yi Fan, Fan Xian, and the baldy entered a building that looked like a bar. This was a place where marauders relaxed, a drunken place after every life and death battle. Fan Xian rarely appeared in this kind of place. A group of drunk men saw her arrival, and they immediately howled like wolves as they surrounded her. Among them were a few young experts with unordinary identities. They were all heirs of the Heavenly Hall's giants. Even though they didn't do much to seize the absolute beginning life stone, they all wanted to obtain the most powerful evolutionary liquid. Young miss, I heard that Uncle Fan Ju might give this person a great reward this time. Who is he? What right does he have to use the most powerful evolutionary liquid? Someone said while exhaling the smell of alcohol. Fan Xian said, Young miss, I heard that Uncle Fan Ju might give this person a great reward this time. Who is he? What right does he have to use the most powerful evolutionary liquid? Fan Xian said, he saved me, and that's why I was able to send the news of the absolute beginning life stone to the Heavenly Hall. Moreover, he participated in this expedition and performed outstandingly, so he has the right to enjoy the evolutionary liquid. How many years has it been? The most powerful evolutionary liquid has never been successfully refined, and divine ores are rarely seen. Finally, this precious liquid is going to reappear in this world, so how can we let an outsider share it? Even with the Heaven's Mandate Rock, the absolute beginning life stone, and other rare divine objects, it was impossible to refine many immortal liquids. Rumor has it that no more than 8 people in the younger generation had the right to enjoy it, and people would break their skulls to get it. An outsider brat with no status or background had interfered, which made many people unhappy. If it wasn't for him, we most likely wouldn't have been able to obtain the absolute beginning life stone. While he was fighting, you guys were all here drinking and enjoying yourselves. What right do you have to criticize him? Fan Xian sneered. She had a tall and slender figure, and under her purple short skirt, a pair of snow-white slender legs flickered with a white luster. In the dusky hall, she appeared especially alluring. Her long red hair was bright and shiny, and her charming face was tender and moving. Her big eyes were intelligent, and she was like a queen of the night that had descended. At this moment, The corner of her mouth carried a wisp of mockery. Her pure white arms spread out, and her slender waist slightly twisted. Her belly button revealed a small patch of snow-white skin as she sat on a high chair with her long legs crossed. There was a different kind of charm to her. Not far away, a group of cultivators walked over and pushed aside a group of drunkards to make way for them. I heard that little sister Fan almost encountered danger. Fortunately, she returned safely. The person in the lead was a young man wearing a silver-white metal armor. His body flowed with a star-like brilliance, and he was surrounded by a group of people. "It's nothing, just a small battle," Fan Xian said. Her eyes flickered, and she was like a fire immortal blossoming on a moonlit night. Her appearance was peerless. "This is Cao Qing, a young master of a great power in the Eternal Kingdom. In order to pursue the young miss, he willingly came here to become a first-rank guest elder. He can mobilize a lot of manpower and money, and this time, he provided the Brahmin race with a supplementary material to refine the precious liquid," the Baldy said in a low voice, secretly introducing him to Yi Fan. Today, it could be said that no discord, no concord. Cao Qing looked very young, and his aura was extraordinary. His cultivation was profound, and he had a head of long silver hair. He was handsome and callous, and for ordinary women, he was extremely attractive. "That's good. This time, I brought a supplementary material from my race. Even though it isn't a rare divine material, the Brahmin race might have some use for it." Cao Qing didn't look at anyone else. He only had eyes for Fan Xian, completely ignoring Yi Fan, the Baldy, and the others. His callous face was full of confidence. "Oh!" Fan Xian was surprised. "I'll take you to see it," Cao Qing said. "All right." Fan Xian's smile could topple cities. She uncrossed her beautiful white legs and left with him. She told the Baldy that he would accompany Yi Fan to familiarize himself with this great city. Under the dim light, a group of people had unkind expressions as they stared at Yi Fan. However, because of Fan Xian's words just now, no one dared to provoke or find fault with him. Peng! Suddenly, the giant door of the building collapsed. It was 10 zhong tall and made of mixed divine metal, but it was broken by a single stomp. Each piece was as tall as a person and half a meter thick, and they all flew towards Yi Fan. "A lowly outsider brat wants to seize a spot. Scram back to where you came from." A tall figure flew in through the air. His black hair scattered behind him, and his eyes were silver gray. He was extremely callous, and he looked down from above as his foot stepped towards Yi Fan's skull. Chapter 1138. The one who arrived was 2 heads taller than an ordinary person. His figure was imposing, and he had a pair of silver eyes that were chilly and callous. He flew through the air, and with a single step, he stepped towards Yi Fan's head. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, making many people's expressions change. They couldn't help but back up. "Xian Mo, what are you doing?" The Baldy shouted loudly. Even though he had clashed with Yi Fan before, they had already reconciled, so he didn't just watch from the sidelines. "How am I, Xian Mo? Doing things is not something you can question. Get lost." The corners of Xian Mo's mouth were sinister. The instant his foot stepped towards Yi Fan's skull, he also reached out a large hand to slap towards the Baldy's mouth. His aura was extremely domineering. His body was tall and sturdy, not placing anyone in his eyes. Life and death were all decided by a single thought. "You." The Baldy's expression changed. He was deeply aware of how terrifying the silver-eyed male was. He was far from being the other party's opponent. Strong winds blew over, making his entire face feel as if it was scraped by blades. In that instant, he was almost slapped flying outwards. The silver-eyed tall male had a sinister smile on his face. He leapt into the air and attacked the 2 of them at the same time. Yi Fan was indifferent. He watched as that large foot trampled towards him. With a peng sound, he reached out his right hand, and with lightning speed, he grabbed that foot and stopped it in midair. The silver-eyed male's hand was originally about to slap the Baldy's face, but it was forcibly stopped. His body was pulled back, and a look of pain appeared on his face. His right foot was in extreme pain, as if someone was gouging out his bone marrow with an iron blade. He couldn't take half a step forward, and even his cultivation was restricted. "Outsider brat, You. His expression was sinister. He released a great roar, and then the entire building rumbled and trembled violently. Yi Fan's face was expressionless. He grabbed his right foot, and then forcefully swung it, fiercely smashing it into the ground. An enormous figure was smashed into the ground within an expanse of smoke and dust. The diamond stone floor was originally harder than fine iron, but right now, there were cracks everywhere. This was especially the case when a human figure appeared at the center. Yi Fan directly smashed him into the ground. Ah! Angry roars, wrath, and berserk erupted from underground at the same time. Yi Fan stood at the edge of the human-shaped pit and looked down. His expression was cold and indifferent, without any emotions. The silver-eyed man, Xian Mo, shook with all his might. This piece of diamond rock collapsed. He was prepared to rush up, but as soon as he stuck his head out, what awaited him was a huge foot. Bang! Yi Fan stomped down and landed on his face, leaving behind a shoe print. His mouth and nose were sealed, and the howling stopped. Xian Mo was furious. A large foot covered his face just like that, like a dark cloud, causing his nose to spurt blood and his teeth to fall out. He wanted to scream, but the sole of the foot sealed his voice. He had wanted to stomp on the top of Yi Fan's head and crush him to the ground, but now it was the other way around. Yi Fan's foot was on his face. Xian Mo's hair stood up in anger. His mouth and nose were sealed, and his face was in intense pain. Snot and tears flowed down. He was stomped back into the human-shaped pit by Yi Fan's foot. The people at the side were all stunned. Xian Mo was tyrannical during the day. He was very famous in the Pure Lands of Heaven, and there weren't many in the younger generation who dared to provoke him. But now, he was captured by someone with a raise of his hand, and a large foot was fiercely smashing into his face. This was strange news, and the group of people were all stunned. This is Xian Mo. He severed his Tao a month ago. The person who can suppress him like this must at least be someone who stands on the second small step of the Tao severing realm, right? Someone said softly. A trace of reverence suddenly arose for Yi Fan. Originally, the people here didn't take him seriously, but now they were very afraid. Brat! Xian Mo shouted as he climbed out of the pit. His expression was fierce, and he wanted to rush up. His face was full of killing intent and coldness. Yi Fan still didn't say a word. He stood at the edge of the pit and only raised a foot. He didn't step on anything else, and only stepped towards his face. Xian Mo's face was full of blood, and his forehead seemed to have been stamped with a large stamp. He directly fell down with his head raised, and the word brat was choked back. This became a vicious cycle. As soon as the silver-eyed man's head popped out, Yi Fan directly stomped down, causing his face to blossom. He fell into the human-shaped pit, and there was no chance for him to come out. Yi Fan didn't deal a fatal blow, and he was giving him a taste of his own medicine. He didn't touch anything else, and just stepped on his head so that he couldn't crawl back up. For a youngster who had a place in the Pure Lands of Heaven and was ranked in the top 8, to be treated like this was naturally a great humiliation. His silver eyes were bloodshot, and they became bloodshot. Xian Mo severed his Tao and was ranked in the top 8, but he couldn't do anything. This person called Yi Fan is really powerful. Even Xian Mo can't do anything. Many people whispered, and the drunk people also sobered up. When they thought of their impudence not long ago, they broke out in a cold sweat. So this person was actually so terrifying. Brother Yi, that's enough. The bald man came forward and said in a low voice, reminding Yi Fan that the young experts in heaven all had some background. There was no need to talk about Cao Qing, who had left. His strength was outstanding, and wherever he went, he was like the moon surrounded by stars. He was the center of attention, and Xian Mo also had a large group of subordinates. At this moment, the silver-eyed man had long since lost a trace of strength. He was lying in the human-shaped pit, and the bones in his face were broken beyond recognition. His forehead was even more so broken into more than 30 pieces, and the skin on his face was twitching in pain. Yi Fan finally spoke. He stood at the edge of the pit and looked down. I don't like to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. I have no grievances with you in the past, but you came up and humiliated me, stepping on my skull. If you don't come over and apologize to me, don't even think about leaving today." Everyone revealed strange expressions. This person really wasn't someone to be trifled with. He trampled on the person until he became stupid. He was at the bottom of the pit and didn't even know how to climb up. It wasn't over yet. "Xian Mo, why aren't you coming over and apologizing?" the bald man shouted. The silver-eyed man seemed to have recovered a bit. A vicious glint gradually appeared in his eyes, and then he suddenly roared angrily, "Who do you think you are? You dare speak to me like this? That outsider brat, I'm not finished with him." Then, he struggled to stand up and reached out a hand to slap the bald man's face. He was bossy, and it was as if he didn't place the bald man in his eyes at all. Yi Fan took a step forward and directly slapped down. Golden blood energy flowed, and like a great millstone, it slapped him over. All of the bones in his body were broken into 700 to 800 pieces. "Ah!" Xian Mo cried out loudly. This time, the expression in his eyes became completely unfocused, and his consciousness became unclear. He cried and threw a tantrum. In the end, someone supported him up. His speech was unclear, and in a daze, he apologized to Yi Fan. Only then did the disturbance pass. Afterwards, many people heard his angry roar. He had lost all of his face. He was stepped on until he became stupid for more than 2 hours, becoming a complete laughingstock. Hong. In the distance, a sacred mountain shrouded in spiritual essence. It turned into millions and millions of strands of multicolored light that rushed into the heavens. Everyone was shaken. The great sage's ancient furnace was opened, and it was currently refining the most powerful evolutionary liquid. A tremendous opportunity was waiting for a few people. During this half-month, it was unknown just how many people were anxiously waiting, hoping for the immortal liquid to be formed. They hoped that they could make a great breakthrough and awaken the most powerful blood. Yi Fan calmly waited. During this period of time, no one came looking for trouble. Stepping on Xian Mo was already enough, making others feel restraining fear, not daring to provoke him. Medicine Refinement Mountain was located several dozen li outside of Dao City. Multicolored light shone in all directions during the day. All types of spiritual essence flowed about, making the ancient trees and grass that covered the mountains and plains flourish several dozen times. Every day, the ancient furnace on the sacred mountain would rumble. It would be surrounded by millions and millions of strands of immortal light. This was an ancient method to refine evolutionary liquid, increasing the speed by many times. It was rumored that this was an ancient method of refining immortal pills. It was obtained by several great powers in Eternal Kingdom, and when used to refine evolutionary liquid, it also had great benefits. Hong. 2 months later, Medicine Refinement Mountain trembled greatly. The sacred furnace rose and fell, releasing light that was even more dazzling than the sun. A corner of the furnace lid was lifted with a quang-dang sound. In that instant, the entire mountain was surrounded by immortal energy, creating a hazy expanse. A wave of faint fragrance wafted out, rising gracefully. Not even the barrier of light could stop it. Success. So fast, it really is a miracle. The foot of the mountain was packed with people. Everyone was looking forward to it, their hearts stirred to the extreme. They stared rigidly at the mountain. Quang. Unfortunately, after a loud tremble, the furnace lid closed again, closing tightly. The immortal energy that rose in spirals disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but feel disappointed, but they didn't leave. Everyone knew that the day wasn't far off. The most powerful evolutionary liquid was about to be successfully refined. In the following month, the sacred mountain was completely covered in mist. It swallowed multicolored light and released brilliance. All types of irregular scenes appeared. Within the immortal clouds, a sacred furnace rose and fell. There were all types of flowers, birds, fish, bugs, birds, and beasts engraved on its surface. It guided the underground dragon vein flames into the bottom of the furnace. Streak after streak of strange Tao patterns continuously flickered on the bronze furnace. In the end, several true dragons broke through the bronze walls and flew out. Several killins also struggled free, surrounding the furnace and spitting out heavenly flames, refining the ancient divine furnace together. Immortal mists drifted about. It's about to succeed. The furnace might be opened soon. From that day forth, a sea of people gathered at the foot of Medicine Refinement Mountain. They all raised their heads to watch, quietly waiting for the furnace to open. The immortal liquid was about to appear. A clear and cold cry sounded. Several fiery red divine birds appeared, dancing around the sacred furnace and spitting out streak after streak of scarlet flames to refine this furnace. Ow-ho! Less than 5 days later, 3 white tigers jumped out from the bronze furnace. They surrounded the furnace and roared, spitting out strand after strand of white tiger true flame, making the ancient furnace even more sparkling and translucent. One could even see the heaven's mandate rock and absolute beginning life stone changing inside, smelting together. A bit of liquid was produced between the cracks of the rocks, slowly flowing out. It really is about to succeed. Heaven and earth irregular scenes are appearing, true dragons, flame phoenixes, white tigers, killins, and all types of auspicious beasts are appearing. The heaven-bestowed immortal liquid is about to be refined successfully. Forget about the youngsters, even a few calm giants couldn't sit still. They personally arrived at the scene, excitedly waiting. Hong. In the end, a human-shaped multicolored head appeared through the bronze furnace wall. A silvery white little person carried the absolute beginning energy, containing the heaven's mandate divine light. It spat out the old and took in the new, refining the ancient furnace together. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at that place without blinking. The entire great sage furnace was like a 9-colored divine glass, bright and glistening, almost transparent. 10 million streaks of multicolored light shot out, the scene inside visible. The heaven's mandate rock, meteorite withered vine heart, absolute beginning lifestone, and other main materials were smelted together. Between those pores, a mysterious liquid gushed out, dripping out. Kwong dang! Half a month later, a cold and drawn-out metallic sound rang through the air. The bronze furnace lid flew up, and the true dragon, flame phoenix, white tiger, Cheline, and the silvery white little person all disappeared into the furnace. At the same time, immortal energy flowed out like water, a sweet fragrance wafting in all directions. The base of Medicine Refinement Mountain was boiling. The ancient furnace on the mountain seemed to have a life of its own, taking in and spitting out the essence of heaven and earth, as if it was breathing. The most powerful immortal liquid contained within was trembling. Success! The most powerful evolutionary liquid has been completed. Haha, I can finally break through. After obtaining its baptism, my bloodline will be revived, and my constitution will become unprecedentedly powerful. Everyone was shouting, each and every one of them was excited to the point of no return. Worthy of being the ancient method of refining immortal pills used by the ancient deities. The precious liquid was extracted in such a short amount of time, and the fragrance filled the air, making the medicinal effects much stronger. Fan Ju came, like a heavenly wolf. His eyes flickered with demonic radiance as he swept his eyes over everyone, secretly warning them. Fan Xian was also here, her white and tender body slender and elegant. Her eyes were moving about, and her heart was full of expectation. Cao Qing stood not too far away, his silver hair falling down like a waterfall. His cold face also revealed ripples as he was surrounded by a group of experts from his family. Yi Fan's heart was not calm either. He was looking forward to obtaining the most powerful evolutionary liquid. What realm would he be able to break through to? Would he be able to become a saint? Chapter 1139. Immortal energy spread out from Alchemy Mountain. That saint furnace rose and fell at the peak of the mountain. Multicolored clouds rose and fell, creating a magnificent scene. In the blink of an eye, the vegetation on the entire mountain became several dozen times more luxuriant. The strange rocks on the Pill Cliff shone with tens of thousands of strands of auspicious light. It was like immortal water, giving off a clear and crystalline feeling. The most powerful constitution evolution fluid had been refined. The furnace lid had long been opened, and the immortal liquid within the bronze saint furnace gurgled. A sweet fragrance wafted in all directions, filling the entire Alchemy Mountain with a fragrance. This was different from the divine liquid extracted by the purple-eyed woman and the others outside Undying Mountain that Yi Fan encountered. The fragrance was much stronger, because this was refined according to the method of refining pills. A few cyan true dragons were coiling around inside the furnace. Then, a few fiery red divine birds spread their wings on the heaven's mandate rock, and a few white tigers leaped up. Within the saint furnace, dragon cries, phoenix cries, tiger roars, Kirin roars, and other such sounds rang out one after another. Several types of immortal beasts gushed out with multicolored light, raising their heads high above the divine ores that had been smelted together. It was only after a long time that they disappeared. A few giants from the heavenly halls rose into the air, immediately appearing at the peak of Medicine Refinement Mountain. At the same time, several holy artifacts appeared, protecting this place. Great Tao traces hung down from saint-level warships, divine chains of order submerging this place. They could not afford to be careless. In the past 2 months, they had been in constant conflict with the Fairy Feather Clan and the Mo Clan of the original Demon Sea. If they hadn't come to an agreement in private, the storm would have died down, and a terrifying battle would have taken place. Even so, the Brahmin race didn't dare to lower their guard. Now that the evolution liquid had just been formed, if it was stolen by someone else, then it would truly be a waste of effort. Boom! Suddenly, holy artifact fluctuations transmitted from outer space. Something really did happen. There were enormous holy ships that attacked one after another, stopping in outer space. This small planet wasn't large. The pure land of heaven was only a continent that was covered by a barrier of light. The experts inside could sense that an exceptional great danger was about to descend. Yi Fan's spiritual sense was very sensitive. Other than the ancient sages, no one could claim to be number 1 in this place if they claimed to be number 2. A layer of small bumps appeared all over his body, and his fine hair stood on end. He felt as if he was being stared at by an archaic vicious beast, and a terrifying premonition of death emerged. Oh no, this is bad. Yi Fan was inwardly anxious. He didn't know how many saint artifact warships had arrived from outer space, and perhaps even ancient saints had descended. Now that the pill furnace was opened, they were going to take action against the heavens. This was a small planet, and it wasn't very big. If the Brahmin race couldn't defend it, it would be easily destroyed by the saint-class battleship. The entire planet would explode, and when that happened, all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. Most likely, only a few people would survive. He was in the hopeless whirlpool, and it was possible that he would suffer a great calamity. The saint artifact flying ship's light beam of great Tao might bury him, and it would be very difficult for him to escape. Alchemy Mountain had been relatively peaceful these days. Only on the day of the completion of the pill and the opening of the cauldron did a great enemy come to attack. Their goal was clear, and it was obvious that they had come for the strongest evolutionary fluid. Fan Ju and some other masters shouted out loud. They entered the Saint Artifact warship and rushed towards the outer realms. During this process, the floating Saint Furnace was undoubtedly the most important item. It was put away as soon as possible. Alchemy Mountain was in chaos. Everyone learned that the immortal Feather Clan and the Mo Clan of the original Demon Star Ocean had come to attack. They didn't come with good intentions, and today, the heavens would face a great calamity. In the outer realms, battleships were densely packed, forming a black mass that covered the entire ancient planet. Battleships flickering with an ice-cold metallic luster aimed all kinds of great Tao weapons and scientific martial arts downwards. Boom! The battle in the outer realms caused the pure land of the heavens to tremble. The entire small planet was under attack. All kinds of symbols carved by the saints flickered together and covered the sky, temporarily blocking all the attacks. However, it was hard to say whether they could defend until the end. The immortal Feather Clan and the Mo Clan had come in a torrential manner, and they had mobilized almost all of their Saint-class battleships. Moreover, their ancestors seemed to have arrived as well. Many people in the Pure Land had snow-white faces, and they didn't know if they could safely get through this. The heavens had offended 2 superpowers, and this time, the most powerful evolutionary fluid had been successfully refined. Only then did the great enemy start to truly cause trouble. Boom! In the distance, a huge light beam shot down, and the land there immediately turned into ashes. The ground caved in, revealing a boundless black hole. This was an attack from a divine tool, and it brought about terrifying consequences. What happened next was even more intense. Even though the Holy Land was enveloped by all kinds of great Tao symbols, it couldn't completely block it. Tens of thousands of beams of divine light shot down. If it wasn't for the protection of the ancient Great Sage's formation, this small planet would have been destroyed many times over. Suddenly, a human figure streaked across the starry domain. He was faster than all of the divine toolships, and a huge wave swept out, almost destroying the outer realms on the spot. While they were still far away, he stretched out a large hand and covered an entire small planet beneath him. It was boundlessly terrifying. Within the heavens, many powerful cultivators were terrified out of their wits. They were so scared that they almost fainted. What kind of concept was this? A large green hand covered the sky and covered the earth. It enveloped this ancient planet and was about to smash it into pieces. The scene was terrifying and boundless. It was as if a deity had awakened. This was the destruction of the world and the destruction of all living creatures. In the outer realms, many battleships suspended outside the small planet fell one after another. They were sent flying by a powerful fluctuation, and it was difficult for them to resist for even a moment. They were simply powerless to resist. If they rushed up, they would definitely be crushed into powder. Even Saint-level warships couldn't display too much of an effect. It was because this was the old ancestor of the origin demon Starcy taking action. He was a true exceptional expert. Peng. At this moment of life and death, in another starry domain, a large black hand quickly streaked across the starry sky. It was as if a divine chain was attacking. It cut off the path ahead, blocking the large green hand, colliding with it, blocking the way forward. This place immediately collapsed, turning into a boundless black hole and abyss. This part of the cosmos seemed to have suffered a great destruction, and the destruction was beyond recognition. The small planet was grabbed by the large black hand, and it was unknown how far it moved. The coordinates of the starry sky were actually changed. Yi Fan was shaken. Was this the method of an ancient saint? Even if this was a small planet, an ordinary ancestral saint shouldn't be able to do this. It's the ancient saint war treasure body. Someone cried out in alarm. Then, they began to tremble. Those who hadn't reached the saint level could control saint-level warships. Similarly, ancient saints also had powerful and terrifying weapons at their disposal. They were the combination of great Tao runes and technology. The so-called ancient saint war treasure body was a kind of powerful metal warrior. It was engraved with all kinds of runes and divine chains of Tao laws. When a saint entered it, its power would increase by many times. This kind of mecha weapon could allow an ancient saint's power to reach a shocking level. This was also the reason why Eternal Kingdom was aloof and considered to be the highest race. In this starry domain, the Tao executioners had saint warships that could display the battle power of a saint. They were invincible in the cold and vast universe, and they killed all who stood in their way. It was precisely because of this that these people had the possibility of fighting above their level. They were extremely terrifying. When traveling in the boundless starry domain, even if they encountered terrifying opponents, they wouldn't be afraid. Plucking stars and capturing moons, moving stars and filling up the sea, all of this happened before his eyes. Yi Fan naturally sighed. He didn't dare to underestimate Eternal Kingdom anymore, and he became even more cautious and attentive. He had originally wanted to take out the chessboard matrix, but now he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Since an ancient saint had appeared, there would definitely be a dialogue at the peak. There was no need to fight to the death. Boom! Suddenly, in another part of the starry domain, a large purple hand reached out and covered this small planet, wanting to grab it. The pitch-black hand attacked again, colliding with it. The starry domain collapsed, and all kinds of complicated and mysterious strange phenomena appeared. The rumbling was deafening. In the end, a few old voices traveled over, as if they came from ancient times. They were communicating. Unfortunately, the people in the pure land of heaven couldn't hear them. They quickly entered the depths of the universe, not wanting others to hear them. No one knew what they were talking about. Not long after, all the warships that had surrounded this starry domain retreated, and not a single one stayed. The Mohist clan, the deity Feather clan, and the Brahmin clan of the Origin Demon Star Ocean came to a compromise and reached an agreement. In the end, a great war was avoided. The commotion died down, and not long after, news came. Originally, it was said that the younger generation would have 8 people, or at most 12 people, who would enjoy the strongest evolution liquid. Now, there were only 4 people, which was a sharp decrease. Everyone's hearts sank. They knew that the people of the Deity Feather Clan and the Origin Demon Star Ocean had set out conditions to get a share of the spoils. In the pure land of heaven, the big shots all frowned and moved out one after another to fight for their children. They wanted to obtain a spot because it was possible for them to have a glorious life and reach the peak. In the following 3 days, those who had the ability ran around everywhere. They all wanted their children to have a good future. As for the big shots, there was no need to talk about them. They would definitely have a share. The most important thing was to increase their own strength. 2 days later, news spread that Fan Tian, Fan Xian, Fan Jiyu, and Fan Meng of the younger generation had obtained the qualifications. The other young experts all turned pale. They were incomparably disappointed, and their hearts were ice cold. "Young master, you brought 2 types of supplementary divine materials from the clan, but you are not on the list. The Brahmin clan is too excessive." In a courtyard, an old servant's eyes burst with light, and he was full of anger. "No matter, let's wait a bit longer." Cao Qing smiled indifferently, not showing any signs of impatience. An hour later, a mysterious person entered their courtyard. It was an important person from the Brahmin clan. He secretly told them that a spot would be given to Cao Qing. Until he left, Cao Qing was still very calm. The old servant's expression softened, and he said, "The Brahmin clan did not disappoint." In the depths of the pure land of heaven, Fan Xian was arguing with her clansmen. Regardless of whether it was the 4 spots on the surface or the 1 or 2 spots in the dark, Yi Fan was not included. The strongest liquid evolution had nothing to do with him. "Cousin, he is just an outsider. Why are you so stubborn? Even the core disciples of our clan cannot enjoy this kind of thing." "Who does he think he is?" a young man from the Brahmin clan said coldly. "That's right. If we nurture our clan's experts, we might be able to completely activate the strongest bloodline and let the Brahma battle physique reappear in the world. This is a priceless treasure. So what if we get the absolute beginning life stone because of him? Just give him some other compensation," another person said. "Do you know what kind of physique he has?" Fan Xian was slender and elegant. She was a bit taller than the average man, and her figure was indescribably beautiful. Her eyes flickered as she said, "He might have the legendary indestructible golden body, one of the strongest physiques in the universe. Moreover, his bloodline has only flowed for a dozen or so generations. If such a person's bloodline fully recovered, can you imagine? Our clan will have another super expert with boundless potential. If he becomes a saint, who wouldn't be afraid of him? As far as I know, our star field might have given birth to a few extremely terrifying physiques. If we can get him, we will be able to rival them." "What? He has the indestructible golden body bloodline?" The group was astonished. "All right, give him a spot." Fan Ju didn't say much until now. 2 beams of resplendent light shot out from his eyes as he looked around like a hawk. An hour later, a figure appeared in Yi Fan's courtyard. He solemnly handed him a purple gourd that contained the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. "Keep it well. Many eyes are looking at you, and many of them aren't convinced. They want to know what level you can evolve to. Don't disappoint us." Unexpectedly, it was Fan Ju. He had personally come here and handed him the precious fluid. When the courtyard quieted down, Yi Fan stared at the divine fluid in his hand and then looked up at the cosmos. He didn't know what level he could evolve to, but he was quite excited and expectant. Chapter 1140. A cool breeze caressed his face, causing the bamboo forest in the courtyard to rustle. The sky was about to turn dark as fiery clouds scattered down. The afterglow dyed the grass and roofs red. This place was very peaceful and harmonious. Yi Fan pulled out the cork of the purple gourd. Immediately, a sweet fragrance overflowed and filled the entire garden. Immortal energy flowed like smoke and clouds, intoxicating both physically and mentally. He quickly confirmed that this liquid was much stronger than the one he had seized from the purple-eyed lady. The liquid was sparkling and fragrant, giving people the illusion that they were about to ascend to immortality, as expected of an ancient refining method used by the ancient deities. It only took a few months to achieve this. Ordinary people needed to prepare meticulously before using the liquid, allowing their body and spirit to reach their peak state. Then, they would have to concentrate and guard their Tao heart. Otherwise, there might be a big problem. This preparation process couldn't be sloppy and there couldn't be a single mistake. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be wasted and the divine liquid would be wasted. However, Yi Fan didn't have so many concerns. He was different from the people of Eternal Kingdom. He focused on excavating the corporeal treasures and nurturing the primordial spirit. He rarely relied on external tools and could do it at any time. As expected of a divine mineral refined from the destiny rock, meteorite withered vine heart, an absolute beginning life stone. Now that it has been refined, the divine effect is astonishing. After midnight, the entire garden was extremely quiet. Only the watery moonlight sprinkled down, causing wisps of white smoke to rise from the bamboo garden. It looked graceful and mysterious. Yi Fan poured a bit of the divine liquid into his palm. It immediately turned into a clear stream of energy that revolved around his body and entered his pores. It made his flesh tremble and thunder rumble as if he was doing a special type of physical training. This was only his first experience and an experiment. He felt that the effect was extraordinary and needed to treat it seriously and cautiously. A jade pond had already been prepared in the courtyard. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the middle and took out the purple gourd. He was ready to pour all of the liquid into the pond to refine it. The purple gourd didn't look big. It was only half a foot long and was produced by a spirit vine. However, it actually contained a lot of divine liquid and was engraved with the spatial laws. It could fill up half of the jade pond. The destiny rock, the meteorite withered vine heart, and the others had their active components dissolved. The liquid was the spirit energy of heaven and earth, while the real essence was the supreme essence contained in the grand beginning life stone. If it's miraculous for me and I can break through to the next level, Eternal Kingdom will be my land of enlightenment, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Suddenly, a strange and cold laughter came. The bright moon in the sky was blocked by a black cloud, and the courtyard instantly became cold. The white moonlight disappeared, and the pure and holy aura disappeared without a trace. The bamboo forest was serene and dark, and it was pitch black. Someone had used great magical power to seal the bamboo garden, and a cold killing intent pervaded the air. In the darkness, a silvery white figure appeared, especially bright and eye-catching in the black fog. In the entire dark garden, only he was bright. This was an elder with a goatee and silver pupils. His body was shriveled like an old tree branch that had gained intelligence. Although he looked short and withered, he was full of vigor, especially his eyes, which were like two lanterns, making it hard for people to look at him directly. On his body was a silver metal armor, which was shiny and dazzling in the dark. "Who are you, and why have you barged into my residence?" Yi Fan asked in a deep voice. He stared at the person, kept the purple gourd, and did not pour out the evolution fluid. "Not bad, young man. Your cultivation is not shallow. Not just the fairy Featherstar Ocean, but even Eternal Kingdom might have a place for you in the future." Divine light flowed in his silver pupils, and he was calm. He walked to the stone table and chairs in the garden and sat down. In this bamboo garden, he was like the owner, and Yi Fan was an outsider. His voice was penetrating, and it rang like a bronze bell. He said, "Kneel over here. I appreciate talent, and I will show you a bright path." Yi Fan's expression turned cold. He stared at him indifferently, and did not say anything. The atmosphere in the bamboo garden suddenly became strange. "Why? You don't believe my words," the silver-eyed elder said plainly. He poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. "What's your relationship with Xian Mo?" Yi Fan asked. "He is my grandnephew." The elder put down the teacup and tapped his fingers on the stone table, making a rhythmic sound. "No wonder. You want to stand up for him?" Yi Fan said coldly. Xian Mo provoked him, wanting to step on his head and attack him. He did not expect to be abused. He was smashed into the ground by Yi Fan, and his cheekbones and frontal bones were all broken by Yi Fan's foot. Young man, being in the limelight is easy to suffer, and it is even easier to die early. The so-called geniuses all die early, or rather, are killed by others, the silver-eyed elder said indifferently. So you are a piece of trash, and that is why you are still alive? Yi Fan said. Brat, your mouth is quite unforgiving. This kind of person dies the fastest. I don't think you will see the sun tomorrow morning, the elder said gloomily. Yi Fan did not say anything. Instead, he suddenly moved, turning into a streak of lightning as he charged at the elder. He felt a type of danger, and he did not want the other party to attack first. He wanted to take the initiative to kill first. His entire body flew over, and his hands pressed forward as if a golden heavenly monument was pressing down. The silver-eyed elder's expression changed. The silver-white metal armor shone and quickly enlarged, turning into a small silver giant that was several jong tall. Dang! Yi Fan's palm collided with the alloy body, leaving behind 2 shallow palm imprints. An ear-piercing sound rang out, but it was not destroyed. He couldn't help but fall back. His eyes shone brilliantly as he shot out 2 beams of light that were over 10 jong long, staring at the metal armor. What a powerful body, exceeding my imagination. I almost underestimated you, but your struggle is futile. There is no hope, the silver-eyed elder said in shock. The silver-white metal man released strand after strand of holy artifact fluctuations. It was incomparably terrifying. It began to fully recover. This was a Saint Mecha. It wasn't that large, and it wasn't as terrifying as the holy ship either. However, it had entered the ranks of the holy word, so it was extremely terrifying when used in combat. There weren't many of these holy artifacts, and they were difficult to refine. Even great powers didn't have many, and only important figures could control them. Heh, Yi Fan, weren't you arrogant? Let's see how you escape this disaster today. Xian Mo's voice sounded from the distance, revealing a bone-deep hatred. It was clear that he came for revenge. He invited his great-uncle over, and if he wasn't a saint, who could stop him with their flesh? While operating a Saint Mecha, he could fight against exceptional experts. Anyone would shiver in fear. He towered in the distance, his face carrying a bone-deep coldness. He suffered greatly not long ago, and today, he was going to pay it back. Youngster, hand over the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid in your hands, and I'll give you a dignified death. The elder's voice sounded from within the silver-white mecha. Xian Mo sneered cruelly from the distance, saying, You obtained a quota, so you want to break through tonight? I am precisely going to interrupt you at this crucial moment, seize your divine liquid, make you watch helplessly without being able to do anything about it. He was well versed in the way of torturing others. If it was a normal person, having the precious liquid seized at this crucial moment, they would definitely go mad from anger. The silver-pupiled elder and Xian Mo couldn't be said to be anything but vicious. They wanted Yi Fan to feel stifled and remorseful, and then die in despair. That was why they attacked after midnight. You all think you've already eaten me? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. No one can save you. This garden has been sealed, and unless I die, no one in the outside world will know what happened. Youngster, I'll send you on your way, the silver-pupiled elder said. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Xian Mo laughed arrogantly, and then coldly said, Outsider brat, the time for your head has arrived. Not long ago, you made me suffer endless humiliation, and I can't even raise my head. Today, I will return it 100 times over. I will refine your skull into an exquisite ring and wear it on my finger as a spoil of war. The silver-pupiled elder didn't seem to want to cause too much of a disturbance, and so he directly threw himself over murderously. Even though the mecha was several jong tall, it was extremely agile, and in its hands was a large silver sword. Just now, this mecha didn't revive. Now, you can try again. He adopted close combat. In this world, if one wasn't at the saint level, no one could resist this soldier. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was the fluctuation of a saint level, and a true saint tool had revived. The silver sword was exceptionally sharp, and there were tens of thousands of traces of the great Tao on it, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. Moreover, this elder was a king-level expert himself, close to the half-saint level. He operated this saint tool mecha with ease, and his control of power was perfect. He didn't waste any divine power at all, and the boundless traces of the great Tao and sword Qi all rained down on Yi Fan. Yi Fan was very straightforward. His true body entered the stone body, and a black holy arrow hung above his head. He held the other in his left hand for double protection, and at the same time, his right hand carried the seemingly broken green cauldron. He turned into a bolt of lightning and crashed into the silver mecha. Clang! The green copper cauldron smashed into the silver sword. Even though there were no fluctuations on the cauldron, and there were no traces of the great Tao on it, it still broke the sword in half. Boom! Moreover, the green cauldron's momentum didn't change. It was swung by Yi Fan, and like a beam of green light, it struck the chest of the silver-white metal mecha, piercing through on the spot. Yi Fan didn't show mercy after gaining the upper hand, and he didn't have many chances. If the two of them pulled apart, the other party could use this mecha to display the magic power of a saint. If others were to be alarmed, it would be a great disaster for him. He had to seize this rare opportunity to kill him. It could be said that at first, both sides didn't want to cause too much of a commotion and fought with all their strength. They both wanted to finish the battle in the shortest time possible, and they both relied on their sturdy saint bodies. But now, it was too late for the silver-eyed elder to regret. This was a monster. He didn't have any saint-level magic power, but he had a saint-level body. Moreover, the green cauldron in his hand was too terrifying, and it smashed his saint mecha into pieces. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out incessantly. Yi Fan attacked repeatedly, and all of them hit the vitals, causing large holes to appear all over his body. These days, he had thoroughly studied the holy ships, mecha, and so on, and he knew where their weaknesses were concentrated. Catcher! Sparks flew everywhere, and many traces of the silver-white mecha's great path were destroyed. Its body's luster dimmed a lot, and the silver-eyed elder's expression changed. The change was too fast. He had never thought that a Tao Slayer could break through a saint tool. Your indestructible golden body, the bloodline has completely recovered, and it has become one of the strongest constitutions, he couldn't help but shout. In the past, only the primitive devil body, Brahma battle body, and supreme immortal body could break through saint tools with their bare hands. The person in front of him had such power before becoming a saint, so he was definitely not from the 10th generation. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, Yi Fan held the green cauldron in his hand and smashed half of the mecha's body. All kinds of Tao patterns and sparks flew everywhere, and wisps of white smoke rose up. The silver-eyed elder was so regretful that he wanted to kill himself. He had been too careless. A precious saint tool mecha had been destroyed just like that. The losses were immeasurable. But now was not the time to hesitate. Saving his life was the most important. He rushed out of the mecha and tore open the void, wanting to escape. However, how could Yi Fan give him the chance? This person had come to bully him, and now that he had exposed the green cauldron, he would definitely kill him. Bang! He used the line formula and turned into a beam of light. He arrived in an instant and grabbed the elder. The silver-eyed elder was shocked. He was a great success king tier, but he was grabbed like a little chick, and he couldn't struggle free. Young man, if you have something to say, then say it. This old man can give you endless benefits. The silver-eyed elder completely softened, and his face was pale. Yi Fan sneered. With a phut, he directly pulled off the elder's head, and blood gushed out from the broken neck. Stop, stop. Killing a great success king tier like this old man will bring you great trouble. The silver-eyed elder's primordial spirit cried out in fear. So what if you are a great success king tier? Yi Fan's expression was cold. He slapped down, and like smashing a watermelon, the head turned into a pool of blood. He had killed this person thoroughly. Chapter 1141. With a single slap, the great completion king-level expert's head turned into a pile of blood and pus, dying a violent death. The tattered mecha flickered with a dull metallic luster. It was no longer bright and had lost its Tao marks and spiritual energy, becoming a useless weapon. No! Xian Mo cried out with a terrified expression. He fled for his life, But how could he compare to Yi Fan in terms of speed? He was caught up in half a breath's time. Yi Fan's methods were extremely violent. With a single slap, half of Xian Mo's face was smashed to pieces, and even his chin flew out. Spare me. I'm someone from the Eternal Lord Star's Shen family. You can't kill me, he cried out in fear. The other half of his face was completely devoid of color. He was so scared that his legs were trembling and his calves were cramping. In this star domain, the Immortal Feather, Original Demon, and Divine Earth were the three relatively small life stars. Meanwhile, the Eternal Star was the boundless main star. Its vastness was extremely rare in the boundless cosmos. You've caused trouble for me again and again. Today, you even ambushed me at night, wanting to take my life and steal my precious liquid. What else is there to say? Yi Fan raised his foot and stomped down. Peng. At this time, he wasn't as lenient as last time. He didn't hide anything and used his strength that could kill half-saints. With a stomp of his foot, the universe collapsed. A rain of blood scattered down from the sky. Xian Mo screamed miserably as his body was trampled into pieces. Only a bloody head flew out. I surrender. I'll do anything you want me to, please spare my life. The primordial spirit in the head rushed out, wanting to escape. However, its strength was too lacking, and it couldn't succeed. Your great-uncle said that heroes die young. I'm not a hero, I'm stupid. Please let me go. Xian Mo was normally domineering and didn't even put Fan Xian's subordinates in his eyes. However, at this moment, he was extremely afraid. If you're not a hero, then you'll end up like your great-uncle. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. With a stomp of his foot, his primordial spirit and head were crushed into ashes. A moment later, this place became clean. All traces disappeared, and the silver-eyed elder's seal also slowly melted. In the distance, on a low mountain, Cao Qing looked over. Beside him was an old servant. When he saw the seal disappear, his expression changed. That old man is dead. He didn't come out alive after going in. Just who is this person to be able to kill a late-stage king? The old servant revealed a shocked expression. Cao Qing nodded and said, he is indeed extraordinary. If you want to get rid of this guy, it's best to use a half-step Saint Mech. Moreover, you need to use a Super Saint Mech. I'm afraid that ordinary Saint artifacts won't be able to subdue him. In another direction, Brahma's hair was as red as fire. His face was evil as he stood towering in the clouds, staring at Yi Fan's bamboo garden from the night sky. What a powerful brat, even killing off Xian Mo's grandfather. He truly is a powerful opponent. Just what kind of methods did he use? He said softly to himself. Extraordinary splendor flickered in Fan Xian's beautiful eyes as she said, I told you a long time ago that his potential is enormous. Even now, he's still a piece of rough gold and unpolished jade that has yet to be developed. Of course, he might become a sharp blade that harms both others and myself, so I have to grasp him firmly in my hand. Cousin sister's eyesight isn't bad. I think we can let him marry into our family. He might even be a bit stronger than that Cao Qing. Brahma's evil aura was cold. Brahma, don't talk nonsense. Fan Xian glanced at him. Then, she twisted her soft waist and gracefully left like a water snake. Her snow-white long legs flickered with a sparkling luster, making her look exceptionally alluring. Cousin sister, what I said is true. Rather than having him offer up a part of the indestructible golden body's essence blood, it would be better for you to marry him and give birth to the most powerful physique with both the golden body and the battle physique. That might be even better. You should take care of your own matters first. Fan Xian sneered. She swept him a cold glance, and with a hint of cruelty, she disappeared into the night sky. In another part of the sky, there were still a few people watching. Fan Zhu's eyes were deep, and he didn't say a word. He remained silent for a long time before disappearing from the void. Yi Fan's expression was calm. He knew that someone was watching him because his spiritual sense was terrifyingly sharp. He could sense it, but he didn't look for it carefully. That undying old fart made a move against me. This is exactly what these people were hoping for. They are all probing me. He didn't want to stay in this place forever. As long as he obtained what he wanted, he would leave without any reluctance. He wouldn't hesitate at all. Soon. My goal is only the most powerful evolutionary fluid. Now that I have it, I can think about it more. After midnight, not a sound could be heard. The stars and moon shone brightly, and the silver-white radiance descended. This place was finally completely peaceful, and all the spying people had disappeared. Yi Fan thought for a moment, and then poured out the entire gourd of evolutionary fluid into the jade pond. The sparkling water and fragrance assailed his nostrils as it transformed into strands of immortal energy. He entered naked and sat cross-legged in the middle. He began to refine his body and realize the evolution process of the eternal kingdom. This was a bizarre process. One could almost see stars being destroyed one after another, and only a bit of the most divine and undying divinity was left behind, slowly gathering. It was unknown how many galaxies were destroyed, withered, and died. Then, after millions and millions of years of evolution and accumulation, their most primordial divinity fused together and melted into one, turning into a body of rock that was cast into a divine stone. This was the divine rock of destiny. Yi Fan was immersed in it. He felt the changes of the years and comprehended the elapse of time. He captured the rise and fall of star domains one after another, engraving the path of the Tao under the starry sky. The most powerful bloodline evolutionary fluid was a miraculous existence. It could allow one to forcefully comprehend the Tao, understand the evolution process of the world, and truly understand the origin of the universe. Yi Fan was in a state of detachment. He seriously experienced it, and his heart became more and more tranquil. Galaxy after galaxy appeared outside his body. Worlds were being born, flourishing, desolate, and declining. This was the path towards the great Tao. He had to start from the most fundamental thing of the world, comprehend it bit by bit, and slowly tread forward. His heart was constantly enlightened, and his body was shining. This was the most powerful physique evolutionary fluid. It didn't simply refine the physical body, but also cleansed the spiritual level. It would imbue fragments of the great Tao and imitate the everlasting and unchanging laws. Every inch of the human body was a treasure. If it was completely opened, the potential of the human would be limitless. It was known as the door of all wonders. Yi Fan continuously comprehended and saw the treasures of the physical body opening. His body was in the most powerful evolutionary fluid, and he could truly feel the magic of this primitive power. It allowed him to comprehend the Tao, sublimate, and unlock the shackles of the physical body. He became stronger and stronger. There's hope of advancing and going up another small step, but I always feel like I'm still lacking something. I can't break through, he whispered to himself. At this moment, the divine ability to move mountains and fill seas, the power to catch the moon and catch the stars, the spiritual sense of the heavenly eye and heavenly ear, the instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity, and other treasures were opened one step further. Many divine doors were opened. This was the most powerful physique evolutionary fluid. It contained a heaven-defying divine awe and was imprinted with the essence of the world, allowing one to transcend and sublimate. This is the power of the absolute beginning life stone. It originated from primal chaos and was formed at the absolute beginning. It contains the power of immortality. Yi Fan felt the power of the strange awe in the precious fluid a step further. At this moment, he seemed to have passed through the primordial era of the cosmos and condensed the mysterious yellow of heaven and earth. He understood the past, present, and future, and gained a deeper understanding of life and death. Strands of Tao patterns appeared on the surface of his body. The immortal platform's frontal bone was even more profound and complex. The fine patterns were like the creation of heaven and earth. Suddenly, his body trembled. The swordsman's secret art of the 9 secrets operated on its own. Millions and millions of Tao marks appeared, and he had a major breakthrough in his comprehension of the Tao. This was originally an incomplete art, but now that he was comprehending the power of longevity and comprehending the life and death fruit, he was unexpectedly touched. His mind was enlightened, and he deduced a part of the lost true meaning on his own. The swordsman's secret art was perfected a step further. This was a type of miraculous power. He actually relied on himself to repair the flaws in the 9 secrets. If news of this got out, It would definitely shock the world. The swordsman's secret art was known as an ancient divine scripture, containing the mysteries of immortality. It was obtained from the ancient Ziwei starfield, and the other half was in Yin Tianda's hands. Yi Fan had always kept it in his mind, wanting to collect it all. Now, he finally saw the light of hope. At the same time, he thought of an extremely terrifying question. How extraordinary was the origin ancient mine exactly? Could it be that it contained the power of the undying? The stars and moon scattered down their splendor. The crown of Yi Fan's head was sparkling and translucent, as if he had established some kind of connection with the cosmos. It was as if he wanted to become one with it, becoming a part of the Tao. Kai. The space between Yi Fan's brows flickered. A small golden figure flew out, carrying a simple and unadorned little cauldron. It forcefully severed the light beam that shot out from the crown of his head, severing the connection with the cosmos. The human body is a world of its own, containing endless divine treasures. It can become the gate of the Tao, perhaps the foundation of becoming an immortal. Immortals were undying, able to live forever. Meanwhile, there would be a day when a star system would collapse. If this cosmos no longer existed, how could everything within it continue to exist? Yi Fan observed all types of great Tao fragments, but he didn't want to rely on them. He didn't want to entrust his life to this cosmos. If he truly took that step in the future to verify the Tao, he would only rely on the cosmos of the human body, and not attach his life to this great world. Hong. An enormous sound rang out. He severed his own body's connection with the star system, but it didn't stop the appearance of the ancient stars in outer space and the scattering of divine splendor. It was incomparably vast. All types of light descended from the starry sky, resonating with the heaven's mandate divine rock. This was endless divine radiance, illuminating the source of the cosmos. Then, chaotic energy surged, splitting heaven and earth apart, resonating with the origin life stone. The power of life and death was being extinguished, all types of light flowing about. He severed his connection with the boundless heavenly domain, but the departed, the existing, the eternal, all types of profound mysteries appeared at his side, turning into Tao laws for him to study. Even though it was already the latter half of the night and this place was extremely peaceful, this type of irregular scene still startled many people. Quite a few experts woke up from their dreams. It was because this place was just too vast. Star radiance flew in tens of thousands of streaks, primal chaos forming a waterfall, all types of ancient star systems rising and falling, surrounding Yi Fan, protecting him at the center. This was the fundamental energy of heaven and earth, the complex profound mysteries, the embodiment of the world's intrinsic divine laws. He was comprehending it, not relying on it, relying on it. His own cultivation was advancing. This fella really is formidable, even more terrifying than I imagined. I truly underestimated him a bit. Fan Xian's expression changed. She already attached enough importance to him, never expecting that she still underestimated Yi Fan, actually causing this type of disturbance in heaven. My dear cousin, are you moved? Fan Xian laughed evilly, but there was also a trace of coldness. I can't be bothered with you. Fan Xian's exceptional immortal appearance recovered its cold arrogance and confidence. Chapter 1142. In the latter half of the night, all was quiet. The stars and the moon were gentle, and their light shone like water. Yi Fan's bamboo garden was filled with all sorts of strange phenomena. The ancient galaxies of the universe shrunk and floated, surrounding him. The chaotic light of creation fell, protecting him in the center. This was a pure land overflowing with light. He had become the unchanging one. He calmed his mind and focused, comprehending the unchanging path of the past. He used it as a reference to realize his own ascension. In the darkness, in the sky, among the clouds, there were people watching in secret. They looked at everything in amazement, feeling that it was unbelievable. We have to stop him, or else this guy is going to break through, Cao Qing said to himself. His expression was cold, and his face looked like it had been carved out of marble. Beside him, the old servant in grey robes spoke in a cold voice, "Let this old servant go. I'll just kill him directly. His current state is clearly extraordinary. Otherwise, he might become a great enemy in the future." "No, There are so many eyes watching. If we kill him, there will be big trouble. Maybe there are people who can't wait any longer than we can. Let's wait and see, Cao Qing said. The old servant's eyes flashed as he said, then create a huge disturbance and interrupt his state of enlightenment. Make him fail at the last step. The most taboo thing to do after consuming the strongest evolutionary fluid is to be disturbed by outsiders. Let him nurse a grievance. Within the grey mist, Fan Zhu's expression was cold. He watched as Yi Fan was surrounded by several ancient universes, becoming a deity-like existence that released endless light. The corners of his lips curled up into an unfathomable smile. His eyes were like two divine lamps, but he didn't say a single word. My dear sister, are you not going to accept my suggestion? This kid from another galaxy is really extraordinary. He is a good choice. If the two of you can produce the strongest combat body in the universe, the Brahma race might be able to enter the Eternal Lordstar and become the leader in the future instead of staying in a remote corner of the universe. We will no longer have to retreat to the fairy Featherstar Ocean, Brahma said with a sinister and cold voice. I feel that this person is getting more and more difficult to control. No, I have to think of something. Fan Xian walked gracefully on the clouds. Moonlight shone down on him. His slender body was as white as jade, and he looked like a beautiful fairy. His red hair shone brilliantly. Boom! Suddenly, a huge beam of light shot down from the sky. It was as thick as a mountain, and it wanted to flatten the bamboo garden and turn it into ruins. This was an attack of the Grand Tao. It was like a gorgeous yet dangerous display of fireworks, and it was sufficient to annihilate a half-saint. Someone had used a terrifying warship to launch an extremely powerful attack. Bang! Fan Zhu made his move, and a purple ball of light appeared on his body. Then, it quickly turned into a purple-gold mecha. It was dozens of feet tall, and it swung a purple spear horizontally across the sky, blocking this world-shaking attack. Be *starred, he's working for my clan, but you want to kill him. How can you be so petty? Kuan Zhu's face darkened. He sent his soul consciousness to a battleship in the sky. This was a relative of the Brahmin clan, young and powerful. His name was Luo Luo, and he was valued greatly. Right now, he was secretly taking action, wishing to get rid of a future competitor and eliminate a great threat. Luo Luo liked Fan Xian, and he hated those who were close to her. First, there was Cao Qing, and now, there was this Yi Fan of unknown origins. This made him feel a powerful sense of danger, and he wanted to eliminate him at the crucial moment of evolution. Evolution was the most dangerous, and it couldn't be disturbed by outsiders. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in eternal damnation. Yi Fan's mind was clear. His body was within the ancient cosmos nebula, comprehending the Grand Tao. The past, present, and future. All types of Tao marks appeared, and primal chaos energy surged. He didn't fear being disturbed, because his main cultivation was precisely the flesh treasure. He wasn't like the people of this star domain who relied on external artifacts. From his flesh to his consciousness, everything was as sturdy as iron, unshakable. In this short period of time, his cultivation advanced greatly, and he actually touched upon the 8th small step of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. If he could comprehend it, he might be able to immediately break through. Heavenly mandate divinity, absolute beginning life and death method, appeared one after another. The profound mysteries were imprinted on his body, turning into undying traces, allowing him to comprehend the Tao from his spirit to his bones. Still a little bit off. He frowned, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was just a little bit off, yet he still couldn't touch that threshold, unable to cross it. Yi Fan felt helpless. The evolution liquid this time was even more mysterious and powerful than the most powerful precious liquid he plundered from the purple-eyed woman, but it still wasn't enough. Could it be that the most powerful evolution liquid is already useless to me? The ancient cosmos nebula slowly faded away. The undying divinity imprinted itself into his frontal immortal platform, and the absolute beginning chaotic light also disappeared. In the end, it engraved itself into his flesh, and the power of long life spread. The divine essence of the most powerful bloodline precious liquid was completely absorbed by him. His flesh and spirit were both tempered and baptized, but he was still a step off, unable to advance. Hong. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a tremendous fluctuation transmitted over. This was the attack of a saint, and it submerged this entire place. A green hand that was incomparably terrifying pressed down on the bamboo garden, completely covering it. It could destroy everything, and no one could stop it in time. Boundless smoke and dust rose up, and a bottomless abyss appeared in this place. Boundless darkness formed the shape of 5 fingers, completely destroying this vast region. Who was it? Who actually dared to use such a destructive method to slaughter him? Fan Xian's countenance turned cold, and she was furious to the extreme. Yi Fan was brought back by her, and they had just started to polish him, yet he was killed before he could even display his brilliance. This was truly ruthless. Fan Tian spoke, how decisive. To act while he is in the process of evolution, even if he doesn't die, he will still be crippled. Just this huge disturbance alone is terrifying enough. In the distance, Fan Ju's expression was cold. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes, and he instantly soared into the sky. He only saw a sacred ship performing a spatial jump and vanishing. In another part of the sky, the ruthlessness on Cao Qing's face disappeared, and he regained his calmness as a cold smile appeared on his face. Beside him, the grey-robed old servant said, "No one discovered it. It's just a pity that this sacred ship has no choice but to leave the pure lands of heaven. Even if he didn't die, his heart must be stifled and uncomfortable. His state of Tao comprehension has already been forcefully interrupted." Cao Qing indifferently said. This series of unforeseen events happened in an instant, causing chaos in the pure lands of heaven. In the latter half of the night, there was a commotion as many people flew over. What happened? Is there an enemy attack? Heavens, such a huge and deep hole must have been created by a saint. Who could survive such a tyrannical attack? The scene was in a clamor. Many people in the pure lands of heaven were spectating, and they all exclaimed in surprise. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Yi Fan climbed out from a large crack in the distant abyss. Although his clothes were tattered, he didn't die, and his expression was extremely cold. Someone wanted to kill him by hook or by crook, and this place might not be able to stay for long. Those who had enmity against him couldn't hold back any longer, and he couldn't help but want to start a massacre and launch a cold-blooded counterattack. He really is lucky, actually surviving. He just happened to fall into the large crack. If he was covered by that attack, he wouldn't have been killed even if he had 100 lives. The people who arrived later were all discussing, and the scene was noisy and chaotic. They didn't know what happened, and they only thought that Yi Fan was extremely lucky. Only those who understood the inside story would understand just how extraordinary this was. This was an attack from the sacred ship that contained magical power and divine marks of the great Tao, equivalent to the full power of an ancient saint, yet it was actually avoided by him. This was an inconceivable miracle. He survived and escaped with his life from a saint's attack. Fan Xian's beautiful eyes released multicolored light, and her beautiful and fair complexion was full of excitement. This fellow really isn't simple. I say, cousin, if you stick together with him, the one who will suffer in the end might be you. Brahma frowned, and for the first time, he put away his evil smile and became incomparably serious. Without a doubt, to avoid this attack required an incomparably sharp spiritual sense and astonishing talent. This was most likely a kind of divine ability to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. In the sky on the other side, some of the direct descendants of the Brahma race witnessed all of this with their own eyes. Their expressions were all different, and only Fan Ju's eyes were frightening. With a flash of divine light, he disappeared from the void. I want this person to die immediately. His instincts are too terrifying. Once he breaks through, he will definitely become a great disaster in the future. Cao Qing's silver hair was scattered, and his expression was cold. His face was full of coldness as he muttered to himself, "Those few people in the eternal kingdom are enough. Once this fellow appears, it will be very troublesome. This old servant knows what to do. I won't let him live for too long," the grey-clothed old servant said sinisterly. After a long time, this area finally calmed down. After the sky brightened, many people were discussing this matter, and there were many different versions of it. "Hey, Did you know? That outsider brat was actually lucky enough to obtain the strongest bloodline evolution fluid, but a chicken is still a chicken in the end. He didn't become a phoenix, and the evolution failed, and he even caused such a commotion. What right does he have to obtain the most powerful evolution fluid? He wasted an opportunity for nothing, and it was completely useless. Truly hateful. A group of people were dissatisfied, and they all spoke words of ridicule. They felt that using this kind of thing on Yi Fan was too excessive. However, one of the giants of the Brahma race, Fan Zhu, made a shocking decision. He secretly sent over some more evolution fluid for Yi Fan to use. Even Yi Fan was a bit astonished. He didn't expect the Brahma race to be so generous. However, the result was disappointing. He still didn't break through, and this level of evolution fluid was useless for him. How could it be like this? This fella's talents are astonishing. Last time, he was interrupted, and this time, it went smoothly. How could he still fail? Fan Tian revealed a strange expression. Fan Xian was incomparably disappointed. His face was full of confusion as he said, he actually didn't evolve successfully. I was originally looking forward to him blossoming with dazzling brilliance. Could it be that he has a legendary trash body that is difficult to evolve? Could it be that he can only rely on himself to break through bit by bit and slowly cultivate? This matter couldn't be concealed. Soon after, it was leaked out. Many people were unconvinced, and at the same time, they began to curse viciously. A chicken will always be a chicken. It will be difficult for it to become a phoenix. He used it twice, but he still failed. Ha ha ha, serves him right. Truly laughable. Even many of the Brahma race's direct descendants were dissatisfied. They all sought out the giant Fan Zhu to demand an explanation. Uncle, isn't this too wasteful? This is the most powerful constitution evolution fluid that was refined with a great price. Do you still want to continue? Even Fan Xian's devastatingly beautiful face revealed a look of surprise. You don't understand the inner secrets. This person's constitution is far more terrifying than we can imagine, Fan Zhu said. His terrifying eyes unexpectedly revealed a look of excitement. We must kill this person. We can't let him break through. Seize his blood for me. It belongs to me. In another secret room, Cao Qing's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His evolution has failed. The outside world is saying that he is a trash body that is rarely seen in 100 years. Do we still need to care about him? The old servant was confused. No, it is the opposite. This person is extremely terrifying. Moreover, I know what the fan universe is trying to do. This time, the fan race even extracted an even higher level of evolution liquid. I believe that this brat might be able to shine brilliantly and soar into the heavens. Before that, we have to kill him and seize his precious blood, Cao Qing said resolutely. Chapter 1143. Hey, did you know? That outsider kid failed again. He used up 2 portions of the evolutionary fluid. He caused quite a commotion, but it didn't have any effect. Yi Fan's failure made many people gloat and feel indignant. They thought that it was a waste of the divine mineral and an extreme waste. A feeling of dissatisfaction was brewing. Some people hated him, and when Yi Fan went out, he clearly felt this atmosphere. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, outsider brat, you really are thick-skinned. Do you still have the face to continue staying in the heavenly halls? Relying on young Miss Fan Xian's trust and favor to willfully consume divine elixirs, yet you can't evolve? Aren't you ashamed? Come on, let's have a contest. I think it's necessary to make you realize that a useless body is useless. An ant can never evolve into a dragon. Don't be delusional. Do you think Miss Fan Xian can protect you forever? I think you will be kicked out very soon. Yi Fan ignored all provocations. Only those who dared to attack him would be punished. However, after the incident with Shen Mo, no one was tired of living and would use force against him. Is his body that scary? Fan Xian could not understand her uncle. Yi Fan was not in a hurry to leave. He had received a hint from Fan Zhu to adjust his state. There might be some unexpected changes. Uncle, Are you sure you want to give him the third stage of the evolutionary fluid? This is the most precious divine fluid. Even the big shots are waiting for it. Not a single drop can be wasted. Fan Xian was skeptical. The strongest evolutionary fluid was divided into grades. Back then, outside Undying Mountain, the purple-eyed lady and the others had only refined a beginner grade of the fluid. They had said it themselves, and Yi Fan remembered it clearly. This time, the Brahmin race in heaven had used the method of the ancient gods to refine elixirs. Not only had the time been greatly reduced, but the grade of the fluid had also been greatly improved. Hence, the first refinement had produced a second-grade fluid. These days, they had been refining intensively. Finally, they were about to obtain the third stage of the fluid, which was known as a rare treasure. The divine mineral was the most important thing. The Brahmin race had obtained a few of the rarest main materials, which was why they were able to refine the third stage of the precious liquid. This was shocking, and it had not been seen in the fairy Featherstar Ocean for many years. The Brahmin race's absolute beginning life stone and heaven's mandate divine rock were undoubtedly top-notch and unparalleled in this world. However, the other main materials with divinity were a bit inferior, so they couldn't be upgraded further. In addition, the method of refinement was also very important. Several types of deity-level ancient methods had already been lost, so even if some great forces had divine materials, it would be difficult for them to succeed. The value of the third stage divine liquid was immeasurable. It would make many old farts come into being and break their heads for it. This person's blood will be even more valuable. Fan Zhu only said this to resolve all the doubts of the direct descendants. His eyes were extremely deep. Within them, there were mountains and rivers collapsing, grand scenes of stars moving about. He was incomparably expectant as he stared at Yi Fan's place of seclusion. Could his blood be from within the 10th generation, or even earlier? Fan Xian was shocked. In the outside world, there was an uproar. Everyone was discussing the problem of Yi Fan's physique. They all said that he had a useless physique and that it would be a waste to use the strongest precious liquid on him. However, Fan Zhu and the others were all waiting quietly, their eyes emitting frightening rays of light. Yi Fan didn't go out much. Otherwise, he would always be in trouble, and he didn't want to face those provocations. However, things didn't stop there. It was another cold night with gentle moonlight. Yi Fan sat on a stone cliff with his divine heart facing the sky, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. He had a premonition that a breakthrough was not too far away. If he continued to train like this, he might be able to break through in the near future. The second stage of the strongest evolutionary liquid was still somewhat effective. The heaven and earth were boundless, and the universe was vast. He felt as if he was situated in the cold universe, absorbing and comprehending the secrets of heaven and earth, listening to the primordial voice of the great path. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of ice-cold blade radiance erupted. It was several thousand zhong in length, hacking down from the cliff. This was saint-level fluctuations, terrifying beyond compare. Yi Fan turned around to leave. There was someone who wanted to kill him, and they had made ample preparations. They used ancient saint-level magical force, using pure cultivation to suppress him, not giving him the chance to fight in close combat. Blade radiance flickered about. It was several thousand zhong in length, swift and fierce. A vast expanse of whiteness erupted, cutting off even the moonlight in the sky. Under the night sky, only it was releasing endless cold radiance. In the distance, a light blue metal mecha appeared. It was 8 zhong in height, not all that large, but it was incomparably terrifying. It released ancient saint-level fluctuations, and in its hands, a blue demon blade hacked down. This was forged from a type of mixed divine gold. The blue metallic luster flickered about, making the mecha appear sparkling and translucent. It was full of a type of power and beauty. Its attacks were threatening, powerful beyond compare. Yi Fan's expression changed. During these days, he understood that the stronger the person controlling a saint-level mecha, the more terrifying the power they could display. If a half-saint operated it, it would be enough to contend against an ancient saint. It was clear that this was a powerful half-saint, and it brought him great pressure. Now that he was in control of the blue mecha, The sky was filled with traces of the great Tao like water, imprinting itself in the eternal void. It was like a reborn blue phoenix, spreading its wings and tearing apart the universe. Yi Fan used the black arrow to protect himself and quickly retreated, but he also almost died. The only thing he rejoiced about was that the underground draconic energy was very dense. With the help of the heavenly origin divine technique, he traveled 8,000 li in one go, avoiding a fatal blow. Even though he was in a somewhat sorry state, it had to be said that this was a type of miracle. He had escaped an attack equivalent to an ancient saint. The instant he entered 8,000 li underground, the stone forest immediately turned into flying ashes. The vast area became a black hole, flattened by the flickering blue metallic luster of the mecha's blade. Who dares attack my pure land of heaven? Fan Zhu was furious and led a group of experts to chase after him. Unfortunately, they were a step too late, and the blue-gold mecha had already disappeared through space. This was another great chaos. Many people were making a racket, and a large number of people rushed over, breaking the silence of the night. In Cao Qing's courtyard, the old servant bowed and apologized. This old servant is guilty. I didn't think I would actually fail and let him escape. Cao Qing's face was gloomy. This person's instincts are too terrifying. He can sense danger ahead of time. It seems like the Heaven's Mandate Rock and the Absolute Beginning Lifestone have brought him great benefits. Worthy of being an ascetic, opening many divine doors of the human body, he can't be underestimated. The main reason is that this old servant is not familiar with this super saint mecha, so his movements were a bit sluggish. Otherwise, even if he avoided the first attack, he wouldn't have been able to escape from my hands. The magical power of an ancient saint is boundless. How could he resist? The old servant blamed himself. We can't let this person grow. Hurry up and contact people. We must eliminate him by hook or by crook. I need his indestructible golden blood, its value is immeasurable, Cao Qing said with a ruthless expression. Is his value really that high? The old servant was doubtful. Cao Qing was very certain. Of course. If my guess is not wrong, he at least has the indestructible golden body of the previous generations. It is precisely because his physique is powerful and perfect that the second stage of the liquid is not very useful to him. If the third stage of the liquid is given to him, I think his indestructible golden blood will completely recover and become one of the strongest physiques in the universe. The old servant was aghast. That is to say, he will have the strongest ancient blood, almost perfect. If that is the case, his blood will be especially precious, comparable to the abnormal blood of the eternal Lordstar. That's right, he can only die. I must obtain his blood to cultivate my strongest physique. Cao Qing cruelly muttered. An ice-cold murderous intent filled the entire courtyard. The next day, all kinds of discussions arose once again, causing a huge uproar. All of this was caused by Yi Fan. This outsider isn't that good himself, but he always causes big trouble. Why is it because of him again? I think someone can't stand it and wants to kill him. If I were him, I would have left long ago. Don't tell me that even young Lady Fan Xian doesn't pay attention to him anymore. Yi Fan returned with a cold expression. If not for his profound Tao, he would have been killed by that ancient saint last night. The only reason he stayed was because the third stage of the liquid was about to appear. Otherwise, he really wanted to counterattack and kill one person every 10 steps. In the next few days, he felt a serious sense of crisis. The person who wanted to kill him was like a ghost, and he could even hear the breath of death. He desperately wanted to become stronger. However, things became even worse. Half a month later, someone from the Eternal Lordstar came. It was an expert from Xian Mo's family who came to demand an explanation. This was Xian Mo's great-grandfather. A life for a life, a debt must be paid. It is only right and proper. Xian Linfeng was a powerful half-saint. He arrived in an ancient saint mecha and was very domineering. He raised his sword and directly rushed to Yi Fan's seclusion area, wanting to kill him. Brother Xian, what is the meaning of this? You came to my Brahmin race to kill people. You are too unbridled. An elder of the Brahmin race appeared. Don't try to stop me. My great-grandson came here to pursue your Brahmin race's girl Fan Xian. You actually killed him. This debt will be settled in the future. Now, don't stop me. Xian Linfeng barged in. A powerful half-saint riding an ancient Saint Mecha raised his sword and wanted to cut off Yifan's head. This was a terrifying matter that gave the Brahmin race a headache. Yifan's eyes were cold. He looked at the person pointing a sword at him in the distance, his heart rising and falling. There were many troubles now. He didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble had come to him. If I can break through, I will kill all of them. He urgently wanted to become stronger. He really didn't want to endure in this place anymore. Not only was he in great danger and could be killed at any time, but he was also constantly being pressured by others. His heart was already filled with disgust and hatred. Fine, I won't make a move today. I want to see how long your Brahmin race can protect him. I will stay here and not leave. When he comes out, I will take his head, Xian Linfeng said sinisterly. That night, even though Yifan was arranged to enter a safe place, there were still powerhouses secretly attacking him. They broke through his defenses and wanted to kill him. Now, even those who had been ridiculing him didn't dare to say anything. Many people were sensitive enough to realize that this foreign brat was not ordinary. How could he be ordinary when he provoked an ancient saint? In just half a month, several half-saints riding ancient Saint Mecha attacked him. The situation was extremely critical. Yifan was forced into a dead end. He could either leave immediately or break through. Otherwise, if he continued, his life would definitely be in danger. Fortunately, the third stage of the evolution fluid was successfully refined at this time. It was finally out. His indestructible golden blood belongs to me. I must obtain it, Cao Qing said. This old servant has arranged everything. This time, we must kill him and seize his precious blood while he is breaking through. Even the Brahmin race won't be able to protect him, the grey-robed old servant said sinisterly. The third stage of the precious liquid has been refined. I wonder if this guy can break through and what kind of performance he will have, Fan Xian said to himself. I want to see just how extraordinary he is and what kind of evolution his indestructible golden blood will undergo. I want to see if it is as terrifying as the legends say, Fan Tian said. Those who knew the inside story were all paying close attention. They all wanted to know the final result. Fan Ju personally came with a 5-colored divine bottle. Inside was the third stage of the precious liquid. Every drop was priceless, enough to make all the giant's eyes go red. There was a strange luster in his eyes as he stared at Yifan as if he was staring at the most resplendent jewel. Yifan opened the 5-colored jade bottle. With just a sniff, he knew that this divine liquid could help him break through. It was absolutely effective. In just a moment, he felt as if he had ascended to immortality. His entire body felt light and his hair stood on end. If I break through, I'll settle accounts with all of you, he said to himself. Everyone was paying close attention. They all wanted to know what the result would be. Chapter 1144. This outsider bastard, how can he obtain the third stage of the evolutionary fluid? Even I don't have the qualifications to use it, but he was chosen. Luo Luo was a blue-haired man. He was usually elegant and refined, but at this moment, his expression was ferocious. His white face was filled with hostility. He smashed his goblet on the ground, and the bright red wine spilled all over the floor like blood. He had already made a move before. On that night when Yifan was comprehending the Tao, he used the Saint Artifact warship to ambush Yifan, but he was stopped by Fan Ju. He was a powerful relative of the Brahmin race. He was young and had extraordinary strength. He had already cut his Tao for many years. Because of his pursuit of Fan Xian, he was extremely hostile towards people like Yifan. An old woman stood to the side and said, "Young master, it's too late. Fan Ju has already personally sent the third stage of the evolutionary fluid over. I think that brat will make a breakthrough soon. It's said that he has the indestructible golden blood, which will be very valuable. I really want to release all the golden blood in his body with my own hands. Damn it, which star field did he come from? If I find out, I will definitely flatten that ancient star field." Luo Luo paced back and forth in annoyance. Suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation came down from the sky. A huge stargate appeared. It seemed to be made of purple gold. Starlight flickered inside, and it was connected to an unknown star field. The stargate appeared. This is the Brahmin race's ancient saint ancestor summoning his descendants. Luo Luo looked up in shock. If that's the case, then Fan Ju and the others are leaving. This might be an opportunity. The old woman's eyes flashed with madness. You mean, isn't it too risky? Luo Luo asked with a trembling voice. Two cold lights shot out from the old woman's eye sockets. She said, that is the third stage of the evolutionary fluid. Many noble lords will fight for it. Fan Ju is about to leave, so he will definitely be worried about him breaking through alone. The opportunity is right in front of you, so why not fight for it? If young master can obtain it, then he might soar into the sky. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Brahmin race's descendants, especially the giants, all stood up and rushed towards the star gate the moment they saw it. Don't be in a hurry to break through. Wait for me to come back and protect you, lest any accidents happen. Fan Ju said. Then, he frowned as if he thought of something and said, it's not good to leave the evolution fluid with you. It might bring about a great disaster. Put it back first. Moreover, you should also enter the secret land. Everything will wait for my return. Over the past few days, there had been many people trying to assassinate Yi Fan, and there was no lack of powerful half-saints piloting super-ancient sage mechas. If Yi Fan was allowed to make a breakthrough on his own, he would most likely be killed. All right. Yi Fan nodded. Fan Ju and the other powerhouses did not waste any time. They immediately charged into the sky and entered the star door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Yi Fan entered the Brahmin Pure Land. It was a very important place, and normally, outsiders were not allowed to enter. Only Brahma Immortal and Brahma Heaven could enter. What? Isn't it too risky to attack the Pure Land now? Luo Luo was stupefied. The powerhouses had just left, yet they were already doing something so out of line. This shocked him greatly. He has just stepped into the Pure Land and has yet to enter the important area ahead. This is our only chance to seize the divine liquid, the old woman said in a deep voice. Standing here, she could clearly see the figures in the Pure Land ahead. This is too daring. Luo Luo was very uneasy. I am willing to take action. If something happens, I definitely won't implicate the young master. The old woman said. Good. Kill him all and seize the third stage of the evolution fluid, Luo Luo said coldly. His expression quickly became cold as he said, I will ask grandfather to come out of seclusion. When the time comes, I will have him clean up all traces. Perhaps it's time to leave the Brahmin race and seek refuge with that person on the Eternal Lord Star. As long as we have the divine liquid, everything is negotiable. He was going all out. This kind of divine liquid would make even half-saints go crazy. It would even make the most powerful nobles bow down. If he could seize it, everything would be worth it. The Pure Land was extremely peaceful. The spiritual essence of the plants was abundant. As he walked through this region, the clouds were dense and mists rose. It was as if he had arrived at the residence of immortals. Between the stone mountains, divine springs gurgled. A few auspicious beasts roamed about. 3-footed golden crows streaked across the sky, dragging long streaks of fiery light behind them. Divine Luan's wings were beautiful, filling the sky with brilliant radiance. There were also all types of ancient medicines growing everywhere. Their fragrance assailed the nostrils. As Yi Fan walked through the Pure Land, he discovered a few strange creatures roaming about, adding a layer of mystery to this place. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He felt a powerful sense of danger, as if something bad was about to happen. He didn't even think about it and immediately shifted several thousand zhong outwards. A streak of black light appeared where he originally stood, piercing through the place he was standing on. A several dozen li deep hole appeared there, and even the underground magma was blasted out. What a terrifying sneak attack. Someone wanted to take his life. A black mecha appeared there. It was only 7 zhong tall, and its entire body seemed to be cast from black iron. It flickered with an ice-cold black golden luster, and in its hand was a pitch-black dagger. For a normal person, It was still extremely large, several meters long. Brat, even someone like you wants to have this type of precious liquid? You should just hand it over. This was an ancient saint-level mecha. Someone used it to carry out an assassination on Yi Fan. It was equivalent to an attack from a saint, terrifying beyond compare. Who dares intrude into the Brahmin clan's pure land? The elders in front were furious. Bloodshed happened from time to time in this heavenly hall. They were plunderers, all of them brave and fierce. If they didn't agree with each other, they would often settle disputes with duels. However, no one dared to take action here. Today, they broke this rule. Pu. The black mecha was decisive and fierce, its attacks ruthless. The pitch-black dagger spun, removing the head of the elder who roared out, blood splashing everywhere. This was an ancient saint-level method. Even though these elders were unordinary, extremely powerful, Brahmin clan elders, they still weren't enough. Dang! The black dagger tore apart the void, completely shattering the elders' armor defenses, instantly killing 4 elders. Their bodies were blasted apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Every single one of them died with remaining grievances. Enemy attack. Men. The elder who held the 5-colored divine bottle cried out loudly, feeling extremely shocked. There was someone who dared to do this. He ran with all of his strength, calling out to the experts in the depths of the Pure Land. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. The 3rd stage of the evolutionary liquid really was precious, rarely seen in this world. This was definitely a traitor, not hesitating to gamble with his life, wishing to rebel against the Brahmin clan. The black mecha was 7 jong tall, a colossus compared to normal people. However, its movements were nimble, like a streak of black lightning. With a pu sound, that elder's body was torn apart. Bone fragments, inner organs, and everything else flew out, the scene bloody and cruel. The eyes of the old woman inside the black mecha flickered with a crazy radiance. She leapt high into the air, grabbing towards the 5-colored divine bottle, about to obtain it. At the same time, the black dagger in the mecha's other hand hacked towards Yi Fan. The black light reached several thousand jong, endless ruthlessness radiating from it. Brat, go die. There is no fate between you and this liquid, you shouldn't have it. The black mecha was incomparably domineering, incomparably awe-inspiring, carrying incomparable joy. It felt like it had cut off Yi Fan's immortal path. However, its voice quickly came to a screeching halt. It was because another mysterious mecha had appeared, flickering with sparkling radiance. It held a spear in its hand, almost piercing through its palm. It blocked its path halfway, snatching towards the 5-colored jade bottle first. She wasn't the only one who took action. There were others who took the risk out of desperation, attacking viciously at this crucial moment, wanting to seize the 3rd stage of the evolutionary liquid. This was just too tempting, so they wouldn't hesitate even if they had to break off relations with the Brahmin clan. Hong. On the other side, a powerful mecha attacked. It held a sharp sword several jong long, drawing out a cold and gloomy light. The fluctuations of a divine artifact were intense as it directly slaughtered towards Yi Fan. Kill. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. There was also a person holding a dragon spear, controlling an ancient divine mecha. Its attack power was astonishing, wanting to slaughter Yi Fan, destroying both his body and soul. The people who had previously attacked Yi Fan had all appeared, including the half-saints like Shen Linfeng. At this time, they were hiding in the mecha, displaying their holy might. This was a great disaster, and the situation was dire to the extreme. Yi Fan had been on guard for so many days, and if it wasn't for obtaining the 3rd stage of the evolutionary liquid, he would have left a long time ago. But now, great enemies had appeared, and their attacks were coming one after another, putting him in a desperate situation. The black arrow defended himself, and the green bronze prepared. He immediately entered the ground, entering deep into the dragon vein, drawing upon the great power of the heavenly halls. He was just a hair's breadth away from brushing shoulders with the god of death. Several ancient saint-level attacks penetrated several dozen li underground, shattering many dragon veins and great abysses. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he narrowly avoided it. He needed to obtain the divine liquid to break through, and he didn't want to endure in this place anymore. This was too passive, and it wasn't easy to counterattack. His life was always in danger. On the ground, several mechas were fighting, almost sinking the outer perimeter of the Pure Land. They were fighting over the 5-colored divine bottle. Ding! Suddenly, the divine bottle made a sound, and with a slight tremble, it entered the underground dragon vein. Yi Fan borrowed the army formula to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. His true cultivation wasn't any weaker than theirs, just not as strong as the mechas. Several experts were operating precious artifacts. Although they could display the power of ancient saints, they were somewhat inferior in terms of technique. They couldn't compare to the destructive power of the mechas. Who dares cause trouble in the heavenly halls? In the distance, the Brahmin race's people roared angrily. A group of old monsters rushed over, and an expanse of destructive divine light swept over. The mechas didn't continue fighting and immediately fled. They didn't want to be blocked, and that would only result in certain death. Damn it, that brat didn't die. He didn't even get the evolutionary liquid. Luo Luo couldn't restrain her anger. The old woman's eyes were cold as she said, several experts took action, and they all wanted to seize the liquid. They messed up the rhythm. In another courtyard, Xian Linfeng said coldly, "This little bastard escaped another calamity, but you won't live for much longer. As long as you are still in this star domain, you will die sooner or later." In a secret room, Cao Qing's expression was gloomy, and his face was like a carved stone. He said, "I wanted to obtain his precious blood, but I failed again. This time, it was too hasty. There won't be any mishaps next time. Not long later, his every move will be in our sight. He will undoubtedly die," the grey-clothed elder said sinisterly. The Brahmin race's people were furious. They didn't capture the person, but they didn't act blindly without thinking. They only increased their vigilance and waited for the giants to return before making a decision. "He didn't die, did he?" Fan Xian frowned. She swung her elegant and slender legs like two snow-white snakes. In the depths of the earth, Yi Fan's expression was cold. He held the 5-colored divine bottle in his hand and sat cross-legged for a long time. After confirming that there were no threats, he decided to immediately enter the starry sky to break through. "I've already obtained what I wanted, so I won't endure it any longer. You guys, just wait, I'll make you pay the price in blood one by one." He arranged the chessboard formation and entered the starry sky. He continuously traveled, and after confirming that he had arrived at a place far enough, he prepared to cross the tribulation. "This starry sky is too beautiful. It will become the place where I obtain the Tao." Chapter 1145. The boundless cosmos, the brilliant river of stars, was boundless and boundless. Yi Fan stood in the cosmos, everywhere was spacious and empty. The cosmos was sometimes dull and lonely, sometimes colorful. It was a contradictory entity. Yi Fan sensed the vastness of the boundless cosmos and didn't move for a long time. He was adjusting his body's state. Regardless of whether it was his physical body or his spiritual will, he had to reach the optimal state. It was because he understood that he could definitely break through this time. The shackles that had troubled him for half a year were about to be shattered, and he was going to break through today. According to normal circumstances, the further a cultivator advanced, the more difficult it would be to advance. If it took 10 years to advance a step, then the next step might take 30, or even 50 years. How long had it been since he last advanced? It had only been a year or two, yet he was actually going to break through again. It could be said to be a miracle. In the void of the cosmos, he took out the 5-colored divine bottle and pulled out the stopper. A dazzling light rushed out, turning into an expanse of clouds and mist that surrounded him, turning into streaks of 5-colored divine light. "It's here. It's really too useful." Yi Fan was shocked. At this moment, the 5-colored divine bottle continuously released multicolored mist. This was all formed from liquid, and it surged out on its own, entering his body. It was as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. All of the pores on his body opened and closed, and strand after strand of fine multicolored light entered and exited, swallowing and spitting out. It made him flow with brilliant colors, dazzling and resplendent. Hong long long. A tremendous sound rang out. The golden blood in his body surged, releasing the divine sound of thunder and lightning on its own, shaking this part of the cosmos until it resonated, producing all types of irregular scenes. Ka. It wasn't a heavenly tribulation, nor was it a fluctuation of divine force, nor was there any special divine ability. It was just the natural reaction of his physical body. His golden body was moving rhythmically, as if he was performing a mysterious body technique, causing the void to collapse. This was an extremely terrifying scene. There wasn't any destructive tribulation or punishment, only Yi Fan's physical body was trembling. Just this kind of normal shaking that cleansed his flesh shook the cosmos apart. Yi Fan's entire body shone, and golden lightning radiance shot out streak after streak. It was as if streaks of primal chaos lightning had struck him, but in reality, it was only his physical body that was shining. Soon, his joints also began to move, as if he was changing his blood and forging his bones. The rumbling in his body was even louder than the sound of a surging river or a surging tsunami. His body emitted boundless light, becoming the only thing in the vast universe. The sun, moon, and stars no longer existed. Only he remained, and he was the most dazzling. Rumble. The next moment, the rhythm of his body and the blossoming of the blazing golden light became even more terrifying. The instinctive power of his body shattered the vacuum, turning this place into a black hole that instantly swallowed all the light. The third stage of the evolutionary fluid was a mystical substance. It completely dissolved the divine substance of the destiny rock, the meteorite withered vine heart, and the absolute beginning life stone. It was also mixed with too many fragments of the great Tao. The effects were terrifying. This was a type of radiance that instantly made one feel as if they had experienced millions and millions of years. Yi Fan's body and spirit were all nourished. All kinds of Tao marks densely covered him as he observed the secrets of the creation of heaven and earth. Especially in the galaxy of the universe, he was even closer to this kind of Tao. Yi Fan closed his eyes and concentrated. He comprehended the Tao, tempered his divine senses, cleansed his flesh, and forged his divine bones. He walked step by step towards a unique great Tao, walking further and further. He observed the path of those before him and walked his own Tao. He looked at the secrets of the universe and experienced his own results, forging his own extraordinary physique and Tao skills. Peng. The five-colored divine vase exploded. All of the evolutionary fluid rushed out and turned into a dense expanse of immortal energy. It was truly like an immortal pill refined by an ancient deity, mysterious and powerful. Milky white immortal energy curled about, and then it suffused with all types of light. It submerged Yi Fan within and released the sonorous sound of the great Tao. It shook this part of the universe and rumbled with noise. In the end, the black hole disappeared. All of the bones in Yi Fan's body were releasing sounds. His divine senses were incomparably condensed. The small golden figure sat cross-legged, the space between its brows flawless, sparkling and translucent. A terrifying streak of lightning descended from the heavens and hacked down on his body. The tribulation had begun. He finally broke through. None of this was unexpected, because he had long had this type of feeling recently. He just needed a bit more to break through the shackles. And now, the third stage of evolutionary fluid was in his hands. There wasn't the slightest bit of suspense left. Advancing another level was immediately a reality. This was a terrifying world of lightning. It covered heaven and earth, descending from the boundless cosmos. It was as if there was a divine realm that was closely controlling everything, making it seem so terrifying. Lightning was endless. Every single streak tore apart the void, illuminating the dark cosmos until it was resplendent, turning it into a divine country world. Yi Fan began an incomparably great tribulation, but he faced it calmly, not feeling the slightest bit of alarm or danger. He tempered his flesh within the lightning storm, cleansed the small golden figure, and forged his own cauldron patterns, continuously becoming stronger. Correct, he could clearly sense that he had become many times stronger. Regardless of whether it was his spiritual senses or combat strength, they all entered a brand new realm. There was actually a trace of a saint's aura and might. The Great Tribulation had begun, and it was boundlessly domineering. This was a strange scene in the starry sky. It was as if stars were exploding one after another, forming a terrifying and magnificent picture of the universe. God, What am I seeing? Is there a battle between gods? Are there many galaxies destroyed? Why is it so brilliant and terrifying? On a grand astronomical observatory on the Eternal Lord planet, a man cried out in shock. He had inadvertently captured this scene and was incomparably shocked. Although it was extremely far away, their technology was unrivaled. They captured the magnificent scene of interweaving lightning and surging galaxies. It's really unbelievable. Those are bolts of lightning that are happening in the void of the universe. God, am I dreaming? It's really happening. Oh, no, there seems to be a figure within that light. Is he a demon? How can he withstand that kind of power? At the same time, in other places on the Eternal Lord planet, there were also some people who saw this scene. They were all shocked and began to discuss it. Unfortunately, no one could clearly see the person within. The heavenly tribulation was terrifying and contained the divine patterns of the great Tao. No matter how much technology was used to restore it, it was useless. Even an ancient saint wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. Could it be that the legends are true? An ancient god has been resurrected from the dark universe and is now returning? Many people on the Eternal Lord planet were suspicious. Some people uploaded the scene they saw to the star web. It quickly spread throughout the world and caused a huge discussion. The true experts were all shocked and horrified. They were sure that someone was undergoing a tribulation. If they weren't wrong, it should be the most terrifying chaotic tribulation, the 5 elements tribulation, the Great Yin tribulation, and all kinds of other great tribulations. Even saints could fall. Let's go take a look and see what kind of amazing person has appeared. We won't disturb them. We'll just watch quietly. Yi Fan's tribulation had alarmed the people of the Eternal Lord planet in another distant star region. They were separated by the sea of stars and were extremely far away, but it still caused a huge uproar. He didn't know that he had become the main character and had attracted the attention of countless people in the center of this universe. That huge star was vast and boundless, with a population of hundreds of millions. The civilization was extremely powerful. Whether it was the great Tao or technology, it was extremely prosperous. Therefore, some people could see the strange scene in the deepest part of the universe. Young master, we have invited the Black Shadow Man. His tracking skills are the best in the fairy feather star ocean. He has a strange ability that allows him to sense the enemy's location. He has never failed before, the grey-robed old servant reported to Cao Qing. The Black Shadow Man was a mysterious expert. He had an innate magical power that allowed him to sense the location of anyone with his heart. Many people had hired him. Over the years, his price had increased, and very few people could afford it. Cao Qing and the others had hired him at all costs in order to obtain the indestructible golden blood. In fact, he was indeed a mutant. In the field of tracking people, he was not far from being the best in the Eternal Kingdom. When Yi Fan was undergoing the tribulation, he was performing a space jump and exploring this star region. He was a super expert. When he appeared in the ancient sacred Mecca, he naturally caused some disturbances. Such a strong aura was suffocating. However, in the face of the heavenly tribulation, it was not very important. Yi Fan sensed it immediately and saw the Mecca that was 10 feet tall in the distance. It was extremely advanced and frightening. There were many patterns of the great Tao carved on it, and it was equipped with the most advanced space jump technology crystal board. Boom! Yi Fan rushed over immediately and attacked. The person who was riding the ancient sacred Mecca was definitely a strong deterrent. Yi Fan instinctively felt a sense of hostility. The Black Shadow Man was stunned. He saw such a vast heavenly tribulation when he came out of the star door. He was stunned for a moment. When he saw the heavenly tribulation approaching, he immediately retreated. However, it was too late. The heavenly tribulation was like the sea, covering the sky and covering the earth. On the spot, the ancient sacred Mecca was hit hard, and sparks flew in all directions. Bang! Yi Fan turned into a golden lightning bolt and tore through the void. He came to the side of the Mecca and used the heavenly tribulation to blow up the Mecca. It was simple and violent. The Black Shadow Man was beaten half to death and was captured. The Mecca was broken, and the Black Shadow Man was killed. While many people on the Eternal Lord planet were paying attention and discussing it on the starweb, Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was coming to an end. He had moved a long distance in an instant. When all the lightning disappeared, he crossed the sky with a broken mecha and disappeared completely. Because he was afraid that the heavenly tribulation would cause too much of a commotion. It would be troublesome if some people were alarmed after such a long time. In fact, not long after he disappeared, a holy ship from the Eternal Lord planet jumped through space to observe and investigate. Unfortunately, they missed him. Cao Qing. You want to kill me and take my precious golden blood. This time, I will accompany you to the end. It had only been a year or two since Yi Fan's last heavenly tribulation breakthrough. He successfully broke through again and stood on the 8th step of the Tao-severing stair. It could be called a miracle, because, normally, he would need another 30 years, or even longer. At this moment, every inch of his flesh and blood was shining with precious splendor. He was full of power that could destroy any Tao-severing stair. He even felt that he could challenge the ancient saints. After successfully crossing the tribulation, his strength reached a new peak. Yi Fan felt that this star domain was the place where he obtained the Tao. If he could find the 4th or even 5th stage evolutionary fluid, he might be able to continuously advance and break through endlessly. Yi Fan brought the tattered mecha back to heaven. He didn't say anything and directly slaughtered his way towards Cao Qing's courtyard. He didn't hide anything and was about to unleash a massacre. Yi, you're still alive. You disappeared from the pure land of heaven. I thought you were already dead. Along the way, a loathsome voice sounded. Yi Fan encountered Luo Luo as soon as he returned. This was a provocation. Beside her was an old woman. Killing intent flashed past her eye sockets, and her gaze was extremely cold. Yi Fan's expression immediately became gloomy. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp. He was sure that this old woman was the one who used the black mecha to intercept him in the Pure Land. You really are lucky. I just don't know if you'll be able to survive next time. Luo Luo laughed unbridledly in an extremely arrogant manner. He raised his chin and left, only showing the back of his head to Yi Fan. I've endured you for a long time. Now, I can finally make my move. Yi Fan forced his way over. What do you want? This is the pure land of heaven. I'm Fan Xian's cousin. You dare to harm me? You're courting death. Luo Luo looked at him vigilantly, but he was still domineering and arrogant. Pu. A streak of bloody light flashed past. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. A golden bolt of lightning streaked past, and the head of Luo Luo, who was at the 3rd layer of the Tao-severing realm, flew high into the air. Chapter 1146. Ah Wu. Luo Luo only had time to let out a short scream before his head flew into the air. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. His face was still filled with fear. He didn't think that Yi Fan would really dare to make a move. There was no hesitation at all, it was decisive and thorough. His headless body fell forward, his corpse lying in a pool of blood, looking extremely miserable. He was killed just like that. His head flew out diagonally, and during this process, a lot of blood flowed out. The expression of fear on his face froze, and disbelief was written all over it. No. His primordial spirit flickered within his skull, wanting to rush out in extreme fear. He howled, screamed, and wailed. The old woman at the side was also quite shocked. This was the pure lands of heaven, and Luo Luo was an extraordinary relative with boundless potential. He was the distant cousin of Fan Xian, yet his head was actually cut off by someone. She immediately summoned the black mech and entered it. She frantically attacked Yi Fan to stop his next move, but it was already too late. Yi Fan's golden finger shook and smashed into the flying head, causing it to explode on the spot. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and that panicked primordial spirit lost its support. The moment it revealed its head, it was instantly sliced apart by a single finger. It let out a mournful scream and died on the spot. You killed young Master Luo Luo, and you actually dared to do this. You must pay the price in blood. A life for a life, blood for blood. The old woman went crazy. She couldn't absolve herself from the blame for such a thing. Yi Fan was very decisive. The moment he killed Luo Luo, he immediately took out the tattered black mech and entered it to fight against the old woman. This was an ancient Saint-grade war tool, and its cost was extremely high. Even the top powers didn't have many of them, because if they wanted to refine it, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. Just the materials alone were enough to make a clan fall. Peng! One of Yi Fan's mechanical arms flickered with green smoke, clashing head-on with the old woman's hand. This was a contest of close combat and magical power. Even though this mech was tattered, it could still display a portion of its power. At the very least, it could fight for a short period of time. Wang! The great Dao rumbled. The old woman controlled the black mecha, and a dagger that shone with black light appeared in her hand. The moment it slashed through the void, all sorts of great Dao runes flashed, and its power was as great as a tsunami. A true ancient mech was extremely mysterious and powerful. Only the direct descendants of nobles could control it, and it was extremely terrifying. Even though it was a metal mech, it was engraved with the most complicated and mysterious runes of ancient deities, allowing it to display holy might. Clang! One of Yi Fan's mechanical arms had been cut off. This tattered mecha was no match. It had no weapons, and even more than half of its great Dao runes had been destroyed. Its defensive power was greatly reduced. Brat, go to hell. I'm going to use your blood as a sacrifice to young Master Luo Luo. The old woman's eyes were blood red, full of hatred. She wanted to tear him apart immediately. Old hag, it was you who wanted to kill me last time and seize the third stage of the evolutionary fluid. Today, I will take revenge and send you on your way. Yi Fan dodged. Although his mecha wasn't a match, it could still unleash holy might and could hold on for a while. Dang! Yi Fan used his remaining mechanical arm to attack horizontally, sweeping towards the chest of the black mecha and forcing it to take a few steps back. Then, he continued to unleash heavy attacks and began his fierce counterattack. Great Dao runes flickered. Saint-level magical power confrontation was secondary, and close combat was the main focus. Yi Fan attacked continuously, focusing on a few vital points of the black mecha in an attempt to break through its defense. The old woman released a strange whistle to call for reinforcements. She wanted to stop Yi Fan and prevent him from escaping. She discovered that this brat was too difficult to deal with. He was able to fight her with just a tattered mecha. Quang! Yi Fan's mecha was on the verge of breaking apart. Strands of green smoke rose from it as if it was about to explode. Because of the continuous high-intensity confrontations, it was already on the verge of breaking apart. Now, it was even worse. Brat, you're finished. The old woman was extremely bloodthirsty. She licked her lips and released a resentful voice. The dagger in her hand hacked over. Boom! Suddenly, the right leg of Yi Fan's tattered mecha swung up high and exploded as it swept across the enemy. It emitted a blinding light and blasted a large hole in the chest of the black mecha. All of this was done intentionally by Yi Fan. He borrowed the power of a saint-level mecha's explosion to heavily injure the enemy. The old woman's expression changed. This was equivalent to a divine tool exploding, and she suffered a severe impact. All kinds of great Dao runes flickered, and the black mecha's luster dimmed quite a bit. She staggered backwards and was almost shaken out. However, the sound of the explosion didn't stop. Another sound rang out. This wasn't an ordinary explosion. It was the terrifying fluctuations produced when great Dao runes were destroyed. They could kill exceptional experts. Ah! The old woman screamed miserably and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Fan's tattered mecha was also almost finished. It had broken into pieces. He rushed out from within and directly pounced towards the black mecha. Before the old woman could calm herself down, he rushed in through the huge hole in the chest of the black mecha. Using the black arrow to protect himself, he defended against the divine rune fluctuations. Brat, you! The old woman was sinister. She didn't expect Yi Fan to be so ferocious and be able to kill his way so close to her. Old man, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan was very fierce. He stretched out a golden palm and grabbed the old woman's neck, directly pulling her over. Even someone as powerful as the old woman who had reached the half-saint realm was no match for him. At such a close distance, no one could contend against the indestructible golden body. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she struggled intensely. However, the result was without any suspense. Being attacked by the human race's divine physique was definitely a nightmare. Fart! Yi Fan ripped off her head, causing blood to spurt high into the air. He then smashed her primordial spirit into pieces and threw all the flesh and bones out of the mecha. Who is causing trouble in the Pure Land? Someone in the distance discovered the tragedy here, and many people flew over. Especially the manor next to it. That was the residence of Luo Luo and his subordinates. Just now, the old woman's cry for help had already alerted the people inside. An ominous glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Seeing a group of people surrounding him, he piloted the black mecha and rushed into the manor with large strides, starting a massacre. Immediately, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, broken limbs flew everywhere, and white bones stained with traces of blood flew everywhere. This was a terrifying massacre. How could this group of people stop Yi Fan? Not only could they not kill him, but they were also killed instead. In an instant, they all scattered and fled for their lives. Yi Fan's expression was cold. Time was limited, and he couldn't delay for too long. He tore open the void and directly rushed into the distance, looking for Cao Qing to settle the score. This person was very gloomy and cruel. He had dealt with him many times, and this time, he didn't hesitate to invite the Black Shadow Man to slaughter him for his precious blood. This made him truly angry. Within a picturesque mountain forest, there were a few majestic and beautiful palaces. The grey-clothed old man said, "That outsider really has some ability, being able to silently retreat from the Pure Land." However, this time, he still reached the end. The Black Shadow Man's tracking technique can be said to be number one under the heavens. He has most likely lost his life now. I don't care about anything else. I only care about whether or not his golden blood can be brought back. Cao Qing's expression was cold like an ice sculpture. There shouldn't be a problem, the old servant said. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from the mountain forest. A palace was shattered, and a 7-jong tall black gold mecha appeared, hacking over with a dagger in its hand. It's him. He actually came back alive. The grey-clothed old servant's eyes released 2 cold glints. A layer of ice appeared around his body, and snow filled the sky. Kung Cheong sounds rang out as an 8-jong tall blue mecha appeared. He entered and quickly equipped himself. This mecha was incomparably powerful. Its entire body flickered with a light blue metallic luster, and its lines were extremely smooth. One could tell with a single glance that it was a terrifying war tool, much stronger than Yi Fan's black mecha. "Young master, leave this place first. I will kill him with 1,000 cuts." The old servant's voice was cold. "Extract his imperishable golden blood for me. I want to step on his corpse to evolve into the most powerful body." Cao Qing's voice was gloomy as he decisively left. "Old man, Cao Qing, none of you should even think about leaving." Yi Fan raised his hand, shooting out a huge beam of light towards Cao Qing's direction. The grey-clothed old servant reacted quickly. The 8-jong tall light blue mecha instantly shifted horizontally, raising a curtain of light to block this attack. "Brat, you've run again and again. This time, you've delivered yourself to our doorstep with golden divine blood. You're dead for sure," the old servant taunted. "Shio." Yi Fan didn't say anything. His expression was cold as the black dagger in his hand streaked across the sky, releasing a black light. Divine marks filled the sky as magical power quickly spread. "Chong." The old servant's lips curled into a sinister smile. The blue demon blade in his hand collided with the black dagger, instantly cutting it in half. Yi Fan was shocked. They were both ancient mecha, but the other party's was clearly much rarer and much more powerful. It was a super war tool, far more powerful than his own. "Brat, offer up your precious blood and you can die." The old servant pounced. Whether it was the magic power fluctuations or the sturdiness of this mecha, they were both excellent. "Pa." Yi Fan blocked with his black arm, but it was instantly deformed. A large part of his arm was dented by the light blue mecha. Whether it was magic power or sturdiness, they were both inferior. In the following clashes, the black mecha was continuously heavily injured, and Yi Fan felt quite shocked. He felt that he had to take this ancient holy mecha, as it was a rare war magic treasure. The black mecha was dented in many places, and many runes had been destroyed. Whether it was in terms of magic power or melee combat, it was a complete defeat. Dang! The light blue mecha driven by the old servant was slender and powerful. It was full of a sense of beauty and power. It was exceptionally strong, and its magic power attacks almost destroyed all of the great Dao runes on Yi Fan's mecha. Rumble. Moreover, the most important thing was that the blue demon blade in his hand was very terrifying. It almost split Yi Fan's mecha in half. Sparks flew in all directions, and lightning danced in the air. Catcher. Whoosh. Yi Fan drove the black mecha like a cheetah and rushed out. Its back was almost disintegrated. The black mecha was much weaker than the Super Saint mecha. He was in the war tool, but he was almost affected by the overwhelming saint magic power. His expression changed. Yi Fan came to the depths of the mountains. His target was Cao Qing. Because he sensed that he had not gone too far, he temporarily broke away from the light blue mecha and chased after him. Bang! One of Yi Fan's mecha's arms was cut off by the blue demon blade. The Dao marks shattered, and a lightning storm surged, flattening a mountain range. It was also at this time that he discovered Cao Qing. He merged with the void and was hidden in the sky. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to discover him, but he had cultivated the secret techniques of the Celestial Court, and his assassination techniques were rare. Pu. Yi Fan attacked. Great Dao ripples spread out, shattering the sky. No, young master. The old servant discovered Yi Fan's evil intentions and hurriedly stopped him. He opened up a light blue screen of light to stabilize this area, but he was still a step too late. In the sky, Cao Qing spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was in tatters, and he almost turned into a pile of meat paste. Who knew how many secret treasures on him were destroyed, but he still managed to block this divine might. Kill him. Slaughter him. Cao Qing was furious. His expression was sinister as he quickly fled. The grey-clothed old servant roared. He controlled the light blue mecha and used all of its abilities to the extreme. He almost dismembered Yi Fan's mecha, and it was soon broken into pieces. Brat, you're finished. The old servant laughed sinisterly. Ah! Suddenly, Yi Fan roared, using the last of the black mecha's saint-level Dao patterns to release this shout. The ancient sacred mecha could display the power of a saint, and it used its supreme Dao marks to activate this mantra. He took advantage of the old servant's relaxed vigilance and thought that victory was certain to be won to attack him. It was like a demonic voice piercing into his brain, shaking him silly. His consciousness was in chaos, and he almost collapsed. Bang! Yi Fan attacked quickly, actually pouncing on the light blue mecha. He was like a falcon spreading its wings and soaring in the 9 heavens, incomparably swift and fierce. He wasn't a moth flying into a flame, because he had long wanted to use this attack. The great Dao ripples of the light blue mecha were temporarily interrupted. He used his origin technique and wanted to enter. Origin techniques were very mysterious. He could use its supreme profundities to enter the Saint Spirit Stone embryo with his physical body. Now that he had reached the acme of perfection, he could naturally force his way into the ancient sacred mecha. Before the old servant's mind was in a daze, he naturally wouldn't dare because he had terrifying saint-level magic power. But now, things were different. It was temporarily chaotic and interrupted. Even so, Yi Fan was still taking a risk. If the old servant woke up halfway and the great Dao marks of the saint appeared, he might be able to destroy him. The main reason was that this mecha was extremely powerful, making him feel that it was very troublesome. He had encountered danger several times, so he had no choice but to do this. Moreover, he wanted to obtain this undamaged war tool. This way, he would be full of confidence and be able to sweep through an entire region. In the end, everything went smoothly. Yi Fan used the ancient sacred mecha to release the heavenly swastika, targeting the enemy's consciousness and almost shattering the old servant's immortal platform. He transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and successfully entered the mecha. A cruel smile appeared on his face. You! The grey-robed old servant finally woke up. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Yi Fan's physical strength was. "Old fellow, didn't you want my life?" Yi Fan mocked. "No." The grey-robed old servant screamed and fought with all his might. However, the result was ruthless. With a pfff sound, Yi Fan broke his neck, causing blood to flow everywhere. Finally, an ice-cold corpse was tossed out of the mecha. Yi Fan entered and successfully obtained this super-ancient sacred war tool. What happened? Who is behaving atrociously? Who exactly is it that dares to come to my pure lands of heavens and start a massacre? In the surroundings, countless people flew over, surrounding this mountain region. Many experts appeared. "It's him, it's actually this brat. Good, you finally appeared. I'm going to take your life to avenge my grandson." The half-sage Xian Linfeng laughed sinisterly. Other than this, Luo Luo's grandfather, who was in seclusion, also appeared. His expression was extremely gloomy. After learning that his grandson and the old woman had died, his eyes were spewing fire. A group of powerful experts appeared, including the experts from the Brahmin race, surrounding Yi Fan. Fan Xian also arrived. Her legs were as white as a snake, her beauty capable of toppling cities. Cao Qing stood beside her. His expression was extremely cold, but he didn't say anything. Yi Fan wielded the blue devil blade and controlled the mecha, rushing towards Cao Qing, wanting to take his life. "Yi Fan, what are you doing?" Fan Xian shouted. "Kill him." Yi Fan pointed his blade at Cao Qing. "No, I won't allow you to be so impudent and kill the innocent. Stop him for me," Fan Xian shouted. A group of experts acted, blocking his path. Chapter 1147. Fan Xian's expression was unsightly. He ordered a group of experts to stop Yi Fan and stop him from killing. He shouted, "Yi Fan, do you know what you are doing?" "I'm just trying to kill Cao Qing," said Yi Fan calmly. Fan Xian's expression was cold. "In the pure land of heaven, no matter who you are, you can't start a massacre like this. If you have any disputes, you can bring them to the table." In the pure land of heaven, the Brahmin race had absolute authority. No one could provoke them. All disputes had to be resolved according to their will and rules. "He killed me not long ago. I took this light blue mecha from his servant," said Yi Fan. "Put down your weapon. Wait for my uncle to come back. He'll give you an explanation." Not far away, Brahma appeared. His red hair was thick, and his expression was solemn. "No, this is between me and him. There's no need for anyone to judge." Yi Fan didn't back down. "Impudent. This is the pure land of heaven, not the outside world. No one can break the rules of the Brahmin race here," shouted an old man angrily. What happened today was very serious. Battles between ancient saints and mechas were usually only fought when enemies invaded from the outside. But now, they were happening inside the pure land of heaven. It was intolerable. "Yi Fan, you're in the wrong. I don't want things to get out of hand. In a few days, I'll give you a fair explanation," said Fan Xian. "In a few days?" Yi Fan shook his head. "I'm afraid I won't be able to wait that long. You should know that there are always people targeting me. If I miss today, I won't have a chance to kill Cao Qing." "What do you mean? Do you want to break the rules of the Brahmin race?" said an old man with an unfriendly expression. "Yi Fan, think carefully. Do you really want to disregard everything? Today, you're being unreasonable. I won't allow you to kill Cao Qing. This is the pure land of the Brahmin race." Fan Xian's expression was frosty, and her tone was strict. Beside her, Cao Qing didn't seem to be affected at all. He was calm and collected. His silver hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep. He didn't say anything, as if what happened had nothing to do with him. "Am I being unreasonable?" Yi Fan sneered coldly. His gaze swept over everyone present, and then he stared at Fan Xian and said, "You only saw me kill him. Don't tell me you don't know that he was the one who sent people to kill me. And he almost succeeded. I was merely retaliating." Fan Xian's expression was cold as he warned him to get out of his mecha and wait for Fan Ju and the other giants to return. "Little brat Yi, you're too full of yourself. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you've gotten the fan universe's recognition? You can't do whatever you want in heaven, a very senior expert of the Brahmin race shouted. The Cow clan was a very large clan, and had a lot of influence on the Eternal Lord planet. No major organization would dare to offend them, and Cao Qing had come for Fan Xian. The Brahmin race naturally tried their best to rope him in and usually took good care of him. This time, he was able to bring 2 types of auxiliary divine minerals from the Cow family to refine the strongest constitution evolution fluid. His status was evident. Now that he was in trouble, even if the Brahmin race knew what was going on, they couldn't allow Yi Fan to kill him. Therefore, they had to protect him. Little brat, you're seeking your own death. It would have been fine if you had been hiding like a turtle, but now you dare to come out so arrogantly. Death is at hand. Xian Linfeng's eyes were filled with hatred as he sneered. He wanted to take revenge for his grandson Xian Mo. Looking at the important figures of the Brahmin race, he said, now that I've attacked him, you have nothing to say, right? He's seeking his own death and is challenging the dignity of your race. I'll take care of him for you. The group of experts present didn't say anything and just watched coldly. Many people stared at Yi Fan, sealing off all directions to prevent him from escaping. He must die. Luo Luo's grandfather's expression was also gloomy. He couldn't wait to refine Yi Fan right away. He hated this young powerhouse in front of him. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan saw the situation. Although the Brahmin race wanted to recruit him and desired his indestructible golden blood, they couldn't let him kill Cao Qing. They didn't hesitate to capture him. Xian Linfeng was a powerful half-saint who came from the Eternal Lord Star. He had an illustrious status and extraordinary strength. Now, he was riding a silver-white mecha with a holy sword in his hand. Now that Yi Fan had reached the 8th layer of the Tao-severing realm, his strength was extremely tyrannical. He could fight anyone below the level of a saint, and he even felt that he might be able to shake an ancient saint. Although he hadn't tried it before, he had such a feeling. Now that he had obtained the blue-gold mecha, he was even more fearless. Kai. He met the attack head-on. His body turned into a beam of blue light. Although he was 8 meters tall, his movements were agile and swift, leaving behind a powerful afterimage. The air exploded, emitting strange sounds. As soon as they clashed, Yi Fan and Xian Linfeng exchanged more than 100 blows. A battle between super ancient saint mechas also depended on the strength of the pilot. The stronger the pilot, the more real and sharp the holy might they displayed. Pop! A light blue brilliance flashed, and the blue demon blade in Yi Fan's hand turned into a field of dazzling fireworks. The blade light covered the sky and submerged the entire sky. A crack appeared on the silver sword in Xian Linfeng's hand, and sparks flew in all directions. Black holes appeared in the sky as holy might erupted. They almost rushed to the outer realms and were tens of thousands of meters above the ground. In the fierce confrontation, Yi Fan clearly had the upper hand. He went from being unfamiliar with mecha control to being incomparably skilled, and his attacks were becoming increasingly fierce. Fat. Xian Linfeng's expression changed. He raised his left arm slightly, and a beam of destructive light shot out. This was the martial divine light, and it was enough to penetrate a planet. If one was hit, it would be difficult to survive. Yi Fan let out a low roar as he operated the light blue mecha, fully displaying its power. First, he moved tens of thousands of meters horizontally, like an ancient saint crossing the sky. Then, he crossed his hands and shook them. The light blue traces of the great Tao spread out like ripples, filling the sky. Xian Linfeng shook violently, and the energy shield of the mecha couldn't block it either. It shattered like a crystal, and the mecha shook violently, almost crushed to pieces. Stop him. Fan Xian's expression changed. He didn't expect that Yi Fan, who had just started using mechas not long ago, would be so terrifying and defeat Xian Linfeng. One had to know that Xian Linfeng was a person with an illustrious status and strength. He came from the Eternal Lord planet, yet he was defeated by Yi Fan. The 2 experts of the Brahma race controlled their mechas and rushed into the sky, attacking Yi Fan. At the same time, Luo Luo's grandfather, Luo Moluo, also entered a green mecha and rushed into the sky. The speed of the three of them couldn't be said to be slow. Moreover, they activated their firearms midway, shooting out 3 beams of destructive light towards Yifan, wanting to shatter him. Yifan used his mecha to display the power of an ancient saint and displayed a rather terrifying side. He activated the Rho formula, and like a flickering light, it was almost impossible to catch a trace of him. Clang! He held the blue demon blade in his hand and cut Xian Linfeng's battle sword in half. Saint-level fluctuations filled the air, and the sky exploded as a large expanse of primal chaos mist appeared. He didn't show mercy and continuously slashed out with dazzling blue light. The demon blade in his hand shone brilliantly, illuminating eternity. Catcher! A terrifying sound of metal cracking rang out. His blade had cut Xian Linfeng's mecha in half at the waist, disintegrating this tool of war. It couldn't display its might anymore. Luo Moluo and the 2 experts of the Brahma race had arrived. They attacked with all their might and attacked fiercely, wanting to destroy Yifan. Just now, Xian Linfeng was frightened out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately rushed out of the mecha that had been cut in half and wanted to flee. However, Yifan was unstoppable. He was getting more and more proficient in controlling this tool of war. He forcibly killed his way out of the encirclement of the 3 mechas. Where do you think you're going? He held the blue demon blade in his hand, and his entire body flickered with an ocean-like luster. He took a step forward and chased after Xian Linfeng. Xian Linfeng was so scared that his soul almost left his body. It was true that he was a half-saint, but facing an ancient saint mecha, he was clearly not enough. He fled in terror. All of this had exceeded his expectations. Fart! Yifan's blade slashed down. The blue demon blade that was dozens of feet long drew a faint light and slashed at Xian Linfeng's body. When such a huge blade fell, it didn't seem like a slash, but more like a hammer smash. Xian Linfeng immediately turned into a pile of blood paste and shattered bones. His primordial spirit didn't even manage to rush out. His body and soul were both destroyed. This brat is showing off his abilities. He's too terrifying. He's a natural battle saint. Even such a powerful half-saint was killed by him. Many people of the Brahma race were shocked. In the next instant, Yifan turned around and rushed straight at Luo Moluo. He intentionally avoided the 2 experts of the Brahma race and focused on the half-saint who was controlling the mecha. Not good, we can't subdue him. Hurry up and ask the doyens to move out and bring the most elite tools of war here. Fan Xian's expression changed. Every Empyrean saint-grade mecha was precious. Creating one required an unimaginable price. To be able to cause a sizable clan to decline, there was a limit to how many Empyrean saint-grade mechas could produce. The battle in the sky was ongoing. Yifan was fighting 1 against 3 with ease. He had become increasingly powerful, and the battle blood in his body was boiling. Golden blood chi pervaded the air and dyed the light blue mecha a golden color. At this moment, he had an urge to use his physical body to fight against the Empyrean saint-grade mecha. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. He successfully broke through and stood at the 8th layer of the Dao-severing realm. His strength had increased by a large margin. He felt that he could fight against Empyrean saint grade without the help of a mecha. Clang! Yifan displayed his might. Golden blood chi pervaded the air as he slashed out with his blade, chopping off the right arm of Luo Moluo's mecha. A small explosion occurred there as lightning interweaved and the void collapsed. Luo Moluo was terrified. This young man's terror was beyond his imagination. He was trembling with fear and couldn't hold on any longer. He turned around and fled. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you want to kill me? Yifan chased after him. The 2 experts from the Brahma race also felt a chill in their hearts. In this battle, they couldn't even stop a single person. The other party was becoming increasingly fierce and terrifying. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. A loud sound rang out. Flames rushed into the sky and great Dao runes flickered. Then, a large area collapsed. Yifan wielded the blue demon blade and chopped down on Luo Moluo's mecha. He was shaken out and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Fart! A blue light flashed past. Another half-sage exploded. Not even his bones remained, and his primordial spirit turned into ashes. He had been killed by Yi Fan. A long whistle came from the depths of the heavenly hall. The race's veteran experts moved out. They controlled their mecha and turned into several beams of flowing light as they rushed over. Yi Fan's expression changed. He didn't have much time left. He had to kill Cao Qing before the others arrived. Otherwise, his chances would be slim. Swoosh. He entered the ancient Sage War tool and used the travel formula in the sky. His power increased by a large amount. It could be considered teleportation as he appeared on the ground. Stop, Yi Fan. It's not too late to retreat. My uncle will give you a fair explanation when he returns. You can't kill Cao Qing now. Fan Xian shouted. How could Yi Fan stop now? He rushed over with a few steps and hacked out with the blue demon blade. A blue ocean of splendor poured out in torrents. Stop him. Fan Xian's expression changed. She ordered loudly. Yi Fan actually wanted to kill the enemy in front of her. She ignored him. The two mechas in the sky descended and attacked ruthlessly towards Yi Fan's back. They wanted to crush him to pieces. Yi Fan moved sideways. His footsteps changed unpredictably. He turned into a blue beam of light, flashing left and right. Every time he changed, he would cross tens of thousands of zhong. It was terrifying. Cao Qing's expression finally changed. He had never met such a person before. Yi Fan dared to run amok in the Brahmin race's territory. Was he not afraid of the revenge of these marauders? He was simply too unscrupulous. Cao Qing dodged quickly. Someone who was not afraid of the Brahmin race, the scariest power in the fairy Featherstar Ocean, had to be a madman. There was no point in saying anything. He had to escape first. At that moment, he turned into millions. There were shadows everywhere. Some flew into the sky, some dug into the ground, and they rushed in all directions. It was a dazzling sight. A normal person would have frowned. Such a secret technique was terrifying. Every one of them was real, and it was impossible to tell them apart. However, Yi Fan had studied this technique. In order to understand the Three Pure Ones technique, he had been studying all kinds of cloning techniques for so many years. It could be said that Cao Qing's display in front of him was like a child's play before an expert. Moreover, the source sky eye was different from other sky eyes. It could see the source. Cao Qing detected the real body at the first moment. He moved forward with the blue demon blade and slashed forward, intending to crush him. Suddenly, a horrifying sense of danger appeared. Cao Qing took out a few secret artifacts. They flew towards him and exploded immediately. The power was shocking. It can hurt sages. These are ancient sage forbidden artifact. Yi Fan was shocked and quickly dodged. At the same time, he slashed in the void and opened up a dimensional space. He used the secret technique of the ancient chaos that he had obtained from Wang Teng and performed the eternal banishment. A cross-shaped crack appeared, swallowing the exploded forbidden artifacts and sending them into the mysterious dimensional space. But even so, the horrifying power of the forbidden artifacts was still revealed. Black holes appeared where they were, and the dimensional space was shattered. Let's see where you can run to this time, Yi Fan shouted. TSK. A dazzling light rushed out of Cao Qing's skull. It was a man dressed in green. He looked very heroic. He shouted, "Who dares to hurt my descendant?" A strong holy aura swept across everyone. It was like a vast sea rising and falling, shocking everyone. It's the ancestor saint of the Cao clan, Cao Tianjun. Many people were horrified, revealing looks of shock. They never expected him to appear here. I want to kill him. Yi Fan did not even frown. He still walked forward with large steps and slashed forward with the blue demon blade. You want to stop me with just an imprint? Roar. Cao Tianjun roared angrily. He let out a world-shaking roar and pounced towards Yi Fan. This was an intense confrontation. It happened in the blink of an eye. In the end, Cao Tianjuan's imprint disappeared and he was killed by Yi Fan. Everyone was shaken. In the distance, deafening roars could be heard. The experts of the Brahma race had finally arrived and started to attack from far away. Yi Fan, You better think this through. This is the pure land of the Brahma race. I won't allow you to kill Cao Qing, Fan Xian shouted. Then there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan raised his blade and slashed down. Attack him with all your strength and save Cao Qing, Fan Xian shouted. Fut. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. A beam of blue light descended and cut Cao Qing into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed Fan Xian's short skirt red. Even her flawless legs were dripping with blood. Chapter 1148. Yi Fan was decisive and ruthless. He killed Cao Qing right in front of Fan Xian. Blood sprayed high into the air and splattered in all directions. The people in front of him all had traces of blood on them. Fan Xian's white and slender legs had a few drops of blood, which made her look incomparably seductive. You actually dared to kill Cao Qing. How reckless. Everyone, attack and kill him. Fan Xian's face was frosty. At this time, 2 ancient Saint Mechas had already rushed forward, protecting her and the important figures of the Brahmin race behind them. They were afraid that Yi Fan would go crazy and kill them all. Those who kill will always be killed. Is he allowed to kill me, but I can't retaliate and kill him? Yi Fan said expressionlessly. Now that the light blue mecha had appeared, the evidence was conclusive. This was a super Saint mecha belonging to the Cao clan. It was obvious what had happened before. The Brahmin race knew that it was Cao Qing who had acted. In the past, they had tried to kill Yi Fan several times, but they still protected him. Fan Xian didn't hesitate to give the order to kill him. Now, there was nothing more to say. A long whistle tore through the air. This was a powerful divine will fluctuation, coming from afar. 5 mechas appeared, flashing with terrifying divine light. These were the most mysterious and powerful super saint war tools of the Brahmin race. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Whenever they appeared, there would be a rain of blood. Today, they actually used these saint tools for Yi Fan. It was clear how much they valued him. Yi Fan turned around and left. He didn't want to fight to the death with the Brahmin race. It was not worth it at all. He didn't want to continue killing here. He had already killed all the people he wanted to kill. He rushed into the sky, but what awaited him was a huge energy shield that sealed the entire Pure Land. He couldn't escape. Yi Fan quickly activated some of the runes on the light blue mecha, preparing to jump through space. This mecha was very mysterious. It was a rare saint artifact of the Cao clan. Its various functions and great Dao runes were extremely shocking. With a clanging sound, a starry door was opened. However, before he could rush in, the cold starry door suddenly collapsed. Forbidden space domain. The Brahmin race had sealed space and sealed all void laws. There was no way to escape, and the starry door was ineffective. Yi Fan's expression changed. This wasn't a good sign. The other side was determined to keep him here. This was a bit troublesome. It would be difficult to deal with so many experts. Fan Xian shouted, he's an ascetic cultivator with a strange formation platform. Maybe he can break through space. Hurry and use the ancient god's pill sealing formation to seal this place. Yi Fan's expression changed. Fan Xian had seen the chessboard formation platform before, so he understood it well. He took the initiative to set up a great formation, preventing him from escaping. In addition, all types of firearms interweaved at the same time, turning into streaks of blazing radiance that submerged the skies. This was a terrifying scene. Yi Fan was surrounded by a heavenly net. Every streak of light was destructive, able to blast out large amounts of black holes, able to destroy small planets. Right now, they were all concentrated on him. I don't want to break off relations with you, but don't force me, Yi Fan shouted. There's no need to say more. Capture him. We can't let him escape. Fan Xian's expression was ice cold. Xiu. Yi Fan rushed into the sky. He used the Xing technique to move through the concentrated martial divine light. He avoided layer after layer of danger and arrived in the sky dome. Honglong. He wanted to shatter the light barrier and escape. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Brahmin race. Brat, where do you think you're going? My race was kind enough to nurture you with the most powerful evolution liquid, but in the end, you actually dare to do this. An elder rushed over in a powerful mecha. Yifan's expression was cold. He didn't retort. The Brahmin race treated him well on the surface, but there was no such thing as kindness without reason. He was well aware of their schemes. He had always been on guard against them. What they wanted was nothing more than his imperishable golden body. The Brahmin race wanted to extract his golden precious blood when he was successful and use it to increase their own constitution to become the most powerful in the universe. From a certain perspective, he was now a precious medicine that was being nurtured. Once he matured, he would be plucked, and he might not even be able to keep his life. Of course, if he was loyal enough to the Brahmin race, he would still have a way out. He might even be entrusted with an important position. After all, this type of powerful constitution was too rare. But was he that kind of person? How could he be willing to be a slave? If he didn't have freedom, he might as well just die. There would definitely be a great life and death conflict in the future. He had seen the terrifying gaze of the Brahmin race's giant Fan Ju. He stared at his imperishable golden body as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. He had a vague feeling that his golden precious blood might not even be their ultimate goal. Dang! Yifan fought against this ancient mecha. He continuously clashed, forcing the other party to retreat again and again. The blue demon blade released several thousand Zhonglong beams of light, leaving behind cracks on the other party's body. Two more mysterious war machines rushed over from behind and surrounded him. Both of them used their most powerful methods, attacking ruthlessly and fiercely. Yifan's movements were bold and unrestrained. He could display the fluctuations of a saint within the light blue ancient sacred armor. It spread in all directions, free and unrestrained, sweeping through everything in his way. The three Brahmin race mechas couldn't even defeat him. If he didn't care about their feelings and didn't kill them, he would have already destroyed one of them. Little bastard, you truly are an ingrate. You used my race's most powerful evolutionary liquid to advance, yet in the end, you still want to betray us. We cannot let you live. An elder roared angrily. Yifan calmly said, I have already been lenient. Moreover, I saved your clan's Brahmin immortal, allowing you all to obtain the absolute beginning life stone. Just based on this, I have the qualifications to use the precious liquid. I don't owe you all anything. The two most precious divine minerals this time were the Heaven's Mandate Divine Rock and the Absolute Beginning Life Stone. The latter was especially heaven-defying. If they didn't have it, it was unknown when they would be able to refine the precious liquid. It could be said that this time, Yifan had contributed greatly to the Brahmin race. Without him, they wouldn't have obtained the Absolute Beginning Life Stone. Everything would have been for naught. He had the qualifications to use the most powerful precious liquid. Young man surnamed Yi, we admit that you've contributed quite a bit, and you can indeed enjoy the third stage of the precious liquid. However, you've provoked a great disaster today. You shouldn't have killed Cao Qing. There's still time to turn back now. Leave that mecha, and everything can be discussed, said another elder. The battle continued and became increasingly intense. Several mechas soared into the sky and surrounded Yifan. Their attacks were world-shaking as black holes appeared one after another. Yifan didn't want to wait helplessly for death. He shook his head and said, I want to go out and take a stroll. I might come back after a while. An elder said in a low voice, no matter what, you can't leave. You took the most powerful purifying liquid and now you want to leave. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If he stayed, he most likely wouldn't survive. The Brahmin race wanted his immortal precious blood, but they also needed to give the Cao family of the Eternal Lordstar an explanation. Therefore, it was reasonable to use its value. Handing over a useless corpse was most likely the best choice. Therefore, Yifan couldn't stay. He had to leave no matter what. If you treat me as a friend, then let me go. I will repay you generously in the future. We might have a good chance to cooperate in the future, Yifan said. An elder in the mecha shook his head and sneered. He was just an outsider. He didn't have any foundation or power. Wasn't it a joke to talk about cooperation? In their eyes, The most precious thing about Yi Fan was the golden blood in his body. However, they were about to get it, so there was nothing to talk about. There was no need to cooperate. If I stay, I will die without a doubt. The cow family is so powerful, so they definitely won't let me go. So, you want me to die to appease their anger? Yi Fan said in a low voice. You can't leave now. We'll talk after the big shots come back. A cold and emotionless voice came from a golden mecha. Yi Fan laughed. His voice was cold as he said, You guys are quite heartless. You want to use my value and throw me out as a scapegoat. Don't think that I don't know you want the golden blood in my body. Since the conversation had reached this point, both sides had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no need to hide anything anymore, because it was meaningless. That's right. You're right. We want your immortal precious blood. A cold and straightforward voice came from a crimson mecha. Then I have nothing to worry about. If you attack again, don't blame me for being heartless. I won't care about our friendship anymore, Yi Fan said coldly. What friendship could we have with you? We only gave you the evolutionary liquid to make your golden blood purer. To put it more bluntly, we want to fatten you up like a pig, and then slaughter you. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, the smell of gunpowder in their words had reached its peak. A middle-aged man spoke extremely coldly. He controlled a green mecha and swooped over. He first used a terrifying firearm, and then he stabbed forward with a green spear. This was a battle between ancient saints. Great Tao symbols covered the sky. This was a type of symbol, and even more so a manifestation of the heaven and earth's recognition and power. When he spoke up to this point, Yi Fan's eyes also became cold. Two astonishing beams of light shot out from his eyes, burning like torches. He stared at everyone and swept out with the blue demon blade, fighting a great battle against the enemies. Zheng zheng zheng, 10,000 swords shot out simultaneously. Sounds rang out continuously. One of them brandished a holy sword and slashed out a sea of swords. Tens of thousands of sword radiants converged together, producing a landslide and tsunami-like rumbling sound. The Brahmin race's mechas used Kuwu as the vanguard as cover. Each of them held a cold weapon engraved with great Tao symbols and rushed forward together. They shattered the universe, and chaotic energy surged violently. Clang! The blue demonic blade in Yi Fan's hand was like a ripple, clear and translucent. However, the radiance that swept out was destructive. He charged forward valiantly, targeting one person to attack, cutting that person's mecha apart. Fart! In the encirclement of several people, he actually injured one of them, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood inside the mecha. That war tool was covered in cracks. The expressions of everyone on the ground changed. In the encirclement, Yi Fan actually didn't die. Instead, he actually seriously injured one of the experts. This kind of divine bravery made everyone feel restraining fear. Don't let him go. Stop him. Fan Xian shouted. She asked the other ancient saint mechas that hadn't moved out to immediately join the battle. In an instant, divine light shot out in all directions. The divine laws of order turned into chain-like beams of light that densely covered every inch of space. The great battle suddenly became countless times more intense. A total of 7 super ancient saint war tools surrounded Yi Fan and carried out a destructive attack. They were all the most terrifying divine artifacts, and they wanted to suppress and kill him. Chapter 1149. Yi Fan rushed over, wanting to escape from the pure land of heaven. This was the territory of a group of plunderers, and they possessed tremendous strength. If this continued for a long time, he would definitely suffer greatly. However, at this moment, there were 7 ancient saint-level war tools surrounding him. The situation was incomparably grim. He was surrounded by so many experts, and breaking out wasn't easy. Chong. Scarlet radiance was like blood. The half-saint on the other side controlled a super war tool, holding blood-colored swords that were several zhong in length. They hacked forward, over 10,000 great Tao symbols densely covering the sky, covering Yi Fan below. Yi Fan used the blue demonic blade to block. It was like a pool of autumn water, sparkling and translucent, releasing tens of thousands of zhong of radiance. It was like a dark blue ocean as it rushed out, interweaving with the tens of thousands of divine chains of order. Rumbling noises rang out. This was a great battle. Both sides didn't hold back at all, bathing in blood as they fought with their lives on the line. It was either you die or I die. It was intense and majestic. The others couldn't help much. This was a great battle between ancient saints. Holy might surged, and even the sky dome collapsed. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Primal chaos fragments shot out in all directions. It was extremely terrifying and shocking. Yi Fan, if you turn back, you still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you will definitely be eliminated today. A heroic middle-aged man controlled a golden mecha. His attacks were the most ferocious as he faced Yi Fan head-on. The only reply he received was a blue demon blade. Yi Fan's eyes were extremely cold. At this point, what else was there to say? It could only be a battle of life and death. A large golden bell appeared above the golden mecha's head. It was several jong tall, golden and translucent, grand and imposing. The sun, moon, mountains, rivers, fish, insects, and beasts were engraved on it. This was an extremely strange scene. The ancient Saint Mecha had a large golden bell above its head, releasing holy might. It seemed a bit out of place. Dang! The large bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, shaking tens of thousands of Li circles of golden ripples appeared in the sky, spreading outwards. Wherever they passed, all tangible things would be broken. The bell waves were terrifying. This was the embodiment of an extremely profound understanding of the great Tao. This was a half-saint who was not to be trifled with. Naturally, he was able to unleash the full power of this mysterious ancient sage mecha. Yi Fan wielded the blue demon saber and slashed out, creating hundreds of cross-shaped cracks in a row. He slashed open the dimensional space and devoured all the golden bell ripples. Kai. However, there were simply too many enemies, and all of them were the most powerful ancient sage mechas. As a result, he was unable to deal with them. Just as he stopped the bell wave, a green spear pierced through the sky and swooped down like a green dragon. It was over 100 li long and exceptionally sharp. This was an extremely shocking spear strike that vividly displayed the might of the Grand Tao. It was as if it carried along an ancient universe as it pressed down, and the azure-colored spear light rumbled as it covered a vast expanse and suppressed everything. Dang! Yi Fan was exceptionally valiant. With the blue demon saber in hand, he slashed out horizontally, cutting apart the cosmos-like azure divine patterns of the great Tao. It was as if he was splitting the heavens and earth apart, slashing out a world and scattering the chaotic energy that filled the sky. The collision between the blue blade and the azure spear was deafening. A sphere of dazzling light appeared in this place. The sky was destroyed and turned into an abyss of destruction that made even the ancient sages frown. And this was only Yi Fan's instantaneous battle. There were still 6 similar experts surrounding him. One could well imagine what kind of dangerous situation he was facing. A battle between ancient sages. None of them were saints, but when they controlled these mysterious war tools, they became incomparably terrifying. When one reached this realm, the battle was exceptionally intense. Yi Fan's expression was cold and indifferent. There were no fluctuations in his heart. He forced himself to maintain a calm and unperturbed state in order to face all possible dangers. His eyes flourished with divine light as he stared at one of them. Hong Long. His aura suddenly rose, and the immortal treasured blood in his body boiled. His blood energy dyed the entire light blue mecha golden, and his battle prowess increased by a large margin. Yi Fan rushed toward the person whose mecha had cracks intertwined and attacked him. He wanted to kill him first while being surrounded by so many experts. The light gold and light blue intertwined armor was overflowing with color. The slender body of the mecha was full of a sense of smoothness. He was agile and swift, moving like a beam of floating light. Clang, 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 after dozens of collisions, he moved forward while wielding the saber. He continuously slashed down, causing more cracks to appear on this person's mecha. It was on the verge of exploding. Meanwhile, inside this war tool, blood traces appeared all over the body of the Brahmin race's half-saint. He was severely injured, and the external forces were transmitted in, making him increasingly unable to endure. Boom! Yi Fan's golden blood energy flourished even more, causing the ancient mecha to almost completely turn into a golden body. It was dazzling and dazzling. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Capture and kill him. This is precisely the golden blood. We must obtain it. A middle-aged man inside a black war tool coldly shouted. It seems like he is even more astonishing than we imagined. This kind of bloodline is most likely the immortal golden blood of the previous generations, and not the later generations. Its value is inestimable. Another person inside a silver-white mecha revealed a wave of excitement and bloodthirst. Yi Fan felt the pressure suddenly increase. Two of them were nothing to be afraid of, and he could cut them down. However, the green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white mechas that arrived later were extremely difficult to deal with and difficult to destroy. Moreover, when combined together, they actually emitted 5 elements divine light. Kill! He roared loudly. He had to kill a half-saint. Only then would he be able to hurt them. Only the deterrence of death could make them not dare to go too crazy. Honglong! A black mountain appeared. Yi Fan could now release holy might, and at this moment, he used the embracing mountain seal. The power displayed at this time could be said to be absolutely astonishing. The black mountain pressed down on the sky, as if it had crossed over from ancient times. Its power was boundless, and the black aura was monstrous. He still rushed towards the cracked mecha. Everyone's expression changed, and they tried to help, but they could not block the holy runes that filled the sky. Catcher! The black mountain fell, smashing the ancient saint mecha in front of him and causing it to stagger. Then, it was sent flying horizontally. Immediately afterward, the arms that were crossed in front of it to block the mountain exploded. Bang, dang, kai! At the same time, Yi Fan also suffered a heavy blow. The other 6 people attacked together, leaving terrifying grooves on his mecha's body, almost splitting it in half. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He activated the line formula and avoided the heavy blow. He waved the 6 path fists and continued to attack. He was determined to kill that person. A deafening sound rang out. Yi Fan entered this powerful war tool and used holy might to activate this kind of fist intent. It was simply pitilessly terrifying. He and the mecha seemed to be burning. Golden battle chi surged, and he punched out again and again. Catcher! The sound of metal shattering rang out. Everyone was stunned. The war tool of the ancient saint in front of them had been completely destroyed. Yi Fan punched out again and again, first penetrating it, and then turning it into powder. Fragments of divine materials flew everywhere. The half-saint had already realized that the situation was not good. He rushed out and wanted to escape, but how could he be faster than Yi Fan's 6 path fists? He was beaten into a mist of blood, and broken bones flew everywhere before turning into ashes. So powerful. Everyone on the ground was shocked. 5 elements interlink, destroy him. The people in the green, yellow, red, black, and white mecha shouted at the same time, their expressions solemn. There was light flowing between them, as if they could borrow strength, and they could coexist. A terrifying aura filled the air, and in an instant, it was many times stronger. This was the Brahmin race's super ancient saint mecha, far surpassing ordinary war tools. It was pitilessly precious, and even the powerful looters of the heavenly hall were limited in number. The people of the Brahmin race were all shocked. Only when a great enemy invaded, or when there was a great threat to the heavenly hall, would the 5 elements coexist, and the 5 types of divine light would fuse together. Now, it was used to deal with a single person, which was rarely seen in 100 years. Fan Xian's expression was extremely cold. He called out to the chief elders of the race, and then he personally boarded a several thousand zhong long holy ship, giving the order to use the most powerful divine martial light to deal with Yi Fan. This kind of enormous holy ship's power was boundless, able to destroy a planet with a single strike. If it really hit Yi Fan, there was no way he could survive. Yi Fan felt an intense sense of danger. All the pores on his body opened up, and yin energy poured in. His eyes flickered, and the heaven's origin eye shot out 2 beams of light that were several hundred li long. He saw that Colossus, currently absorbing the world's essence, and a peerless divine light was about to shoot out. Xiu. Yi Fan took a step forward, changing heaven and earth with the Rho formula, teleporting over 100 li. A destructive divine light pierced through the place where he was just standing, and primal chaos fragments shot out in all directions, destroying everything. The remaining 6 mechas chased after him as fast as lightning, chasing after Yi Fan. The situation was extremely bad. The enormous holy ship was parked in the distance, possessing an incomparable deterrent force. Meanwhile, the 6 ancient mechas were attacking from the front, putting him in a very passive position. Are the ancient deities' heaven-sealing formation patterns really that powerful? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Just now, he was too tired to deal with them, so he didn't have time to bring out the chessboard formation platform. He didn't try it, so he couldn't be sure if he could pass through. The situation was becoming more and more dangerous. He had no other choice, so he quickly brought out this kind of formation pattern. With a honglong sound, a large crack appeared in the sky, and then it was propped open, barely opening a realm gate. However, it was extremely unstable. What? Where did this ascetic come from? His formation platform can actually penetrate the ancient deities' symbols. This. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan was even more shocked than them. The chessboard's formation pattern was extremely unstable, and it could collapse at any time. However, this was still a damaged emperor pattern. The ancient deity's formation pattern was also damaged. It was truly terrifying. Su. Yi Fan turned around and rushed in, disappearing into the realm gate. Many people were alarmed and furious, but they couldn't stop him in time. Kill him at all cost. Fan Xian's beautiful eyes were ice-cold, flickering with ruthless light. She prepared to use her most terrifying weapon to pierce through the void realm gate. He already went in, so we might not be able to kill him like this. Let's chase after him and obtain all of the golden blood in his body. We can't waste a single drop. Within the mecha flickering with green divine light, the middle-aged man spoke coldly and coldly. 5-element divine light flickered. Green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white, the 5 victory tools linked up and entered the realm gate that hadn't closed in time. Because they were tangling with Yi Fan just now, they were close to this gate, so they could rush in immediately. Meanwhile, the 6th ancient mecha also didn't hesitate in the slightest. It also flew in and began to chase after Yi Fan, wanting to recover the undying precious blood. This is the supreme human medicine we raised, it definitely can't be lost. A few of the Brahma clan's direct descendants had the same thoughts, loudly warning. Fan Xian's snow-white legs were slender and elegant. Her fair and beautiful face had a cold expression, making her look like a peerless temptress. She said, "He can't have gone far. That kind of formation platform is damaged and can't cross the boundless cosmos. It only entered this star domain. Quickly scan it, we will control the sacred ship to capture and kill him." Yi Fan appeared in the ice-cold and dark cosmos. All around him was a deathly silence, a vast and boundless emptiness. In a single breath of time, this kind of silence was shattered. Several super saint mechas with 5-element divine light flowing around them appeared, and then the 6th war tool also rushed out, surrounding him once again. "Heh, you guys really chased after me. You didn't disappoint my expectations." Yi Fan's teeth were snow-white, flickering with ruthlessness and callousness. He was extremely calm and unperturbed. After leaving the pure lands of heaven, in this free cosmos, he completely let go of himself, not fearing any enemies. "You are very arrogant, but you are only a human medicine we raised. It's time to slaughter you. I hope you can still act like this when we extract your golden blood," the middle-aged man in the scarlet ancient mecha said sinisterly. "I can't wait anymore. I really want to test your holy might with my physical body." Yi Fan's battle intent was high. He really wanted to leave all of these mechas behind and make the Brahma clan's flesh ache to the point of going crazy. Chapter 1150. The half-sages of the Brahmin race all had gloomy faces. Who would dare to speak to them like that in this part of the Star Ocean? This outsider was unbridled and wanted to treat them as prey. How many years has it been? Perhaps the fairy Featherstar Ocean has been peaceful for too long. Many people have forgotten the dignity of the Brahmin race marauders. It has been a long time since I have met such an insolent young man like you. This was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. While they were speaking, they had already begun to fight to the death. Ancient sage mechas flashed with a cold metallic luster as they soared into the sky like lightning bolts. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy was emitted. A half-sage stood outside the battlefield, controlling a fiery red war tool. It looked as if it was made of phoenix blood and gold. Its entire body was as red as blood. The bow in its hand was narked and an arrow was aimed at Yi Fan. This was a powerful divine weapon. It absorbed essence energy from all directions and almost dried up the void of the universe. The starlight in the distance was like a vast expanse of white water, surging over. In his hand, the huge ancient bow was emitting a blinding red light. It was like a sun, absorbing the galaxy and essence energy. Blood-colored runes were flashing on it. A mysterious blood arrow appeared on the bowstring. It was engraved with many divine runes. It was overflowing with ancient meaning, powerful and terrifying. Swoosh! The arrow flew out like a shocking river of blood. It was especially eye-catching in the dark universe. It flew for hundreds of miles and chased after Yi Fan. It would not stop until it hit its target. This was a huge divine arrow with peerless power. Everywhere it passed, the universe shattered, the light of the primordial era gushed out, and the law of primal chaos shot everywhere. Fart! The golden blood energy shook, and the light blue mecha trembled. Its arm had been pierced, and it could not avoid this attack. Hey, this kid's mecha has been damaged, but he is only SOSO. Let's finish him off quickly and take away his golden blood to avoid any accidents. Ah, not good. One of them cried out, noticing that things weren't good. Yi Fan's mechanical arm that was shot didn't explode. Dao patterns swirled about, actually opening up a dimensional space there, devouring all of the great Dao symbols left behind by the holy arrow. Yi Fan used a secret technique to dissolve it. Moreover, he was very close to a golden mecha. Borrowing the power of the arrow, his body became one with the arrow, and he rushed over to kill the enemy. Crack! The blue demon saber in Yi Fan's hand shone brightly, suppressing this enemy below. The saber radiance surged like the sea, and the Dao patterns were endless, completely sealing the sky. This was a fatal blow. He was determined to get rid of one of the semi-saints immediately and risk damaging his mechanical arm. Clang! A large golden bell appeared in front of him. It was several jong in height, and on its surface were engraved the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, fishes, bugs, and beasts. It was simple and imposing, blocking the demonic blade. However, Yi Fan's attacks were incomparably swift and fierce, like a torrential waterfall, like a raging storm or tsunami. All kinds of seals were struck out. His palm and fingers turned into a black mountain and blasted the big bell away. Meanwhile, the demonic saber in his other hand penetrated every nook and cranny, drowning the place with dark blue saber chi. Ah! The golden mech was very powerful. It was one of the 5 elements' divine armors, and in terms of performance and other aspects, it was only above Yi Fan's war tools. However, it was still unable to withstand such a fierce attack. Catcher! A cracking sound rang out. The golden mech cracked and was on the verge of disintegration. Powerful holy might pervaded the air, and the semi-saint inside suffered the impact. Many of his bones were broken, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. 5 elements coexist, divine screen, block. A middle-aged man roared at the side. His divine sense was like thunder, shattering the pitch-black void of the universe. Green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white mysterious mechs flickered with divine splendor, instantly illuminating this part of the universe. They could actually coexist and fuse together with light, blocking Yi Fan's attack together. At the same time, a monstrous force gushed out and counterattacked. Yi Fan's expression changed, and his heart was greatly shaken. This 5 elements divine light was indeed miraculous. He was so close to finishing off a great enemy, and he missed a chance to kill. Swoosh! He turned into a beam of floating light and retreated several dozen to 100 li, confronting them in the ice-cold sky. A strange sound rang out from the distance. That almost shattered golden mech was actually healing. Symbols flickered about, and it seemed extremely strange. It was as if it hadn't suffered any serious damage. Yi Fan was shocked. He had heard before that this was the king of ancient sacred mechs. It was extremely sinister and possessed self-healing abilities. It was the most terrifying. Green, yellow, gold, scarlet, black, and white, 5 mysterious mechs. Now, their radiance blended together, coexisting with each other as if they were one. They actually possessed this type of mysterious power. It was the same as the king of ancient sacred mechs. Not long after, the cracks on the golden mech completely disappeared. It was as if it was reborn, becoming a flawless whole. It completely healed. Youngster surnamed Yi, do you think you are that strong? How much can an outsider understand about this starry domain? There are plenty of methods to deal with you. A middle-aged man said coldly. We will only know the result after fighting to the end. If the 6 of you can't kill me, then today, I will break your Brahmin clan's bones and make your clan feel bitter regret. Yi Fan looked at those half-saints with disdain. Your words are excessively arrogant. Fighting in this starry sea, an outsider like you will die without a burial, a half-saint sneered. Before coming here, Fan Xian had already told them that as long as they could tie down Yi Fan, she would be able to quickly use her mothership to scan for traces of him. Then, she would come over with the super holy ship that was tens of thousands of feet long and launch a destructive attack. In a great battle in the boundless starry sea, that kind of leviathan was absolutely unmatched. It could destroy stars one after another. It was extremely difficult to stop. Yi Fan saw that they weren't in a hurry to take action. He immediately sensed something and guessed that they were definitely waiting for reinforcements. The universe was boundless, but this starry domain civilization was extremely developed and splendid. Even if they were far away from the heavens, the people behind them would most likely still be able to find this place. He revealed a cold smile and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? You forced me to unleash a great slaughter. Today, I will dye this starry sky red with your blood. This starry sea is the world of us marauders. Do you think you can escape?" The person in the silver mecha launched an attack. Yi Fan's expression was cold. His footsteps were illusory and dreamy, leaving behind a trail. He didn't bat an eyelid as he used a secret art to embed pieces of wood into the void. This was the heaven-deceiving formation pattern carved on the path understanding tree. Now, Yi Fan was using it to seal off the aura of this place. He wanted to isolate it from the outside world and didn't want Fan Xian to discover it immediately. Come. Yi Fan accepted the challenge and fought fiercely with them. I don't believe you can defy the heavens. A half-saint sneered and attacked even more fiercely. We'll only know after we try. Let's see who can kill who. Yi Fan said coldly. He saw that the 5 elements divine armor could automatically regenerate, so he didn't dare to lower his guard. Even though the enemy was troublesome, the 6 experts weren't anxious at all. They were calm and unperturbed. Not to mention their own strength, they reckoned that it wouldn't take long for the mothership to arrive and steadily kill Yi Fan. Young man, your appearance has given us a pleasant surprise. As an indestructible precious medicine, anyone would be tempted. Our race gave you the evolution liquid to purify your bloodline, yet you dared to go against it. Now, you're like a fattened prey. It's time to slaughter you. The voices of the half-saints were ruthless, sinister, and cold. They wanted to disturb Yi Fan's state of mind and suppress him forcefully. They wanted to use blood to write down the dignity of the Brahmin race. Is that so? We'll see the results soon. Let's see who will be slaughtered. Yi Fan's expression was cold. The 5-colored mecha was very difficult to deal with. They attacked in tandem, attacking and defending as one. Moreover, they could regenerate themselves. They were powerful and swift. He rushed toward the 6th mecha, which was slightly weaker, and prepared to eliminate this person first. Rumble. He raised his battle prowess to the extreme and launched an all-out attack. A golden treasure trove appeared behind him, and all kinds of mysterious weapons appeared together. Golden divine treasures. Yi Fan piloted the ancient sacred mecha. Now that he used this kind of heaven-reaching secret technique, it was simply a great disaster for the enemy. This was a golden world. There were golden heavenly swords, golden ancient bells, Tao cauldrons, 9-layered pagoda, everything that should be there was there. They were all exuding holy might as they appeared behind him. In this place, there were no Brahmin race experts watching over him. There was no huge mothership threat. There was no restriction of the pure land of heaven. This place was vast and boundless. He could be unrestrained and use all his trump cards without any misgivings. The golden light was dazzling. He piloted the ancient sacred war tool and used the heaven-defying ancient emperor divine technique. Naturally, the holy might was much stronger than before. The sixth mecha bore the brunt of the attack. Many cracks appeared on its body when it faced the attacks of the golden weapons. It almost collapsed on the spot. He quickly dodged, and the other 5 mechas quickly came to support him. However, it was still a bit too late. Yi Fan attacked powerfully and didn't hold back at all. Far away from the heavens, there were no more great threats. He could fight with all his might. Dang! The golden ancient bell leisurely smashed the shoulder of the mecha. Clang! The golden heavenly sword hacked down, directly cutting off one of the arm of the 6th mecha. Boom! The 9-layered pagoda pressed down. Primal chaos surged and smashed into his chest, causing his metal battle body to completely cave in. Then, it began to disintegrate. This kind of attack was too ferocious. Yi Fan continuously attacked. Hundreds and thousands of attacks were launched. All kinds of golden divine weapons moved together, forming an eternal light. How could the 6th mecha block it? Under the attacks of all kinds of weapons, ear-piercing shattering sounds rang out. Even the ancient sacred war tool couldn't block it. A loud sound rang out. It was as if a resplendent firework had bloomed. It was also as if a huge volcano had erupted in the cosmos. It made people's hearts tremble. This mecha was completely destroyed and turned into a ball of flames. The half-saint inside cried out in fear, but he couldn't break free. A golden heavenly sword swept over and minced him into meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere, and his divine sense turned into smoke. The remaining 5 people's expressions changed. Yi Fan's battle prowess exceeded their expectations. He was far stronger than when he was in the heavenly Pure Land. It made them feel a bit uneasy. 5 elements coexist. They stood together. 5-colored divine light circulated, hazy and mysterious. They evolved into 5 different worlds to fight against Yi Fan together. You guys said that once I'm fat, I can be slaughtered. However, I feel that it can be done the other way around. Yi Fan walked forward. Behind him was the golden world of divine treasures. It was brilliant and dazzling. Young man surnamed Yi, let's see how long you can be arrogant for. In the end, you are just an imperishable precious medicine of our clan. One of the middle-aged men said. He felt that the mothership of Fan Xian should be arriving soon. Chapter 1151. Swish. A fiery red holy arrow shot over, exceptionally eye-catching in the darkness of the universe. Wherever it passed, thousands of runes would be extinguished, and the holy inscriptions would interweave. Behind Yi Fan, the golden divine treasure shone with resplendent light, causing the sky to rumble. All sorts of divine weapons flew out, colliding with the holy arrow. Resplendent light, eternal light. A great battle erupted between the 2 sides, a life and death struggle in the starry sky. The expressions of the few half-sages from the heavenly halls were unsightly. Because after waiting for half a day, the Brahmin immortal and the mothership still hadn't appeared. Clearly, they hadn't discovered this place, and this made them feel somewhat puzzled. Dang! A huge bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. This was a type of terrifying energy fluctuation. There was a golden holy bell hanging above the head of the golden mecha, and at this moment, the bell waves were unceasing, defending against all sorts of attacks from Yi Fan. The golden ripples were formed by thousands of runes. These were ancient saint-level laws. They transformed into all sorts of light and flew out, densely engraving themselves in the void of the universe. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be badly battered. It would be difficult for them to endure such a terrifying saint weapon. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. He brandished the 6 Paths fist, causing the bell to rumble, as though it would shatter at any moment. This was a terrifying scene. His mecha was dyed gold, and behind him was a boundless world of treasures. He was currently fighting for supremacy, sweeping everything before him. All sorts of divine light revolved around him. In this ice-cold cosmos, he became the only resplendent one, as though a god had been reborn. This brat is freakishly powerful. Could it be that when the ancient cultivators developed to the extreme, they would be unrivaled? The few half-sages couldn't help but frown, feeling astonished in their hearts. They recalled some of the records of their ancestors. According to the ancient records of the Eternal Kingdom, there were extremely terrifying characters among the ascetics who had bare-handedly torn apart their divine mechas. They were unrivaled in the universe. Kai. The black mecha of the Brahmin race displayed its might. It wielded a battle spear that flickered with black light, piercing through the starry sky like a black dragon that traversed hundreds of miles, pressing towards Yi Fan's immortal platform. A ray of fire burst forth, and a golden heavenly sword appeared in front of Yi Fan's midbrows. This was an attack made with the help of an ancient saint-level war tool. The primitive emperor's Daoist sword blocked the attack. Clanging swords rang out and snow-white light streaked across the universe. The silver mecha soared like a terrifying spectre, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The fluctuations from the saint weapon destroyed a large area of the void, not leaving Yi Fan's vitals. Boom! The crimson mecha raised its left arm and activated its thermal weapon. A beam of divine light annihilated a large area of the sky. At the same time, the crimson sword in its left hand attacked. The golden divine treasure behind Yi Fan opened up, and it was like a mysterious country. All kinds of weapons flew out and slashed at this great enemy. This was just a microcosm. In reality, it was like this every moment. Yi Fan fought against 5 experts by himself. All kinds of weapons and secret techniques attacked like thunder. The originally desolate universe was boiling at this moment. Millions and millions of strands of holy radiance flowed, and any one of them could destroy a living being. This was a great battle, and it had reached its climax. The 5 people on the other side were all shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so powerful, far exceeding their expectations. If it wasn't for the few of them having secret techniques, they would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, 5 kinds of light interweaved and connected together. It was as if 5 worlds were interacting. They rotated continuously, dispersing Yi Fan's attacks into nothingness. Boom! Yi Fan's fist intent was so powerful that it locked onto an ancient saint mecha. It cracked twice, but in the end, it healed itself and was unscathed. This was the power of the 5 elements. Any heaven and earth could be interpreted by the 5 elements. Naturally, it was extremely mysterious. This was a secret that the Sanskrit had excavated from the ruins of ancient gods. Hey, are you still waiting for the mothership to descend? Sorry, I've already sealed this place. Not only can you lock up the void, but I can too. Yi Fan laughed coldly, disturbing their hearts. Their hearts sank. They finally understood why they hadn't received any reinforcements even after waiting for so long. The uneasiness in their hearts immediately became even stronger. With the 5 of us together, you will never be able to break through. We can be destroyed and reborn. Let's see how long you can fight for. A cold voice sounded from within one of the mecha. The 5 of you only know how to hide together and passively defend. Could it be that you don't dare to fight to the death with me? Yi Fan spat. In reality, both sides were constantly fighting to the death. The other side was just advancing and retreating together, so they weren't afraid to fight. At our level, it's useless even if you provoke us. Today, we are going to wear you down. Our mecha can heal itself, but yours will continuously be exhausted. A half-saint replied. Since you all are so cowardly, I'll use my physical body to accompany you all a few times. After speaking, Yi Fan appeared in the void, standing there with his head held high. Within the 5 mecha, the eyes of the great experts flickered. They were all shocked. A Dao Severa actually dared to face holy might like this. If he really dares to come out, then we'll kill him first. The universe rumbled. 5 streaks of light shot over. If they hit him, the consequences would be hard to predict. Whoosh! Yi Fan's physical body shook and tore apart the void. Instantly, he appeared hundreds of miles away. All kinds of light danced and curled around his body. Golden blood chi filled the sky. It's his true body. He really dares to leave his mecha. This is a rare opportunity. Let's slaughter him. A half-saint laughed sinisterly. He transformed into a streak of light and rushed over. Destroy his mecha. This is the price he has to pay for his arrogance. His courting death. Another person cried out. He was overjoyed and incomparably excited. 4 mechas chased after Yi Fan's physical body. As long as they caught him, the golden blood on his body would change owners. Meanwhile, one mecha rushed towards Yi Fan's war tool. Clang! Clang! Dao swords rang in unison. The golden bell shook violently. The ancient pagoda rose and fell. Yi Fan's physical body displayed a secret technique. He transformed into a streak of light and retreated. His speed was no longer below that of a saint. He maintained a certain distance and used the boundless divine treasure to protect himself very tightly. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation came from afar. It was incomparably violent, and a furious roar could be heard. We've been tricked. His true body hasn't left the mecha. The black mecha had encountered great trouble. The battle spear in its hand had been broken as it retreated step by step. The 4 mechas turned around. They were all astonished. The light blue mecha was filled with golden blood chi. It was obvious that Yi Fan's true body was still inside and was attacking their companions. Not only did Yi Fan display the golden divine treasure, but he also used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist will. At this moment, his divine bravery had reached its peak. The black spear shaft was broken inch by inch. Meanwhile, the ancient saint-level divine armor was continuously collapsing. It was destroyed beyond recognition and was about to disintegrate. This kind of attack was too violent. 5 elements as one. The few of them all shouted. 4 streaks of light flew up, and a streak of black light also rushed out from the black mecha. They merged together and formed a perfect 5-colored divine light. Clang! This divine light that had fused together was filled with boundless chaotic chi. It was even heavier than the stars. It pressed down so much that even Yi Fan fell back. He revealed a shocked expression. Boom! Tens of thousands of ancient runes jumped out. Each and every one of them was profound and profound. It was these runes that formed the 5-colored divine light. This was a mysterious power of the ancient gods. Now, it had successfully fused into the ancient saint mecha. Yi Fan collided with it repeatedly but was unable to stop it. The tattered black mecha escaped and the 5 elements mecha merged back together. The 5 people on the other side had gloomy expressions. They had almost been tricked and killed just now. Their expressions were very ugly as they glared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's Dao body returned and stood beside the light blue mecha. He wanted to fight together with it. He frowned and felt that this was very troublesome. Attack. Finally, he made up his mind to attack fiercely. The 5 elements divine light could heal itself, but he believed that it couldn't continue indefinitely. There would come a time when it would dry up. Mountain embracing seal. The huge black mountain was like the sky. It smashed down ferociously, causing the 5 mechas to tremble continuously. However, the cracks that appeared quickly healed. Moreover, the 5-colored divine light swept out continuously, posing a great threat to Yi Fan. The golden divine treasure was unleashed, yet the 5 elements world was like a reincarnation cycle. The power of the 5 elements collided and fused into one, blocking him and preventing him from attacking. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. He had used all kinds of methods, yet he actually couldn't break through this kind of defense. Moreover, the other party could defend and attack at the same time. It was a terrifying threat to him. The 5 wisps of mysterious power left behind by the ancient gods are showing signs of awakening. The few of them were pleasantly surprised. Their expressions were cold as they began to counterattack. Boom! The 5 mechas were actually going to fuse together. This was a shocking change. The 5-colored divine light they emitted burned even more brilliantly, sweeping Yi Fan away and making him somersault a few times. Every beam of 5-colored divine light was an exceptional divine sword. With clanging sounds, Their power became even greater, almost causing the sky to collapse. Yi Fan's expression was grave. He circulated the army formula several times, but it was almost dissolved. The ancient god's mysterious power was very terrifying and difficult to control. Continue to activate it. He didn't believe it and used the army formula again. With a rumble, the 5 mechas finally trembled violently and almost separated. The 5-colored divine light was instantly somewhat scattered. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly as he took this rare opportunity to attack. All kinds of wondrous techniques were unleashed as he attacked fiercely. 5 elements as one is limitless. Limitless life Tao was a terrifying power. The few half-saints roared loudly and fought back with all their might. However, Yi Fan's army formula began to show its might. After the first success, it became increasingly smooth. He forcefully separated the 5 mechas and controlled them to collide with each other, making it difficult for the divine light to fuse together. However, this consumption was huge. He felt that there were 5 special mysterious power seeds in the 5 mechas. They were extremely mysterious and had the aura of gods. The luster of Yi Fan's mecha dimmed quite a bit. He had used too much magic power, and the consumption of the army formula was astonishing. It could be said to be exceptionally terrifying. Boom! The 5-colored divine armor collided, and the 5 rays of divine light were completely separated. Finally, they couldn't be fused together. Attack and kill him together, the few half-saints shouted. They knew that the situation was far from good. They attacked Yi Fan with their divine light, wanting to fuse with him and destroy him. Kill! Yi Fan also roared. There was no way out now and he could only advance. He could clearly feel the power of the ancient gods. These 5 mechas couldn't threaten him, but the secret power within them was too terrifying. This was the final battle. Whoever fell into a disadvantageous position would be destroyed. Both sides fought to the death. Heaven overturning imprint. Yi Fan's right hand slapped down and transformed into the Celestial Emperor's precious imprint. It was unstoppable and collided with the Scarlet Mecha. A resplendent light was emitted and an ear-splitting explosion sounded. The Scarlet Ancient Mecha and Yi Fan's mecha's arm were crushed together, turning into a field of runes and shattering a large black hole. He was not the slightest bit afraid. His other hand displayed the Battle Saint technique and the Eternal Universe Emperor furnace flew out. It was a fiery red field. Now that he was using the methods of a saint, its divine might was vast and mighty, almost turning this part of the universe into ashes. Boom! The golden mecha exploded, causing another terrifying shockwave. Clang! Next, an ancient mirror appeared. The Void Emperor mirror emitted a brilliant light and shone on the black mecha like a celestial light. It quickly melted and exploded with a boom. In such a short period of time, he had destroyed 3 ancient mechas. However, his own mecha had almost disintegrated and lost half of its body. Hand over your life. The other 2 mechas roared and rushed forward together. However, what awaited them was a self-destructive explosion. At the same time, Yi Fan used the army formula to make the 2 mechas collide violently. When everything was calm, Yi Fan and the Tao body stood in the dark universe. The green and white mechas were in tatters on the other side, but they weren't completely destroyed. Brat, let's see where you can run. How can you fight without a mecha? The 2 half-saints rushed over. I don't have a mecha, but my body is enough. Let's see how I can fight against you. Yi Fan was fearless and rushed up. He would be scared if his opponent wasn't damaged. But now, his mecha was in tatters and most of the talismans on it had been destroyed. Its holy power was extremely weak. Clang! Yi Fan used the army formula to make them collide again. Sparks flew everywhere and the mechas were badly damaged. Swoosh! His Tao body rushed to the front. His body fought with the mechas and the waves of divine power were terrifying. The half-saints in the 2 mechas didn't believe it. Damn it! Is this still a human body? How can it fight against the body of an ancient sage? They were all shocked. Kill him. The 2 mechas moved and used all kinds of horrible methods. However, their bodies were deformed and their movements were slow. They couldn't emit any divine light, which made them sweat profusely. Kill. They had no choice but to activate their other Dao marks in an attempt to crush Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan's Dao body rushed forward. His physical body was no weaker than a real ancient saint's. With a snap, he tore off the arm of a mecha. Yi Fan's real body revealed a cold smile. The two mechas couldn't hold on any longer. Many talismans engraved on them had been destroyed. He also rushed over and started to fight with his body. The two half-saints used their magic power with great difficulty. However, Yi Fan and the Dao body were very close. Yi Fan attacked fiercely. His pure physical strength was terrifying to the extreme. He destroyed all the important parts of the mechas. Is this the power of an ascetic? It's too terrifying. The two half-saints' faces were ashen. Yi Fan and the Dao body used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist together. The golden fist smashed the two ancient sage mechas into pieces. No. The two screamed in pain. This was simply a nightmare. Yi Fan's body made them despair. He could break anything. Didn't you want to kill me as an immortal precious medicine? In the end, I'm the one who will send you on your way. Yi Fan shook his head. No. The two half-saints screamed in fear. However, in front of Yi Fan's golden fist, there was nothing they could do. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. They turned into a bloody mist. Yi Fan looked at the broken ancient sage mechas and then looked at his hands. He was a little uneasy. After obtaining the strongest evolution fluid and successfully breaking through, his battle strength had indeed increased a lot. He believed that if he could gain more and enter the 9th minor step of the Dao Severing Realm, he might be able to fight against the undamaged ancient sage mechas with his pure physical strength. In other words, he would be able to challenge a sage. I need the evolution fluid after the 3rd stage. The broken pieces of the mechas were everywhere. They flashed with a cold metallic luster. In this messy place, there were 5 seed-like brilliance flickering, flowing with the aura of deities. This is... Yi Fan's heart stirred. In the depths of the universe, on a huge mothership, Fan Xian's expression was filled with shock. She looked at the 5 soul marks on a crystal wall disappear. She was full of shock. She said with a trembling voice, "They're all dead. They were all killed."